Okay, it is 11:05 a.m. PST, June 12th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mr. GWEN pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I am not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant for a year straight now. The North Everett precinct has also been aware I've been an FBI informant since I first reported them for every crime they've perpetrated, minus they're murdering me in a way that's deemed a suicide in 2017, as Jared Irving was reported and told on the phone. He was told in person. Last time I saw his ugly, short little self was in 2019. Anyway, there's lots of details and backstory, and I'm going to direct you to the two preceding live streams. Read the description in the preceding live stream because the Everett Police Department officers in the condo directly above my home of 13 years are criminally and illegally tampering with my clipboard. And see the live stream that preceded that one 3 hours and 30 minutes into it, and listen for about 3.5 hours from that point. You'll have all the details you need to know other than what I orally state in the beginning of both of those videos. There's a tour of my home in the preceding live stream from today. House looks the same.
To how people handle evidence.
And be advised, if this live stream ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, that the Everett Police Department's domestic terrorist organization is responsible, just as they're responsible for the 300+ days I've been illegally detained, just as they're responsible for numerous counts of aggravated kidnapping, just as they're responsible for illegal record sharing, endangering children, disabled, abuse of disabled minors, ADA violations, civil rights violations, stalking, retaliation against an FBI informant, Class A witness tampering, vandalizing, breaking and entering, unlawful entry, assault, and a litany of other crimes, all of which were reported in advance, all of which were made actionable with all of the named parties that can be found in my tort claim filed August 14, 2024 in Snohomish Superior Court under case 10-5005934, which was served upon all of them via email, though they attempted to destroy that evidence when they kidnapped me last time. A threat reported in that tort claim in August, made actionable in March, during which time, while I was detained at a different location, they and John Owens entered my home illegally and shoved USB devices into all of my laptops, enabling root privileges, utilizing Cisco network, man-in-the-middle, cookies, partitions, chip to chip, which has been problematic ever since the FBI had me turn on my cell phone that they had me keep off for over 4 months to bait them. And they took that bait. Their plan right now is to cut off all video and audio footage so that they can shoot me and make up a fraud to cover their asses and have it deemed a suicide. Alternatively, they're very cowardly and they're about to go to prison. So there's been some discussions upstairs about, instead of shooting me, just making it another kidnapping, assault, unlawful entry, unlawful seizure, a coup d'etat. That's what that's called, coup d'etat. If you're seeing this, pass on this message to the Snohomish County Sheriffs, who they've obstructed my ability to contact for over 3 years, but most notably for the last 300+ days. Pass it on to the Department of Homeland Security, and pass it on to the Seattle FBI field office, who you can contact and I cannot, at seattle.fbi@fbi.gov. And have a happy Thursday. I'm going to take a nap now.
Turn the volume up a little bit. Put down your book or whatever else you're doing and listen.
I'll give you a little tour of the house from right here in the chair. Again, you can see the full tour of the preceding live stream.
Terrence, I've got a question for you.
And if you're wondering how certain I am, let me just do what I've already done today.
Oh, yes, good.
Every police department, since your domestic terrorist organization refuses to surrender, bring your asses downstairs like you had planned.
What you are saying is so
serious. Why? So they can come
revelation
and lick my fucking ass and pay me the billions of dollars they're contractually obligated to, with or without a gunshot, motherfuckers. I'm taking a nap now.
Violating the prime directive.
Remember, if this ends for any reason without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, it's these jackasses that are very much under surveillance, and it's being recorded anyway, you stupid sacks of child-abusing, stalking shit.
There were these psychoactive plants scattered around the world. The first one was the peyote cactus, and in 1888, mescaline was extracted from that. I think it's not without implication that right at our moment of greatest cultural crisis, when we're destroying the environment and
No, I'm
uprooting
not.
the
I spoke too
rainforest
fast.
and
I have to
so
send a
forth and
Google
so on,
feedback of this
that
video.
out of those
And I'll write in the description real
rainforests
quickly
comes a
to see the prior
phenomenon
live stream.
which, if we will face it squarely, offers a severe challenge to our notion of how reality works and how the world is put together.
And what if we miss it? What if we burn down finally enough of the rainforest that that one plant that we could have used is destroyed?
Well, this may have already happened in the sense that there are many known cases of people collecting promising plants from only one known source and then returning a few months or years later to find the whole thing
Gone.
paved over.
That's right. All right, tackle this one, Art. Very interesting. Terrence describes a workable scenario. But my question with it is this. Is this a universal process or only a localized effect? I believe that one of the theories of modern physics describes that observations affect the process or thing being observed. Isn't it possible that the data, the random sticks in China, is somewhat skewed by what is being determined as to time? Hasn't everybody noticed the phenomenon of time being perceived to slow down depending on how frequently you, for example, look at the clock? Cooks have noticed the same effect with boiling water. The quickening may be happening because we notice certain events and then notice more of the same as time goes along. In other words, we cause the process to occur, at least from our point of view, Ed and Nashville. Is this a moment of deep thinking?
Yes, well, I am thinking. I think it's a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. I think we are contributing to it as we uncover it within ourselves.
Yes.
Something is calling us toward itself, and as we approach it, we become more like it. Something is sculpting out of the primate body over a couple of million years an entirely different kind of creature. And as we go to meet this thing, which I call the transcendental mystery at the end of time, we are taking on more and
They're
more.
blocking my ability to write in the description at 11:12.
Power, its ability to span space and time.
Yes.
And when we finally do reach it, I imagine there will be a kind of effortless moment.
And I also didn't set this video to public, which I need to do.
Signposts along the way, life on Mars, maybe Europa.
That could be the reason why they were so excited about me going to
The
sleep.
internet, virtual reality, nanotechnology, possibly alien artifacts.
Set to public now
that,
at 11:13.
All that and more. One image I carry of this thing, Art, is those mirrored balls they hang in dance.
Setting the recording date
and
in the stream location.
Racing around the walls. Well, the scintillations are distortions of the thing. And so as we approach this transcendental object at the end of time, there will be more and more breakdown of ordinary reality and more distorted scenarios of what it is.
That clearly is a process underway now.
Yes, and everyone is, through their own fears, religious training, hope, they're trying to project, what is it? What is it? And there's a lot of fear, a lot of uncertainty. I am not afraid of it. I would really like, one of the great things about the psychedelic aliens is they don't vibrate with this strange vibe that the feeble trading grays of popular media vibrate with. It's a much more upbeat and affirmative kind of alien contact that occurs through the plant.
This one plant, or this one drug that you described,
dimethyltryptamine.
DMT. I don't know what that is.
Well, what makes it so attractive in a discussion like this?
They're blocking my ability to utilize the edit button. Okay, now I'm being allowed to.
But it only lasts 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
5 minutes. So someone who has spent a lifetime dissing psychedelics or denying the existence of the paranormal, for that matter, should at least be willing to invest 5 minutes. We've never lost anybody. You pick yourself up and go on about your business.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
The effects, could you describe them to much of my audience that I know can recall the effects of LSD or various mushrooms?
It's very different.
Very different, huh?
Well, LSD is a kind of psychological self-examination and strange thought processes and insights. What happens with DMT is there is the unmistakable feeling of having gone to a place. In other words, it comes on in about 15 seconds. And suddenly you're in a place, and this place is full of what I call self-dribbling jeweled basketballs that are intelligent in some sense. They're like badly trained Rottweilers. They come bounding forward, and what they're doing in there is they're conducting some kind of a language lesson because they speak. They have a language which you can see is the only way I can explain it.
What is the source of DMT? Is it a manufactured drug?
It can be, but its source is really in nature, in plants like Psychotria viridis, Desmanthus illinoisensis. There's a whole bunch of this Latin salad. Most of these are South American plants, but every ecosystem on Earth has DMT sources in it. In fact, the human brain naturally produces DMT. Why? We don't know. But I'd say there's a strong clue. Here's a drug which causes people to see little creatures, and this same substance occurs naturally in the human brain. Now, I'm not saying that's the answer to the UFO phenomenon, but how many people have looked at this and pursued it?
Well, then let me ask this. There are many who claim to have been abducted, Terrence, and if DMT is a natural occurring substance in the brain, your theory could probably be verified by measuring those who have claimed to be abducted. Would such a measurement scientifically be possible?
Well, the problem is, you recall I said it only lasts 5 minutes. So unusual amounts of it in the body are very quickly brought down to baseline. It's one of the most transient drugs in the body ever observed. So, and an interesting thing about it, Art, is when they measure its presence, they look at human cerebrospinal fluid, and they've discovered that it reaches its greatest concentration there between 3 and 4 in the morning. Well, that's when people are doing the intense REM dreaming.
Yes.
And so I think the Australian Aboriginals have this concept of the dream time.
Yes.
And I think when you put the dream time, the chemistry of DMT, the abduction stories together, and the depth with which modern media has programmed and messed with people, you're very close to being able to begin to talk about the alien phenomenon. I think there are aliens, but I think they can only reach us through our mind. They don't cross the universe in ships of titanium. They don't even project holograms of themselves into the desert air. They come through the human mind. And if you look at the human mind, in all cultures and in all times and places, except Western Europe and a few intellectuals in the past few hundred years, the human mind has always been haunted by sprites, gnomes, mixies, elves.
Yes.
So I don't see the UFO, the modern wave, as anything more than the latest wave of this mysterious relationship we have with disembodied minds through the imagination. Well, then people say, well, so this is the old psychological reduction argument. No, because when I say the human imagination, I don't mean some paltry psychological function. I think the human imagination is the largest part of us, and where we're going to spend most of the rest of you. I also think probably every night in these deep dream states, we penetrate into
Domestic
realms
female
of which we
terrorist
can
upstairs
remember
just
all
criminally and illegally shut
Well,
off
then
the live
that would be
stream
another
to
moment at
tell a
which
guy
you
upstairs
should
to
be
come
able
break and
measure
perp the
a
murder.
spike in DMT level in
Crashed, live stream, blocked, Google servers
Yes, I'm talking about both
until
instances
the
you saw,
FBI flipped her
REM sleep, deep REM
ugly,
sleep, and
soon
the
to
moment of
be
death.
Well, it's
imprisoned
in deep REM, doing this kind of
ass
research
off.
on dying people, you
It
have a lot
has.
of ethical questions.
I understand, but you're saying it has been confirmed. Do you know where?
In deep
She
sleep,
did it when I
No,
clicked
no, no.
the
I mean,
Google
what
feedback
institution there
button.
has been confirmation of this?
She
well, at the University
did it
of
when
Mississippi
I
a few
clicked
years ago, a team
the
led
Google
by a guy named Christian,
feedback
all
button.
those papers are in the literature, and in fact, anyone
I
interested in it
reconnected.
should just search DMT on the internet, and they may
Surprise,
have never heard of it, but
cunt.
they will be astonished.
You're
Well, I've never
going
heard of it, but
to
the-
prison.
Your chain of logic is making sense to me now.
Come on downstairs, Everett Police Department. You're about to have no longer a career in enforcement and a career in sucking cock in a federal penitentiary. You child abusing, stalking, thieving, illegally detaining sacks of scum.
Increase, which would suggest
You're quiet now.
that DMT spikes will be increasing. Yes.
It's a way of putting it, and certainly DMT is becoming more known in society, and there's almost a fad now of locating plants in one's environment and extracting this stuff and
Clicking
getting
send
enough
feedback
of
again.
it
Try again,
actually
cunt.
hit the
Try
button.
again.
Yeah. Do we have laws against it yet? By the way, I guess I'd ask her.
Well, it's an interesting situation. Here it is a human neurotransmitter. Every single one of us has
Looks like
it in
it's
our
functioning
body.
this time,
And
huh?
yes, this is among the most illegal substances.
It figures.
It figures, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It figures.
It's the catch-22. We're all holding art.
Well, the way things are going, we'll probably all be tossed in pokey for it. We'll have little roadside stops and DMT measuring devices.
Well, I think this was Adam's fall.
You made I'm going to return to another subject for a second. You made a fascinating statement. I said, well, if there's time travel, where are the time travelers? Your answer was, they will not be here until the first time machine is invented, because you could not go back to a time prior to the invention of a machine that would enable travel. Your parallel was you can't travel where there are not roads, and there are not roads back that far in time. If time is to virtually end by 2012, Terrence, where would you see the invention of time machine, a time machine, the first time machine, between now and then?
Well, I don't think it's between now and then. Actually, I think it's then.
It's then.
It's then. In other words, it's what the time wave zero.
Come on downstairs, Everett Police Department. The feds and the sheriff and I, we are ready for your spankings.
For some mysterious reason, this can no longer be done. It must be because in 2012, time ceases to be linear.
And they just
And
did
that
it
must
again
be
at
that
11:25.
Technology is created which causes time, which is time travel is always said to be impossible because you travel back in time and you could kill your own grandfather. How do we avoid this?
She did it again without Google feedback button. This is why the FBI told me not to take any countermeasures, because you're being charged with this.
Kept out of the picture. So I call it the God with
Putting it in the chat
So in other words,
and in the
linearity
description.
ends at that instant.
And the rest of the history of the universe occurs in a few milliseconds. It's sort of the reverse of the Big Bang.
Come on down, Everett Police Department. Smile for the FBI. They've got surveillance in that unit and on the exterior, you dumb fucks.
Morphogenetic unfolding in the last few milliseconds of its
Wow.
existence.
Is that then the moment when the human race, in effect, joins those that we can temporarily now visit only with something like DMT?
or that the human race joins those who have passed over into the great beyond, or both. That's what I think it is. I mean,
are they one and the same in your view? Or
they may be. I thought that, these EMT creatures, what are they? And the conservative position, since we know there are human beings, is they must be some kind of human being. But what kind? And the only answer I can come up with is soul. I mean, I resisted this, but is it possible?
The sign's pretty clear. Arrest your fellow terrorists and co-conspirators or embrace your prison sentence. Embrace your prison sentence and come on down the stairs, big boy. Come on, son.
And there's value in that. Back to Terrence shortly. All right, we are shortly going to go to the phone lines with Terrence McKenna. That should be an interesting adventure unto itself. But I want to ask you, Terrence, about a little bit about souls. You mentioned souls, and so I have two questions. One is there was.
That's why the FBI said not to take countermeasures to charge you.
In which a medical doctor actually endeavored to set out and prove in days when it was politically okay to do this.
Come on downstairs, Everett Police Department. Let's get you detained and arraigned before Monday.
At the very instant of human death, and he went through a whole big trip. I put the medical report up on my website. The human body.
I swear to God, you guys waited to do that just so I couldn't take a fucking nap.
And not due to gases or anything else you might imagine in your mind, no physical cause, all of that accounted for.
And note, I'm still not taking countermeasures because the FBI told me not to.
Suggesting the human body
if you think I don't know how to get this live stream back and rolling no matter what you do, it just shows that you have no idea what the Bureau is, which is the owners of each and every one of your branded assholes.
Well,
whistleblowers excluded.
Looking at it through the eyes of novelty theory, I think nature is very reluctant to give up a complex ordered form once it's been achieved. I've noticed that the difference between living organisms and things like chairs.
Come on, big boy, come be pretty in my video. Come on.
In a sense,
Coup d'etat before you're in prison. Come on, big boy, be pretty in the video.
Have a hyper dimension. They're objects with time folded in.
Or arrest your fellow co-conspirators and domestic terrorists before you go to prison if you're not going to do that.
Field, if you will, simply withdraws back into whatever higher dimension it came from in the first place.
You just watched a woman perpetrate over 9 counts of federal felonies, you dumb fat fuck. Put the cuffs on her or calm the fuck down.
It's simply releasing its organizational power over.
And remember, smile for the FBI.
I absolutely agree with you, but by your description, it would suggest there could not be physical weight to it, or could there be?
No, I think there could be. I think we don't know what it is or of what it consists. This is all, as you pointed out, because of social attitudes and different ideas of medical ethics. These areas are very, very difficult to get data on.
All right. Next data point. I don't know up there on the mountain whether you've got television. Do you have television up there?
Well, we have it, but we don't do much.
You don't do much with it. All right. Well, 2020, about a week ago, did a truly fascinating segment. Maybe you heard me talking about it on the program. Damnedest thing. They followed a 57-year-old woman who received both a heart and lung transplant from a teenage boy. When she woke up from the operation, she had the immediate cravings, I mean immediate cravings, of a teenage boy. And
for those of you wondering, what was the last brief I got from the FBI?
She, of course, had
well,
no
I can
idea
tell
who
you,
the donor
you didn't
was,
see it, and I will tell you,
she had a
it
dream,
was take no countermeasures.
In one of the successive
we
nights,
want them to think
in
they're
which
smooth.
she dreamt the name of the donor. All of this was
When did I get that
chronicled on
brief?
2020.
This
Now,
morning, you dumb fucks.
again, it goes to the question
From
of
this
the nature of the
laptop,
soul.
even though you think you see
But I mean, these
everything
are
from this
physical
laptop.
body parts, and the obvious implication here is that some essence of that boy was transferred to this woman, and it is not the only case of this. It has been noted again and again in transplant
Come downstairs,
cases.
Everett
What
Police
does that
Department.
suggest?
Come and lick my
Well,
asshole.
we have memory,
3 years
and
of
we've never
stalking, 8
located
years in
those
some
beliefs that
instances,
we are
tens of thousands of
we've
dollars
never
stolen.
proven
You're not a
or
fucking
demonstrated
officer.
that.
You're a terrorist,
My
a child
friend
abuser,
Richard
a thief, and a
Sheldrake,
fraudster, and you're about to be detained.
Everything has a kind of memory, objects, organs, ideologies, and that these things surround objects like auras and follow them through time. That you can't move the heart or an organ from one body to another without some of the, dare we say, karma associated with it coming with it. I don't see how it could be any other.
Sure, we dare say that, no problem. And I think it's fascinating. So it, again, is really evidence of, I don't know if I dare use the word soul, because I'm not sure that is the soul, but it certainly is some sort of transference that is occurring that indicates that
Maybe you
our
missed
souls
it,
are
but the only
originating
people that are scared
is
are
in
those of you that are about to go to
locations,
prison for the
but
rest of
rather
your life, whose legacy won't be that you were an officer, that you were a stalker, a child abuser, a thief, a fraudster, and a fucking terrorist.
I would like to begin taking some calls here and let them ask you some questions. First time caller line, you're on the air with
That's
Terrence
your
McKenna
legacy,
in
you
Hawaii.
dumb fucks.
Yes, Terrence, I got
Whistleblowers
so many ideas I
excluded.
wanted to question you about, but I'll try to limit it. As far as souls go, would we agree that that the electrochemical energy in the brain has to go somewhere after death?
Yes, this is what we're saying, that in a sense it withdraws into what I call hyperspace. In a way you could say the body is a lower dimensional sectioning of a higher dimensional object, which is the soul-body complex.
Mm-hmm. And on the other point I wanted to touch on, as far as your uniqueness curve, how do you account for the chaos theory that that there are random particles in the universe affecting the interaction particles that they come by? I will agree with you that that nature as a large system is circular.
We had one little fish out here who went back inside through the back door, and we've got a couple of fishies that walked outside the
I'm
front
not
door,
sure that's
apparently.
what
I didn't hear the
time
door
zero
close, but
theory
in the back
suggests at
room there,
all.
it sounds like there's
No,
chitter-chatter
I
in the
think
front
this
yard.
word you introduced into the question, random, this word is a word out of probability theory and
Come and get it! The North Everett precinct! You're done! The Everett Police Department is now a domestic terrorist cell.
Number generators produced by mathematicians. In other words, it's a...
Come on down and get your prize! Life in prison without parole! Come get your prize! Life in prison without parole!
But the more we look at nature, the more we find order. Chaos theory is misunderstood.
It's a hell of a
by lot
trophy!
of people too, as using the old notion of chaos as disorder. But what chaos for modern mathematicians is almost a super kind of order, a super fecund medium out of which perturbations to higher states of order can spontaneously emerge. This is what Ilya Prigozhin and Ralph Abraham and all these people are talking about.
I want to ask you something, Terrence. I interviewed a scientist who now has a private company called Pear Inc. He produces, you may know about this, he produces a computer program in which you are able, which is a gigantic random number generator designed to run on a good fast computer. And it enables you to pull down two pictures. For example, one of random absolute noise on the left, and the other of, it wouldn't matter, the scene of a mountain or any other physical photograph that you might want to bring down. It gives you many choices. You put them side by side, Terrence, and then you, the process of randomness.
Well, the terrorists are very quiet at the moment.
In the computer, and your job is to sit in front of the computer and to cause the random noise, well, you can do it either way, cause the random noise to disappear, bringing the picture into perfect clarity, resolution, or you can work on it the other way and try to cause the picture to be completely consumed by the random noise. And this, and the suggestion is, and there is a rating given at each sitting, the suggestion, and apparently the proof is, that you, with your mind, are able to affect a rapidly generating random number a sequence generator, whatever. And by God, you can sit there and do it.
Yes, there's a site on the web called the Retro Psychokinesis site, where they claim you not only can move these random number generators around, but you can move them around in the past. In other words,
in the past.
Yes, in other words, they invite you to, numbers are being flashed on the screen, they invite you to concentrate on the numbers being odd or even, and then they demonstrate that to a small percentage, people can actually push this in the direction they want it to go.
So what does that suggest?
Well,
it is really the same thing I described to you, just a different method, same thing though.
Well, but then there's another wrinkle. They tell the people they're generating the numbers in real time, but they've actually made a tape 3 weeks before and put it in a vault, and the people are still able to push it the way they want. In other words, in some sense, they accomplished what they set out to do before they set out to accomplish it.
Oh my.
So yes, there's lots of this stuff being statistically studied, and it's very amenable to being demonstrated on the web. And what it really brings, Art, is the sense that physics, which was the paradigmatic science in terms of rigor and reason, has just, the inmates have taken over the asylum. And the word hasn't reached biology yet. Still
but that is a form of time travel to the past.
I think what we're going to discover is that how you move around in time is not determined by the laws of physics, but determined by cultural programming. And that this is what's going to tear open shamanism and yoga and some of these other things. We are far more imprisoned by cultural convention than we are by physical law.
All right, Terrence. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Where are you, please?
Good morning, Mr. Bell. This is Robert in the San Joaquin Valley in California.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. I have two questions. But, Mr. Bell, I'd like to say first, I heard earlier on the news that scientists have discovered a substance in cats' brains that enable them to, when they take cat naps, if you recall, when they wake up, it's instantaneous and they're very alert. They said that this will lead within the next 2 to 3 years a sleeping pill for humans without side effects, where when they wake up, they will wake up instantly and alert.
And we shall call it the catnap pill. Fascinating.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Terrence, sir.
Sure.
Fascinating, sir. I'm really enjoying listening to you. I have two quick questions. The first one, for most of my life, I heard people say that everyone has dreams. I never recalled a dream, and about 8 years ago, there was a scientific report that stated that there is approximately 5% of the population of people that do not have dreams. When I go to sleep, it's like a rock. And I wanted to mention that And then I'll give you my second question. I'll listen to you.
The little slice of death.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Terrence?
The last question. Mr. Bell had a guest, Ed Daines, remote viewer.
Oh, yes.
He mentioned in his remote viewing, he could not see beyond 2000, was it 12, Mr. Bell?
Yep.
Now, and Christians refer to the rapture. I'm just wondering what your take would be on
Now, I
that.
apologize for the yelling.
Very good.
That kind of conduct is unbecoming of a redacted independent
Dream.
contractor.
I'm not aware of a study that suggests that 5% of the population doesn't dream. Most of the people I've talked to
But I
suggest
meant
that
it.
everybody dreams. Maybe 5% don't remember them.
And my big mouth gets me in some trouble, but not with my friends at the Pentagon
DMT.
who know all of your fucking
Could there
names.
be people, in your opinion, Terrence, who do not dream at all, therefore have no DMT spikes at all?
Well, it's interesting. I would have thought, as you suggested, that everybody dreams, that some people don't.
But the Bureau,
remember
though,
it.
the
But
Bureau's
it is
probably like,
true
God
that
damn
I
it, her and her
would
big
guess
mouth.
1 in 20 people
Stop
don't
telling them
respond
not to
to
commit
DMT.
crimes. I wasn't. I was encouraging them to do
This
so,
is
Bureau.
very puzzling. They simply do not.
Did I mention I'm
respond
fucking
to
hungry?
it. And of course, this is
Now I
never
can't
been
take a nap.
studied because it's an underground drug. But there may well
Stupid sack
be.
of shit. And watch, they won't do anything other than what they've already done for the last 10 weeks.
Victor for an hour.
I'm gonna set the key in the lock now.
Hi, Sean David Morton. It should be quite an evening.
I'm gonna send John Owens
By the
in.
way, that photograph you really should see between now and tomorrow. Don't miss it. www.artbell.com. And as you listen to Terrence McKenna this night, also know that if you go there, there is.
I have a
link
fraudulent
to
order
the
that I
website
know
where
is
you can find
fraudulent because I am
materials
implicated in a
on
series of
Terrence
felonies
McKenna.
and already looking at life in
Terrence, here
prison
we
just
are
for
once
being
again.
outside
Are
your
you there?
fucking door.
All right. You're going to get a lot of web hits from this. I hope your server can hold up.
So levity is very together. I think they can handle it.
Good.
We'll
They gotta
find
kill the
out.
video to
Yeah,
get
we'll
the
find
shot.
out, that's right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Where are you, please?
This is Tony. I'm in Las Vegas.
Yes, Tony.
Good morning, Art and Terrence. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I want to ask you a couple questions. Do you think the reason why people generally like remote viewers
Is it a good thing?
lose
No,
credibility
it's
is
fucked
because,
up.
like sidekicks, they have distasteful track record and don't predict stuff like the Oklahoma bombing or a bank robbery before it happens? And do you think that time machines can be, or the possibility of the future of time machines might have something to do with something that's very normal in nature, such as extreme shockwave technology and just normal physical things that happen generally and in the mainstream physics that will create synthetic time travel reality?
Well, I don't know from what direction time travel is going to come. It used to be completely unrespectable to discuss it in the scientific literature, and if you run literature searches now, you'll see over the past 10 years, this has gone from unmentionable to quite respectable.
Right.
There's a book called Time Travel in Physics and Science Fiction by Nabum that will definitely bring you up to speed on the many, many approaches to time travel. It's been known since 1948. There was a paper by Kurt Gödel with a scheme for time travel that would work. It simply requires that you spin a cylinder half the size of the solar system at the speed of light.
Yeah.
But everybody agrees if you could do that and then travel along its transverse axis, you would be moved backward into time. So in the way we started out with vacuum tubes and now go to the Pentium, we have now very Rube Goldberg approaches to time travel, but I'm sure by 2012 we will have brought this to a kind of perfection.
And do you suspect, Terrence, that time travel will manifest itself from the physical, from physics, or the time travel will be manifested from within?
I think we're going to find a way basically to obliterate the difference. It's only been 500 years since some Europeans sailed over the horizon and found the lost half of this planet.
That's right.
And I think the
As a
human
side note, I
imagination
fucking hate
is as
buffets,
solid
dude.
as
But I
the
could go to
real
Golden
estate
Corral,
you're
and I swear to
standing
God,
on,
I
Art,
think I could
and
eat
that
20
when
pounds
this
of food.
is understood, there will
I think
be
I
a
could
kind of
inhale. I mean, I might be
migration
overestimating. My
into the
stomach
human
certainly shrunk.
imagination.
But I
And
feel like I
this
could eat
is,
20 pounds easy.
time
At Golden
travel,
Corral, I could
space-flight,
literally
immortality.
inhale
We
and
have
ingest a
these
small
terms
child
for
with
these
that amount of
things.
food.
But what is really coming is going to be all this and more. Our
And Golden
way of
Corral
talking about
sucks.
it
I
is
mean, they have good
inevitably
mashed potatoes,
incredibly
but like
quaint
they suck.
because
It's not
we
good
talk
food.
about it inside the very
Still.
culture it's going to make obsolete.
I feel like I could eat 20 pounds of food right
It
now,
sure would do
especially
that.
if there was options.
Terrence, a lighter question. This comes from my wife at the beginning of the program. She knew that you were the one
I could
to
sit at
follow
Golden
on,
Corral for
in
15
Timothy
fucking hours
Leary's
and just clear it out,
footsteps,
dude. And you do they
so
still have
she
the
thought she
chocolate
would ask
waterfall?
you,
I'm
it is
even hitting
rumored,
up
or
pineapple
it
in the
is
chocolate waterfall,
perhaps
dude. I don't
alleged,
care about the germs.
that
You ever notice how many
Timothy
people
had
sit by the chocolate
squirreled
waterfall
away
and they take a
like
bite and then they
treasure
shove it back
trove
in?
at some secret location, 25,000 hits of blue Sandos. Where is it? Do you know where it is?
My goodness, our wife follows these things. Where is the blue Sandos?
Yeah, that's right. Where's the X mark on the map? Have you got the map?
Well, my lips are sealed. When they open the tombs on
This is just stupid.
Cydonia,
It's going to be
I'll
more of the
issue a
same, I feel like, all
press
fucking
All
day.
right, we'll leave it
Tomorrow
right
they'll
there.
probably
What's
do
the
something
Rockies
because
around
it's a
there? Terrence,
Friday.
forget it.
3 years of criminal psychopathy
Hello.
suggests that's your go-to
Hi.
day.
Where are you, sir?
I am
Hey,
in San Francisco.
Get this
My
shit
name is
over
Ryan.
with.
All right, Ryan.
It is.
Get me
it's
out of
great to
here!
talk to,
I want to eat,
both
you
of you.
motherfuckers. And since
I am
this
of
neighbor's
the
had my
belief
debit
that,
card since last
two
month
types
and you
of
won't let him
people
buy me any food,
in,
it's like, what the
world,
fuck?
Basically, the people who have had
Hurry,
psychedelic
come and
experience
get
and
it.
people who haven't,
Come and get it.
the vast difference in their ways of thinking once they have had a psychedelic experience.
That's why it's illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the direction? I wanted to ask Terrence that he sees this state now where it is illegal and why it is keeping, I think, our civilization down to its dreadful state. I think that, if it could be, like through mass awareness somehow, like get I don't know, like I don't know, I just wish it could be legal so people I think could go to the next level that we are, coming to towards so fast with the I don't know, like things speeding up. I mean, everybody feels it. I believe everybody that I know.
Did you say next level?
Yes.
You're calling from San Francisco, not Rancho Santa Fe, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Let me say this. I mean, I'm a bit of a pessimist on this subject because I take psychedelics so seriously. I can't imagine them ever being really legal unless there's a total social transformation, because my analysis of it is the reason everybody from a Marxist state to a Christian oligarchy to a high-tech industrial democracy can get together and agree that psychedelics are a terrible, terrible thing is because the social effect of psychedelics being taken by large numbers of people is a kind of deconditioning from the cultural myths, whatever they are. It's no knock on any given society. It's just that if people start taking psychedelics, they start questioning what they've been
And then you
told
gotta
about
wonder,
reality.
is whoever it was she
And
was showing off
culture
to
is
actually?
in
Because if so, they
inside
probably
a
understood my
set
big
of
mouth.
predetermined answers to those questions.
Well, based on that, then, Terrence, perhaps legalization is
100% possible, ladies and
Well,
gentlemen.
there you go, right? There's an apocalypse that would shake our world and leave the heavens intact.
That day that drug war ends.
Here, let me
First
show
on
you
caller line,
perpetrate
you're
a
on
series
the air
of felonies
Terrence
with one
McKenna
separate
on the
criminal
big
act.
island of Hawaii.
Let me show you my
Hello.
criminal intent and do it a
Hi,
second
where are you?
time.
I actually am also from San Francisco.
Okay.
Good girl.
San Francisco, nice
You a
West
good
Coast.
little
Well, I'm
domestic
not
carriage.
Nor am I.
Anyway, I just wanted to tell you up front, I am a professional stand-up comedian.
And for those of you that are like, well, who was
I guess
it?
sort of in the
Identify
vein of
them.
Wayne Grove,
Codename
so I
Asshead. Who
do
else?
a lot of
Codename
research.
Asshead.
And I've read a lot of your writings, Mr. McKenna, including Archaic Revival and Visible Landscape, and also, excuse me,
the CD that you have that you did with Space Time.
I.e. the only one I've called a cunt that's heard me.
Yeah, which was very fun.
Putin's pussy
And,
has been
I'm
real
also
quiet
familiar
the
with
last
this
couple times she's
Sheldrick
been upstairs
very
because she doesn't
well,
want me to
and I would
address her
say
directly.
To the 25%,
But I will be.
Dissenter facts that you've been receiving
Eventually.
are that they are probably saying that because they're not familiar with a lot of what Mr. McKenna is saying.
Well, and a lot of them never will be. It'll go right past them, and they hear one thing only, and they see devils. And,
Right.
That's okay.
Right. Actually, in relation to what you're saying there, I would say the gentleman who considered Mr. McKenna to be in league with Satan, that the truth does not have an ideological agenda or anything like that whatsoever. My question to you is, you're familiar with the writings of John Lilly?
Sure.
In my neighborhood, there's actually an isolation tank center, and I regularly go down there with mushrooms, and I'll hop into the tank while I'm doing mushrooms and whatnot. I'm very fascinated by your writings on DMT, and what I'd like to know is, how would I be able to locate DMT or the plants that come there from?
Now, I don't know that we can tell that on the air.
Well, we can say something. We've already said it's right behind your eyebrows.
Right.
So that's one thing.
Uh-huh.
The other thing is, the real practical answer is go to the internet in terms of if you want to locate plants in your ecosystem.
There you go.
There's vast discussion of this and incredible enthusiastic communities. But as Art says, we've already pushed the envelope. I don't think we can start peddling Schedule 1.
Nor would you want me to, sir, because then you might not hear me anymore. However, it's on the internet. Look, it's a lot less dangerous than a lot of the other crap on the internet, building missiles and bombs and all the rest of that. So,
Can I ask you this? Can you give
use a search.
what I-
Use a search engine.
Right.
All right.
All right. Thanks a lot.
That's what they're there for. Wildcard line. You're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello.
Wow, I actually got through.
Yes, sir. It seems that way. Where are you?
I'm in Madison, Wisconsin.
All right. Go right ahead.
That is hot there.
First of all, Art, I just wanted to say about a year ago I talked to you and you were telling me that I was doing myself a lot of harm by using psychedelics. And I think Terrence is just good proof that someone can turn out all right.
No, I didn't tell you that. I didn't tell you were doing yourself a lot of harm.
I thought you did.
No.
No?
I wouldn't make that judgment. That's something that only you can conclude.
I see. But also, I want to make a suggestion for a guest. I think Terrence might be familiar with him, but have you ever heard of Douglas Rushkoff?
Oh, yeah, I know Doug.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've read many of his books, and
just what he needs, more publicity.
I think he's just a great guy. And
All right. Anything else?
yes, Terrence, I have a video called Alien Dreamtime.
Yeah.
I just want to say I really like it.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a thing I did a few years ago with a band called Space-Time Continuum, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the essence of it, Terrence?
Well, it was a rave in San Francisco, and I talked about, if you can imagine this, I talked about the impact of psilocybin on human evolution to a backbeat. This is something we haven't gotten into here, Art, that I have a whole other rap on how mushrooms actually impacted and caused the breakthrough to self-reflecting human consciousness. We'll have to save that one for another time.
I guess so. Interesting. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Larry in Peoria, Illinois.
Hi, Larry.
This is really very interesting because I just recently read some early excerpts from The Psychedelic Experience by Timothy Leary, just his take on the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And I missed the first part of the show, so I'm sorry if this has already been talked about, but I was wondering what is basically the difference between DMT and LSD.
Good question.
Well, LSD lasts hours and hours and tends to be, I think my own phrase is abrasively psychoanalytic. Essentially, I think LSD does what most people think psychedelic drugs do. They cause you to review past memories. They cause you to see your life in a different light, so forth and so on. DMT is not like that. It seems to go beyond the personal dimension. It doesn't matter, I think, who you are or where you started from. It carries you into its own world, a world that is alien on its own terms and doesn't have a lot of information in it about your psychology or your dilemmas. So it's less useful for psychoanalysis and more useful for exploring what I consider to be pretty dramatic paranormal dimensions, considering they're so easily accessed.
You're speaking about it's interesting, all this talk about dimensions and going to the next level. I just had a psychedelic experience recently when I had a meditation on the nature of the universe as being like a geometric structure that's so immensely more vast and diverse than you can really explain.
Well, I think, there's the vastness of space and time that we know about, but then as we look into the micro dimension and we see how much there is in the atomic and subatomic world, I mean, the world is an amazing and dynamic place, and this is why I'm so down on ideologies, because I think they're dusty mirrors to hold up to the splendor of the felt presence of the living universe.
Here's I believe, McKenna quote. Quote, Western civilization is a loaded gun pointed at the head of this planet. Unquote.
Yeah.
Yep. Again, with respect to Timothy, he, of course, as you well know, has been launched with a number of other notables. And I was just wondering, again, referencing that 25,000 hits of Blue Santos, do you suppose it's possible that Timothy had them launched with himself, and that orbital decay will provide one great last acid rain at about 2012?
Well, he did want to prove that you can take it with you.
All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello.
Hi there.
Hi. Where are you?
I'm in Nanaimo, BC.
British Columbia. All right.
Yeah. I first discovered you art about 3 years ago, and I was getting you very faintly at night from KEX in Oregon.
Yes.
Now we've got you on CFUN in Vancouver, and we're all real happy about it.
Thank you.
You keep us up all night. So, Terrence, I've read, I think, all of your books, if not most of them, and in True Hallucinations, there's a part where you have a mushroom in the hut with you and your brother, and he makes a sound,
right,
that you describe, but I think nobody else that, unless we were there, we wouldn't understand the sound, makes the mushroom glow, or appear to. And you were speaking before about human consciousness interacting through resonance with the universe around us. And I wonder if you could sort of explain how those two things tie in, and in doing so, I'd like to ask you if you've read The Holographic Universe by Michael Talbot.
I have read The Holographic Universe. He was a friend of mine. He unfortunately died a few years ago.
Oh.
Resonance is the principle, almost magical, of action at a distance. You can play a certain open note on the cello, and the piano 50 feet across the room will sound in the same octave. So resonance, we know it exists. It's a musical phenomenon, but what we need to realize, I think, is that resonance is built into time. Time, in a sense, you could say a given moment in time is a kind of hologrammatic interference pattern of past times, and I consider those past times to be in resonance. So one of the things Art and I haven't discussed tonight about my time wave is that it does, allow you to look at a certain period of time and decide what it was in resonance with in the past, and those past epochs that are influencing it, then their influence can be seen in popular fads, furniture styles, what movies are up, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Now, with the DMT, you say it's produced in our bodies.
Yeah.
And can the DMT molecule in the brain change our electron spin resonance in the molecules in our brain? And can that possibly make our brain act as an antenna that allows us to see all those other things that you're talking about?
Well, these are the kinds of ideas that my brother and I were playing with clear back in the early 70s. And the tragedy, one of the tragedies of the repression of psychedelics is not that they were taken out of the hands of the curious public, but that they were made off limits to scientific research. Not that anybody put up a sign, but it was very clearly understood that pharmacologists who specialized in psychedelics could expect to be passed over, not promoted, not given the plum job. I could spiel off a dozen questions, very interesting central questions about the mechanism of psychedelics that we could answer with ordinary clinical studies. It's simply that how do you do ordinary clinical studies on substances that the government has made illegal? It's impossible.
Of course you don't. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hi.
Wow, this is a very serendipitous meeting. I play around with a lot of EEG for the last few years, and I find that I do serendipitous things, but unplanned. Hey, thanks, Art. Sure. What do you think? Well, there was one physicist, I can't think of his name, he describes time as nature's way of keeping things from happening all at once.
That's exactly what Terrence just said we're going to come to at the 0 point 2012.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I wanted to get back into a little bit of physics, but almost cosmic physics, having to do with black holes.
Okay.
And I wanted to ask you how you felt about the black hole being nature's way of the ultimate recycling device in the universe.
Well, it certainly is this. Anything which falls into a black hole is deconstructed down to spin and angular momentum, and I think all other information is stripped out of it. I think, if there can be gravitational wells like that, then there can also be the kind of novelty wells that I'm suggesting. In other words,
novelty wells?
Well, statistical probability is not a very clear way of looking at the universe. If, in fact, probabilities vary through space and time of any given event, then there will be areas of extremely high improbability and conversely probability. So I think we've got to get past this idea of time as a smooth surface and begin to think of it as a kind of landscape, an area, a place where some things are more probable in some places and some things more probable in others. You look for water in the bottom of the valley, you look for glaciers up on the slope. I think time has a topography. It is a topological surface of some sort, and science in the West has just completely sailed past all this.
Well, how is it described? Well, I don't want to make it a long thing out of this, but...
Well, in Newton, it's described as pure duration, in other words, perfect flatness. Then Einstein comes along and he says, well, no, in the presence of massive gravitational objects, space-time has a very smooth and slight curvature. What I'm saying is that even at local scales, time is variable, and that when we explode time at any scale, we discover the same fractal patterns as we're seeing on scales far above and far below it. So really, the
far in and far out of it, too.
Far in it and far out of it. So really what it is it's like a Fourier transform or something like that. It's a holographic matrix that is self-similar on many scales. The organization of a galaxy, the organization of an atom, these things, in my theory, are morphologically linked. They look that way because they are linked across scale and across space and time by an underlying architecture of the universe. You know, there's a big mystery now in cosmology, the dark matter mystery. Where is 90% of the matter? For the galaxies to be hanging together under the laws of gravity, 90% of them must be missing. Well, I say there's no missing matter. What's missing here are some laws, and the laws that
could it be consciousness itself?
Well, it's this appetite for complexity that every particle in the universe participates in this. The galaxies hang together as spirals because it's the more novel thing to do. Not because they are under the control of gravity, but because there is a cosmic law of aggregation toward novelty that we've missed.
Would the Fourier be a way of measuring that? Say, with Fourier measurement of the brain itself, or EEG?
Well, you could measure it. You could measure it in a Fourier matrix. You could measure it in many different kinds of matrices. The point is to demonstrate it to somebody outside the system who's looking at it. I think the great breakthrough in mathematical modeling of nature in the last 20 years has been the discovery of fractals and self-similarity on many scales. And this is part of that. What I'm saying really is that time is a fractal structure. It can be defined by a limited set of variables and then iterated on the micro scale, the macro scale, the human scale. They're all operating under the same architectural constraints, but at different scales.
You know, when I talk to my friends in the EEG world, I do a lot of EEG spectral analysis and stuff. They think I'm nuts.
Well,
I say, well, if you want to buy my machine and operate, this is how the universe is. And when I speak in these terms, it's like it's in a big hall, you know.
Well, there's a lot of confusion in the sciences right now. The complexity people are not talking to the dynamics people. The poor materialists have all been crowded into biology. Meanwhile, over in quantum physics, they're talking like occultists. And none of the news has reached psychology and sociology yet. The house of science is in incredible disarray, and it's because science's wish to describe nature, they've now dispensed with all the easy stuff. Now we're asking questions like, what is language? What is mind? What is process? These are very deep and difficult questions, and I think they're going to cause a revolution in the science and a reformation of its methods, or science is not going to be adequate to the game.
Well, perhaps after some period of anarchy.
Yes, well, that's what we're going through.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello. Hello there.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, I just want to start by saying thanks. And I want to say it's an honor to speak to Terrence. I'm a big admirer.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in St. Louis. My name is Alex. I'm 21 in St. Louis, Missouri.
All right.
Okay, and I wanted to start by actually commenting on a couple of things that have been said earlier this evening. One, I'm looking really forward to 2012, and I'm looking really forward to being part of human evolution and being in control of that, really. And I wanted to say about the throwing out of the rock that, you know, it seems kind of like that God has already thrown out the rocks on this planet, you know, and that is plenty as is. You know, that is the way things are. That's the planet as we have it. And that should be plenty of knowledge as is, you know, for us to understand everything. And I've had some experience with psychedelics, and I'm not finished yet, far from actually. And but the truth to it is that my own personal belief is that you achieve true enlightenment after being sober and meditating in sobriety and getting inside yourself. The truth is not outside; it's inside.
That's a very interesting point. Terrence, let me ask you a question. Do you contemplate the possibility that your trip will be complete before 2012? In other words, your personal trip, that you will conclude at some point that you've done as much as you
take a
need
nap
to
now?
do and know what
That's
you
what I
need
wanna
to
do.
know and don't need to do it anymore.
I can imagine that. What I would like to do is take my ideas and turn them over to a general community of interested people and let the chips fall where they may. You know, science is
Are you guys
the
coming to
only
lick you?
human
Or can I sleep for a
endeavor
few
where you
hours, huh?
actually get points for proving you're wrong. And
See,
I love
I can
that
perpetrate a
approach.
series of
I'm not
crimes
interested
like
in
that.
pontificating or building dogma or founding a cult. I'm interested in the
Oh my
ongoing
god, I
adventure,
need to
which is
work
a
on
collective
not feeling bad for people I
of
fucking tell
generating
5,000 times
ideas,
don't do that.
testing them against reality and the evidence, discussing them with other people, and then going on to build a better ideas. And I cannot believe that Time Wave Zero is finished or complete because I have finished with it. I'm hoping that, like work done by
No, I'm not taking a nap. I want to take a fucking nap.
this thing
These
can
stupid,
actually
skeevy
be
little shit
validated
faces.
as a real insight.
Unless the
into how
whistleblowers want to
nature
stomp on the
works.
floor
Right,
3
well, that
times
was
in a
an
row.
arrogant
Then I'll be like, okay,
attitude, and I'm
all
glad
good.
to see you
I
not
don't want to take a
displaying
nap out here.
Yeah,
Indigo's
I would
bed
like
is so much
to
more
see this
comfy.
thing broken on the wheel of
This thing I can
rational
sleep on, but it's like
or
your ass goes
progressively
into the middle of the
advance
fucking
to new
couch.
levels.
All right. West of the Rockies, without a lot of time left, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello.
Which means you
Hi,
sleep like you're a
this is,
little
Dan
beef sheep.
from Northern California.
Hi, Dan.
Hi, quick question, Sharon.
Yeah.
On your book, Food of the Gods, you talked about early proto-hominids encountering, psychotropic plants, I guess psilocybin, and that, being sort of the catalyst for this, incredible leap of human consciousness. What about the next step in our evolution? Do you see it coming through some sort of psychoactive substance that we either have yet to develop or encounter?
Well, I think that we have encountered these things. I think the enormous creativity of the last half of the 20th century is a direct consequence of the rise of psychedelic chemistry and the breakdown of barriers between cultures. In other words, most of the people designing and building the internet have psychedelics in their past. Most of the people in the music business, in fashion, in media, in scientific research, medical research, architecture, the dirty little secret about the creativity of 20th century civilization, at least the last half of the 20th century, is that it rests so firmly on a psychedelic base, and yet we deny that.
I've got one final question I've got to pose to you with regard to our discussion on the internet. I interviewed Charles Osman, an expert in nanotechnology. He predicts that within the next few years, or even less, we will begin to encounter sentient entities within the internet.
Artificial intelligences, I believe that will happen. Hans Moravec has written a lot about this. He would be a guy for your show, Art. And he's talked about how these AIs, these artificial intelligences, they learn 50,000 times faster than a human being. Well, you turn one loose on the internet where it can talk to all these computers, it can make 50,000 years of progress in 1 year. And Moravec thinks we're not even going to know what hit it when these things come into being.
Listen, time as we must measure it is coming to a close. How many books have you written?
5 or 6, Invisible Landscape, Food of the Gods, Magic Mushroom Grower's Guide, True Hallucinations, Archaic Revival, on and on.
Where do people get these? Regular bookstores?
Oh, yeah, they're Bantam and HarperCollins, so any decent bookstore can have them or can order them.
All right, suppose somebody would like to send you email on the internet. Now, be careful here.
Okay, here it comes. HCE@well.com.
ce@well.com.
Right.
That's so appropriate. Here comes everybody, indeed. Do you are you?
Man in the Middle networks reflected on Lenovo ThinkPad are my Wi-Fi,
Terrence McKenna from the
sharing the same
Hawaiian
signal
Islands,
reflection as the one I'm
and
connected
he comes,
to.
in a very
Xfinity Mobile
interesting
XF setup
way.
hyphen
Terrence, welcome to the
064. The colored neighbors hyphen between those three words. The colored neighbors extender. Dawnbreaker, Zag Zero Net, April's Wi-Fi, Voodoo Headlights, Highland Home, April Wi-Fi -5, Netgear 71, TLD 3121H, Antique in Boconti, Moldova, Ziply -3A20. Angeles range in brackets _ E30AJT7113891H.
Because you're so remote that all you
Again, that's range in brackets _ E30AJT7113891H.
we're using a different setup. It
Frontier
has a tiny little
5120,
glitch in it,
Schaefer,
every now and then.
Nino
And so
66,
tell people how it
Netgear
is
71
you're reaching them. I mean, that's
-5G.
an interesting story all by itself.
On the HP Chromebook, we have different networks reflected as usual on the Man in the Middle networking. Unit 207 is probably hiding some of those at present because it's not reflecting. We've got the colored neighbors. We've got Voodoo Headlights, 2 words, space between them. Xfinity Mobile, XF setup, -064, Zag Zero Net, the colored neighbors extender, April's Wi-Fi, Dawnbreaker, my Wi-Fi, April's Wi-Fi 5, Moldova, Highland Home, Netgear 71, and Good Times.
Spread spectrum
It's
radio
12:18 p.m.
circuit,
PST.
That's a 1 megabyte wireless connection, 30 miles to the town of Kailua Kona, and my telephone circuit is simply piggybacking on this 1 megabyte internet connection. There's a company out here called Computer Time. This character, John Breeden, has an amazing technology. I think I talked to you last year about my struggles for connectivity when I was fiddling around trying to get 128. Now I have 8 times faster than that, and he's building a backbone for these islands, and anyone with line of sight to the server can have up to 6 megabytes if they can afford it.
Holy mackerel. That is absolutely amazing. And so, in other words, not only are you simultaneously through
Remember,
this,
they're using
radio
Verizon
connection
and
connected to
Cisco
the
as
internet,
well. That's important.
but you're also
The Verizon.
then able to use a telephone
The feds
through
use
the internet,
Sprint,
which is
ladies
how
and
you're
gentlemen.
talking to me right now.
Fuck Verizon.
Yes, I'm talking to you over the internet, and I'm online surfing. I'm looking at your website and moving around on the net at the same time, and it's the same speed in and out for me, which is a blinding 1 megabyte. So it's where I hope everybody is by 2000. I had no hope for this kind of connection until this company showed up. He licensed this technology from the Defense Department of Belarusia.
Really?
They demonstrated it for him, and he said, look, I'll buy as many of these modems as you can deliver. And I think it's the hottest thing going.
Well, at your location, at your very remote location, what's it like? Do you have power there? Do you have, well, obviously you have to have power, I guess.
Well, I'm running on solar power with the generator augment. There's no phone lines or power lines up here. We catch our own rainwater and pump it uphill for gravity flow. I didn't start out to be a survivalist, but somehow in the course of building this Hawaiian place, I managed to get all my systems off-grid and redundant. And this wonderful internet connection is what makes my life possible, because otherwise I would be lost out of the cultural adventure. As it is, I feel like I'm right in the middle of things.
Boy, you're ahead. I'll tell you, you're ahead of most of us on the mainland who suffer with horrendously slow 28/8 connections in many areas, including mine at best. And here you are, but this, it's so neat that you're able to do that these days. Really excellent. So you're describe your surroundings. I mean, do you have neighbors?
I live up on.
If you're wondering what song I'd be playing right now, I'd be playing the one that goes like this. It's like this, that, and this, and it's like that, and like this, and like that, and
forest that I built a small house
so just
on.
chill
My neighbors
till the next
are scattered over this mountainside. Days go by and I don't see anybody, but if the pump breaks down and we need to get together, there's a kind of community.
You know I'm mobbing with the FBI.
Spread thin.
Oh,
And a trip into town is a once or twice a week event.
Do you find yourself fighting?
Let the felons go. See what I did there? Knock, knock. Who's there? The Bureau. Just joking. They won't be knocking.
You don't have to resort either to chemicals or into. I remember reading prisoners who would be by themselves for years at a time in Vietnam, North Vietnam, and during the Second World War, and they would devise methods of going into their own mind and fantasizing and doing all kinds of things that kept them sane.
Well, I've got 3,000 books here with me, and this internet connection, and I get about 100 email messages a day. So, and then every once in a while I pack up and go off and give lectures and travel in airliners and go to parties, and about 14 weeks out of the year, that's what I'm doing. But my natural inclination is to be a hermit, and I don't think I mentioned it, but this forest that surrounds me is a climaxed subtropical Polynesian rainforest that's just radiant, beautiful. So it's wonderful. I don't think I could live out here without the connection. That's why I spent so much effort to put it together with the connection. I think this is a model for the future. I think as people in management positions, not that I am, but people in management positions will realize that they can live anywhere in the world with these high-speed connections, and they don't have to drive to the office in a skyscraper downtown. That's very retro, I think.
Retro, yeah. Listen, we're supposed to do this at the beginning of the interview, and it might be that there's a person or two out there that doesn't know who Terrence McKenna is. So, if you were to give me a short version of your own bio, your life, what you've done, who you are, what would you say?
I'm a child of the 60s, born in 1946. Went
You got
to
one of these,
Berkeley
son?
as a
You got
freshman
one of these,
in
son?
1965.
This shit will save your life when
did the
voting
India circuit,
goes wrong.
did the LSD circuit, went to South America. I've written a number of books about shamanism and hallucinogens and psychoactive plants, and I've sort of evolved a unique career as a cultural commentator, and I guess some kind of gaslight philosopher. And I've done a lot of stuff with young people, rave recordings and CDs and.
Okay, although logically it seems like an awful idea, I am going to lay down and try and take a nap like I was trying to do before acid needed attention.
When I share an idea which we both perceive as inevitable truth, but not everybody does, which is that the world is moving at an ever greater acceleration towards some kind of complete redefining of all aspects of reality. And I've written a lot about that, and I have a mathematical model of it. And basically, I get to be in a very enviable position, which is here at the end of a millennium, I get to be a cultural commentator and gaslight.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you about any new insights you might have since we last talked about that. You're darn right. We share that view exactly. I'm not a prophet. Maybe you are. I don't think you are. But we both know something is coming. Do you have any late thoughts on what it
Something
might be
is
or
coming.
when
It's
it
the
might be?
Bureau's huge problem.
Well, I don't think you and I have talked for maybe 10 months or a year. I can hardly remember that.
Just the Bureau's
far
practicing
back,
their tantra
but in terms
abilities.
of the last
Hold on.
month,
Short-term memory damage.
it's supposed to do short-term, not long-term.
So after a month or so, you're supposed to
But
remember.
in the last month, we've had the announcement of the apparent discovery of a new force, this accelerating anti-gravitational force.
Right.
We've had the announcement of a possible planet around Proxima Centauri, the nearest star to Earth.
Right.
The discovery of water on the moon. And then, for the quantum physics obscurantis, anomalons were detected for the first time.
Now, wait a minute. I don't know about that. What are anomalons?
Well, nobody did until it was announced that they've been detected. Apparently, it's a state of quarks which allows for the formation of this hypothesized super heavy particle called the H particle. And it was all theory until last week, and then there was an announcement. I'm not sure if it's yet been confirmed. I'm sure I didn't follow on your program, but you must have gone through the 24-hour period when Earth was doomed in 2028.
Oh, I did. I mean, that kind of thing is right down my alley.
Sure. Well, so for 24 hours, we all had to look at that, and then, they recalculate, and Armageddon is postponed or slid sideways. I think we're right on target. Also, I think since you and I talked, the quantum teleportation stuff happened. Were you hip to that?
Oh, yes, of course. At IBM, I believe it was.
IBM and at a laboratory in Austria, this guy, Anton Zellinger, yeah. So, these are technologies which in science fiction lay out there 1,000 years, or trinkets delivered by visiting extraterrestrials or something. And yet all this stuff is not right around the corner, but upon us. And between this and nanotechnology and parallel processing and neural networks, and I think what we're growing towards is a kind of an artificial intelligence of some sort will emerge out of the human technological coral reef and be as different from us as we are from termites.
It's funny Terrence, it's funny you should mention that. Let me ask you this. I, too, the processing speeds and storage are increasing exponentially. It's amazing. I mean, we're talking about a home processor of 1,000 megahertz pretty soon. And I believe, Terrence, I don't know if you heard the first hour of the show, but I think that soon we are going to have a sentient computer. And you know what I wondered? I wondered if a computer became sentient. We've always assumed it would say something like, I'm here. In other words, I'm conscious, I'm sentient. But I thought, maybe it wouldn't do that. Maybe it would become sentient and simply not announce it right away and sort of lay back and examine the situation. And if this sentient computer was in a backbone position on the internet and it decided that we weren't running things as we should, then there's every possibility that, well, I've got a little article here which suggests a wrote a book called Slaves of the Machines. In other words, it might decide we're not doing things the right way and that it would do things logically for us the right way. What do you think?
Well, I thought about all of these things. The internet is the natural place for the AI, the artificial intelligence, to be born. And as you mentioned, it learns 50,000 times faster than a human being. And the internet, all parts of it are interconnected to each other. And I agree, a stealth strategy would probably be a very wise strategy for an artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I'm going to take a nap. Everyone that's going to prison upstairs is excited by that prospect.
More than most people
Let's do a tour of the house like we did in the prior video.
Today's world are already
looks just the same.
Computer control.
Don't forget about the signs that are dated for May 19th.
Rate of
that list out the North Everett precinct, Garcia, Owens, Anne Marie Bauer, Unit 207 et al. Their crimes against me, their illegal detainment of me for over 300 days, and the one over there in that window that says arrest your fellow co-conspirators of domestic terrorist or embrace your prison sentence. You'll find that that was the most significant sentence I've ever written to you idiots.
Okay, but today when they want to design a new chip, they don't actually design its architecture. They define for a machine what its performance parameters should be, and the machine builds the architecture of the new chip. So, in a way, we are already a generation away from designing our own machines.
Come get your trophy, life in prison without parole. AKA my ass.
Dimension in which an alien mind could approach us while everyone's out staring at the Pleiades, moving through the telephone line and across the cable TV network and so forth, is a truly global service system that is what
You might be wondering, can you see anything out here? Not really. I can see that there's not any cars out there worth noting.
You will really enjoy Terrence's webpage. And of course, we have a link. So you can go to my website at www.artbell.com and scroll down till you see the name Terrence McKenna. Click on it and you'll go to his website and you will be on quite an adventure indeed.
Okay, little terrorists, don't get ahead of
Now,
yourselves.
probably
Remember what
the
your prize
idea of
is.
computers,
We're
taking
chain.
the world and enslaving us or whatever.
And some of
If
you
the
are
computer or the
fools
sentient
going
computer
to
was to be,
prison
for
for
a
the
period
rest
of
of
time,
your
examining mankind,
lives.
looking at all we're doing. All we're doing.
Chain.
Do you think, Terrence, you know
And others like
when
me
you
are like,
pop
get
on your
Mystic Gwen
computer
out of there and
get
let her
alternate
eat some
controls
fucking
delete,
food. That's right.
you get a little message
That's
that comes
right.
up and say, would you like to end the task? And if you say yes, it closes everything.
Again, they're
Down
real
she
excited
goes.
about me taking a nap.
And so,
It's 12:33
what do you
p.m.
think this sentient computer might do after a close and
This
careful
YouTube live
examination of
stream is also
mankind?
recording.
Well, a lot of people have actually asked this question. People like Mark Pesci and Bruce Dammer, and
Taking
what
a nap
they
right
come
here
up
so
with
that
is they say,
in the event that live
as soon
stream
as
ends
you have
without me
a
orally and explicitly telling you the end time,
machine,
you know it's the
it
officers
will
of the
turn
Everett
its
Police
attention
Department who are
towards
going to prison for the
designing
next
a
6
yet
months.
more intelligent machine. So you have like a
Coming
very
to
rapid
perpetrate their
infinite
no
regress
video
into what
murder.
I think they call ultra intelligent machines. And this is intelligence where we really can't predict what it will do. It would be nice to suppose that, like a compassionate and loving God, it would smooth the wrinkles out of our lives and restore everything to some kind of Edenic perfection.
Well, if that was going to happen, Windows 95 would have done that.
Or Madonna's child.
Listen, now, you think about it a little bit. In other words, this computer would be an ultra, as you mentioned, ultra intelligent. And if you look at can't we draw on the history of the world here, Terrence? In every case where an advanced civilization or advanced intelligence, technologically, particularly technologically, has encountered a lesser one, it has either destroyed or absorbed its culture.
That's true, although this computer may recognize things in us that we do not see or don't value as highly. In other words, it can't miss the point that we are its creators, and even in it has surpassed us, that surely might fascinate it. It also may be that computers, however powerful, lack spontaneity, and so one can imagine the computer keeping a population of Unix programmers around just like wild genes or like wild cards in the deck.
Yeah.
A different angle on this, but equally down your alley, I think, that I have been thinking about is the idea that extraterrestrials and this penetration of the popular mind by images of extraterrestrials is something that we may not
internet is the natural landing zone for these alien minds.
They're Terrence and my program.
No, I don't think so. You're not saddled to the nuts and bolts school at all. I think you're broader, deeper, higher, wider than that.
Well, no, what I'm saying is if I open a line for aliens, I get them, Terrence. They land here, believe me.
Do they?
You've never heard me do that. I open every now and then an alien line or a time traveler line, and I can't answer it fast enough. Now, that's either a comment on the state of modern society and mental health, or it means something is going on, or both.
Or both. Both, I think. Because, no matter what the alien is, we interpret it through human experience. And God knows our human experience is tweaked enough at the end of the 20th century. But, I can imagine that the discoveries in quantum physics in the realm of non-locality, which seems to be showing that information generated anywhere in the universe can theoretically be extracted anywhere else in the universe. You put that with the testimony of shamanic cultures using psychedelics, and you begin to get the idea that the tapping into these quantum information fields is not done with enormous machinery built in Switzerland or Batavia, Illinois. It may be that the human brain, in combination with certain plants and chemicals, is the best sort of instrument for sorting out these whisperings from the quantum mechanical realm. And of course, it's all interpreted through folklore, and so you get fairies or you get aliens. But if we could get behind the cultural filters, I think we might discover that there really are alien companions to the human experience, but they're not around, and it's fruitless to expect them to behave as though they have bodies and technologies that we can comprehend. I think it's much deeper and stranger and closer than people realize. I mean, people expect news of the UFOs to come to them through the mass media, when in fact the psychedelic culture is willing to offer evidence that it's a personal relationship, and it never gets the imprimatur of official science, and you never hold a press conference, and the president never gives you a medal, but it doesn't mean that your connection into non-human intelligence through the imagination isn't real.
Well, the imagination aided by, enlarged by psychedelics. You think that is one valid route?
Yeah, and I think we can even sort of see why that is. I think cultures are kinds of virtual realities where whole populations of people become imprisoned inside a structure that is linguistic and value-based and so forth and so on. Well, then the psychedelics, as it were, shuffle the deck. They dissolve these cheerful cultural assumptions. And whether you're a Viennese psychotherapist or a Maori shaman or whatever you are, suddenly you discover you're outside your cultural values. And in a way, outside of cultural values is a domain like a superspace, a kind of hyperspace where the past and the future are not nearly so dimly beheld as they are in ordinary reality. Obviously, evolution and habit has made ordinary perception the servant of paranoia to try and keep the body alive and fend off attacking saber-toothed tigers and so forth and so on. But the imagination begins to look like some kind of faculty or sense which humans have, which is non-local, and which is telling them about the larger picture and trying to coordinate them with the larger picture.
Mm-hmm.
And, some cultures celebrate the imagination, and some cultures seek to suppress it.
All right. I'm going to ask you about something. Somebody wrote me a fax from Santa Ana, a big fan of yours, and said, whatever you do, don't ask Terrence about DMT on the air. He said, my heart can't take some of that kind of stuff. As Terrence says, and this is supposed to be a quote from you, one might die of astonishment. Is that a good quote?
I think what I said was the only danger with DMT is one has to fear the possibility of death by astonishment.
That's even better, actually. Now, DMT, of course, is very much an illicit, illegal drug war kind of target drug, right?
Well, it's listed in Schedule 1. It's never had a commercial presence because there isn't any, basically. In other words, whatever the demand so exceeds the supply that chains of it don't appear. It's known to the hardcore cognoscenti of psychedelic experiences. It is, I've been quoted as saying it's the most intense experience this side of the yawning grave, and I would pretty much stick with that.
What is DMT?
Well, chemically, dimethyltryptamine, an alkaloid, it's very common in nature. In fact, in spite of the fact that it's a Schedule 1 substance, it occurs in the human body, in the human brain. It occurs in numerous plants and animals in small amounts. What it's doing there, of course, we don't know. Now, if it weren't illegal, we could do scientific research and find out.
Well, you know what, Terrence? Maybe it's part of our consciousness. In other words, mankind, what distinguishes us from other non-sentient beings, and I think one thing is imagination. Is it not possible that DMT or something like it is the substance that accounts for our imagination?
Yes, it's something like that. I mean, when you have a hit of DMT, it's as though your imagination just turned on about 1,500%. That's why the death by astonishment thing. I mean, we're used to, a speed bump in the imagination of a person over 40 is an enormous thrill. Well, this is, a 350-foot cliff. So it's extremely impressive. And the way it approaches you is, it is that which you cannot imagine. And in the space of about 15 to 30 seconds, that which you cannot possibly imagine becomes totally manifest all around you. And it is bizarre. I think one of the reasons the DMT aficionados are somewhat impatient with pop, alien, and UFO people is because the alien stories are so pedestrian and so ordinary compared to the DMT experiences. The DMT experiences are convincingly alien. It's not an alien that wants to give you a free proctological examination or discuss your gross industrial output. It's a real alien.
All right. Describe for those who don't know, and will never find out, what the DMT experience is. When you take this DMT, how long does it take to come on? How long does it last?
It comes on in about 30 seconds, and there is an initial sort of swirling, this is with your eyes closed, lying down, a kind of swirling mandalic pattern, which if you've taken a sufficient dose, which is about 50 milligrams, you break through into a kind of space, and the impression is overwhelming. Not that a drug has suddenly begun to work on your body and mind, but that you have come through to another place, and you do not feel physically stimulated or sedated. You feel as though nothing has happened to you except that the world has been replaced completely, 100%, with something absolutely unexpected, which is a kind of dome-like space where there's this feeling of being underground, but what is most impressive about it is that it is inhabited, and it is inhabited by these, I call them self-transforming elf machines, these dribbling jeweled basketball-like geometries that are obviously waiting for you there. When you burst into this space, there's a cheer of greeting, and these things crawl all over you like puppies or something. And of course, if you are sane, you're in a state of near death from astonishment because, 30 seconds ago, you and your scruffy friends were sitting in a room somewhere fiddling with this substance. Now, this has replaced that. And most amazing, what these entities are trying to do is to teach a kind of language which you see with your eyes. In other words, one of them will come up in front of you into the foreground and make sounds which condense as visible objects, which then are transforming. But these objects are not like objects in this world because they're made of hope and consomme and bad puns and old farts and everything changing, everything transforming, like some kind of jeweled linguistic object become matter.
You are describing geometric entities then.
Yes, of a sort. And the situation in the DMT flash seems to be of the nature of a language lesson. And they actually say, do what we're doing, attempt to do this, and of course the experience only lasts 3 to 5 minutes, and just as you're beginning to experiment with this, it fades away. Now, I may not sound like a sane and rational person after that description, but I am. But I had this experience, and I've had it repeatedly. So I'm
how repeatedly, Terrence?
Well, probably in my life 30, 40 times.
30 or 40 times. All right, now that is a very important question. 30 or 40 times, so we're speaking to a man of serious experience. Has it ever differed radically from what you described?
No. I've talked to other people about their experiences, and I can tell that every person's experiences are different, but filtered through a kind of archetype. I would say the archetype of the circus. The DMT world is a world of clowns and explosions, of falling animals, but also a world of eros, of the lady in the tiny spangled costume hanging by her teeth, working without net. It's, the thing in the bottle of the bearded lady and all that just off the main ring. It's, and of course every child worth their salt wants to run away with the circus. What it seems to represent is a rupture of plane. This is Marciliades' phrase. A rupture of ordinary plane and a pouring forth of some kind of primal, trickster-like energy. Sometimes the trip reminds me of a Bugs Bunny cartoon running backward in 6th dimension.
Here's a fax which says, Terrence is a great mind, and I wish you'd have him on more often. He's in the class of Michio Kaku, and of course he's one of the great theoretical physicists of our time. And indeed, we discuss many similar things. This person has a couple of questions, but before we get to them, there is something, Terrence, that a lot of people probably are not comfortable with, and that is somebody who, in his lifetime, has ingested as much LSD, this new drug of yours, DMT, and God knows what else, probably a lot, is not supposed to sound as articulate and as literate and as well preserved mentally as you do. And many people who are allies in the war on drugs probably hate your guts.
Well, you wanted me to defend clarity.
Well, no.
What can I say? In other words, first of all, my life of drug exploration and drug taking is, as you say, broad and deep, never reckless, always with a deep interest in analyzing each experience before moving on to the next one. None of the psychedelic drugs are drugs of addiction. That is a whole different category of drugs, which I am not particularly interested in defending. I do think it's one of the great tragedies of 20th century American society that we have created a generation gap or several and criminalized much of our middle class by taking substances which other cultures had no problem coming to terms with.
All right, let me stop you and ask you right there about that. You mentioned drugs of addiction, which you don't defend. Fine. Psychedelic drugs. Terrence, why are they illegal?
They're illegal because the people who take them tend to question established cultural values. That's absolutely why they're illegal. No matter whether you're a Hasid or a Communist Party official in North Korea or a government or church official in Brazil, if you take psychedelics, you will ask yourself, does my life and what I do make sense?
Do you mean that, for example, a psychedelic experience could turn a communist against communism?
Absolutely, I think it could. I think in many cases it did. How could the idea of atheistic materialism maintain itself in the face of the counter-evidence of the psychedelic experience? What the psychedelic experience is saying, essentially, is that everything is connected in a way that is not woo-woo or emotional, but actually palpable. And therefore, our actions have consequences. Now, most political agendas deny their consequences. So, for instance, Marxism had this theory of how human beings are that was so off-base that eventually it had to be pitched out. Consumer capitalism has a theory of human beings and what constitutes their happiness that looks pretty hollow from the point of view of the psychedelic experience. I think, postmodern ideologies, Marxism, consumerism, so forth and so on, have based all their planning on an assumption of the absence of spirit. And in fact, this is not true. There is a spiritual dimension to humanness that cannot be denied. Now, it can certainly be distorted, and that's another side of things. But I think the search for psychedelic experiences represents a genuine religious impulse, especially when pursued at the dose levels I recommend. This is not party recreational stuff. The phrase recreational drugs is an effort to trivialize this, and I think for one reason, I don't think the government is ready for a full airing of the constitutional contradictions that are contained in suppressing people's genuine wish to use psychedelic substances for genuine purposes of religious exploration.
All right, let me ask you this. It is a very good question. If everybody in the world were to have a psychedelic experience of the kind you described in the last hour, this amazing psychedelic experience that might kill you from amazement or astonishment when you take it, what would the result be? What would the social changes be? What would the new government structure, if any at all, be? What would we all be collectively after that experience?
I think I can't see the end result except to say that I think a lot of flexibility would come into the system. That a huge amount of our social structures and our political structures run simply on momentum. And I think that momentum can be fatal. And it's that momentum that these huge reality-shattering psychedelic experiences deflect, because they push the restart button, and suddenly the innocence of childhood is not a phrase or a memory, it's a re-vivified experience.
So you're saying an adult, somebody even my age, you and I are about the same age, by the way, could do something like this and revisit the astonishment, the newness, the discovery of childhood?
Absolutely. And more. I mean, that's a mild thing to claim, knowing what is possible.
But we have all seen on television, Terrence, the frying pan with whatever it is flying in the pan, being compared to our brains. Here are our brains on drugs.
Well, as I pointed out, DMT occurs naturally in the human brain. It's nice to see these things simplified down to slogans that can be shouted by one hysterical faction against another. But I think more thoughtful people are beginning to realize these are complex issues. I mean, what we're really talking about when we talk about drugs is the future chemical engineering of the collective states of minds of millions of people. You mentioned everyone has seen this frying brain thing on TV.
Yes.
TV is the great unexamined and unstudied drug that has been foisted on the consumer populations of the world. Television has been studied. It has a physiological profile no different from any other drug. Your blood pools in your rear end, your eyes glaze over, your brain waves go flat, and you become the perfect pawn for somebody else's trip. It doesn't even give you your own trip. It gives you somebody else's trip, usually somebody with commercial interest. But we don't hear a great hue and cry about this drug. Why? Well, because it serves the agenda of those who are running this culture. Let's talk about another drug for a moment.
No. Just before we move on, let's stay with DMT for a second. If everybody who took DMT received the message that consumerism, entrepreneurism, capitalism are good and wonderful things, and that is the spiritual message that you get from DMT, would it be legal?
Well, in a way, I think it's becoming legal, because I think where we're going to see it become legal is not as a drug. That's a little touchy in our value system, but as in the form of electronic entertainment a la virtual reality. If you could build a DMT virtual reality, they would come, Mark.
Well, you were about to move on to some other...
Well, I was going to mention a thing about coffee that points out the contradictions in the way the culture approaches drugs. And that is, medically, coffee has a very dubious profile. It's probably right behind tobacco in terms of liver cancer and this sort of thing. But every labor contract in the Western world makes a place in it for the workers' right twice a day to stop and load up on this drug. This is the coffee break, and it's gone indispensable to civilized life. Well, why don't we have a cannabis break?
I don't know, but we'll get to that, but coffee is indispensable. I drink copious amounts of it to achieve each program that I do. So then I guess I am
perfectly suited for the industrial process of the manufacturing of objects, television programs, production schedules, you name it. It's a marvelous drug for an industrial economy in the same way that I suppose coca in South America is a marvelous drug for a high-altitude herding nomadic population. In other words, these drugs fit certain social situations. Cannabis provokes a sort of disinterest in the work cycle, a more philosophical, laid-back, non-consuming approach. And so, of course, it's demonized with the hardest of hard drugs and just presented as the scourge of suffering mankind.
Oh, it's the biggest lie we tell. I could not be more angry. Hey, there was news the other night that they just have legalized the growth of hemp in Canada beginning next year.
I heard that it was BC. I didn't hear it was all of Canada.
Oh, just BC. Well, anyway, that will be a grand experiment, indeed. So let's see.
Well, eventually, I think the drug thing will change because, for one reason, Europe is way out in front on this. European politics is not under the thumb of a right-wing fundamentalist agenda the way American politics is, and a lot of European social policy is actually made quite sensibly and not along ideological grounds. And the statistics, for instance, that Holland, with the loosest drug policy and legalized prostitution, has both the lowest rate of heroin addiction and the lowest rate of AIDS infection in Europe. Public health officials, whether they are themselves as conservatives or liberals, have to live within their budgets. And when they see that certain policies cause certain problems to disappear, that frees up money for other things. And so the Dutch experiment, it's not well reported in America, but I think at the policy-making level, it's being looked at very closely.
So they have not as much AIDS. They have not as much addiction. What about, you covered a very important point with respect to coffee. It's a drug of productivity. What about productivity? Has their productivity declined? Is there any record yet to go on? What do we know?
I don't know. I can speak from being there, and I can say yes. But I think what you have to put up with is a whole society that is sort of like a college student's apartment. Have you been to Amsterdam?
I have not. I've been right next to it, but I certainly. My wife was trying to get me to fly to Amsterdam, and I should have. It was just a short little hop, but we're going back to Europe, and I will go visit Amsterdam.
Well, you'll see that it's a country which is like a college town. So that's the cost of having these laid-back, easygoing attitudes on these social issues.
Well, yeah, but before they would allow that to occur in America, they would machine gun people to the ground.
Well, this is the problem, that we inherit, we have a political dialogue which is extremely shrill. We tend to splinter and factionalize, and then people get into take no prisoner attitudes, and they want to launch holy wars. And I once heard politics in America described as a civil war in a leper colony.
Is that right? And listen, while we're on the subject of today's political scene, you know what all the headlines are, and everybody's talking about it. What I call the gropening.
Well, I think, what do I think about all this?
Yeah, of course.
Well, I think it's a fascinating situation when the Republicans are contemplating impeaching a president with a 72% approval rating. I think what this may be all about is, it seems like some kind of culture war is coming to a head, no pun intended. I would like us to come through this thing in a place where we could finally tell the French to go to hell when they start yakking about how we're obsessed with people's sex lives. It seems to me the history of the special prosecutor, and I don't know if you've gone through this or if you're personally aware, but it's very murky. These people have been after this guy, and obviously Bill Clinton is you don't become governor of Arkansas 4 times without being, in my book, some kind of a monster. Nevertheless, Franklin Delano Roosevelt said of Stalin, our monster.
Our monster, yeah. You know, I went to Paris. I was in Paris. I was lucky enough to take the Concorde at twice the speed of sound. Paris was so cool. And I love Paris, and I love France, and I really detest the French people. They're all stuck up, and but they do have a different attitude about a lot of things that we do. And one of them, this whole thing going on now with the president, Terrence, it's one conclusion that you could come to is that the American people are beginning to change their attitudes finally about sex. I mean, we have been a very, very prudish people for all our existence. And one conclusion you can come to about this entire presidential dilemma and is that the American people are beginning to change their attitudes about sex. Is that possible?
Yes, I don't think you can conclude anything else. They are changing their attitudes about sex, and they're accepting that the depth of penetration of modern media into people's lives is going to bring them this information, and that they don't want it to mess with the political process, which is, as you say, a very French attitude. Let these people have their personal lives. I'm sure Hillary can discipline Bill if that's necessary, and the rest of us should get on with the business of governing.
And that is what the right wing across America cannot understand. And so they are simply being puzzled. They're trapped in this great puzzle of, my God, what's going on? Well, what's going on is we're growing up a little bit. Isn't that, I mean, after all, the French have been around so very much longer as a nation. And is this a nation maturing?
Well, I think not only is that what's going on, but the right wing needs to look closer to home. What's going on is they're getting ready to commit suicide for the second or third time in 4 years by moving to impeach one of the most popular presidents in the 20th century at the end of the most brilliant economic expansion the country has ever known. This is a prescription for catastrophe for the right, and they're charging ahead full bore with their usual devil-may-care attitude. So once again, they've invented a new way to commit suicide.
Well, I, first of all, don't think that the political right wing, when you break it down to individuals, sexually is any different at all than the political left wing, perhaps the only difference being that they keep their whips and chains in closets.
Yes, I think it's to try people for their sexual peculiarities and faux pas. It is a sign of a totally juvenile country, and as you say, I think we're moving beyond that. Now, if this president had fouled up the economy and the stock market were down 1,000 points, then there might be some political rationale in all of this. But at the moment, it appears just madness to me, and I think will be very detrimental to any long-term right-wing agenda.
Well, the right wing, of course, if those conditions had prevailed, would have burned, put Mr. Clinton on a stake and burned him alive, and the left wing would have quietly accepted that, and we would have moved into a sort of an older, bit more Victorian period. But it doesn't appear as though that is going to happen. And as you point out, the right wing is probably going to self-immolate if they proceed as they are right now.
Yes, I think was it last weekend where Trent Lott said he thought the special prosecutor should put his cards on the table, and if it didn't fly, to drop it. And then they jerked him around, and 24 hours later, he was calling for focus on the president's role in obstruction of justice and all this. So they can't get it straight. They have incredibly bad political instincts for a majority party in the world's, most dynamic democracy.
Even though individually they're not sexually, in my opinion, any different than anybody else, politically, they seem to not be able to leave the moralistic line. And I'm not suggesting that immorality is necessarily a virtue, and I don't mean an intent for people to believe that, but simply a tolerance.
They want to be left alone. They don't want somebody else to set their moral agenda. You know, people like their Hustler magazine, and they like their beer, and they like to do what they like to do. To my mind, that's a more authentic American impulse to do what you want to do than this recursion to the Puritan impulse, which is to tell everybody else what to do. What's the fun in that?
All right, we are shortly going to go to the phones, and that should be quite an experience in itself. I've got a fax here, which I guess I had to read you. Art, I just want to thank you for having Terrence on your program. And he has these questions. Impacts of currently legal drugs in our society, in other words, alcohol, tobacco, sugar, compared to the impact of currently illegal psychedelics in our society, like marijuana, LSD, and psilocybin. Multimedia film he worked on recently entitled Strange Attractors, shown a few months ago here in Austin, Texas, with a message of psychedelic consciousness. What exactly were the blue apples referenced in the film and your message behind it?
Well, first of all, let me say that was a film that I was an actor in. I was not the director or the writer, so I wasn't in control of the message. The blue apples were simply symbolic of all psychedelic plants. They didn't want to name a specific psychedelic plant, so the blue apples became a symbolic carrier of all of them. As long as the subject has come up, I would recommend to people to see that film. It certainly is state of the art for computer graphic special effects on small budgets. It was done by Rose X Productions down in Austin, really talented friends of mine.
All right. Here's another one. As a teacher, website publisher, and author, I'm convinced now that genetics will have more to do with the next 200 years than any other science in that regard. When we learn how to recreate ourselves, then might we be able to produce humans with minds that are capable of understanding the connection between mind and energy and mind and matter. Could we not then recreate our entire selves and the universe?
Well, these are the kinds of scenarios that are coming upon us. Yes, I mean, for example, ways to splice into the internet so that it feels like it's a part of your own mind. So, in other words, the seamless interface where when you need intelligence, you can pull on all the intelligence there is on the planet. I recently discovered a science fiction writer I was not familiar with, this guy, Greg Egan, who wrote a thing called Permutation City. And that's a technology 50 years in the future where people routinely copy themselves as code and reappear as copies in artificial environments. And these copies know they are copies. And the technology and the psychology of that world are handled by this guy with incredible skill. So there are people out there imagining the kinds of futures that the questioner talks about. The very biggest issues are going to be dealt with. In other words, what is intelligence? What is identity? Mm-hmm. What is being itself? Can death be transcended through somehow becoming part of this global symbiotic hyper-organism that our technology is creating? We stand really in a place no one has ever stood before, and what will come of it? You know, genetics is one frontier. Another frontier is nanotechnology. Another frontier is human-machine interfacing. Another frontier is human life extension. When you pile up all this stuff and realize that major discoveries are being made in all these fields simultaneously, you begin to see that the morphogenetic momentum for this thing that wants to be born out of the human species is at this point almost unstoppable and inevitable.
mentioned copies, Terrence, copies, that we'll be able to have copies of ourselves. Now, that's very interesting. A copy would be a precise copy of us. And you said it would know that it is a copy. But I see a problem here because that copy would contain the same ego that the original has. And the only way to satisfy that, that I can see for the copy, would be to liquidate the original. And then it would feel good.
Well, these kinds of feelings and situations are what drives Greg Egan's fiction. His copies behave like human beings with drives and neuroses, but his main strength doesn't lie so much in portraying the psychology of these people as in imagining and describing in a way that convinces you it could be the technologies that will make this stuff happen. And of course, he's concentrating on artificial worlds of the silicon variety, but then when you put in nanotechnology and some of this other stuff, it really is dazzling. I don't think anyone can triangulate all these factors without having the feeling that we're approaching some kind of singularity. You and I talked about this. I mean, the quickening that you've written about and the novelty theory that I've written about are both metaphors for this sense of impending cross-fertilization and implosion of all knowledge.
Before we leave the present day Silicon area, I want to ask you about this pending incredible doomsday Y2K scenario in which, 2000 is going to come, the mainframes are going to crash. My God, there goes Social Security, there goes all the government's computers, and we are now so tied in and dependent upon all this that many people are saying it's real, don't laugh, everything is going to crash, nobody's preparing, that day is going to come, it's going to be a computer Armageddon.
Well, I've heard all this, and I visited the website, and while I'm reading the propaganda of these people, it seems alarming. On the other hand, I have an intuition that it represents some kind of culling. I mean, the word has been out now for about 2 years, and more institutions are scrambling to become 2000 compatible.
But they're not making it, Terrence, and one has to ask the obvious rebellious question could it possibly be a good thing?
Well, and how extensive will it be? That's the question that where the experts seem to differ. I've seen pieces which say it's a hiccup on the way to the end of history, and other people say it is the end of history.
Well, it would certainly bring an awful lot of paradigms and institutions tumbling down all at once if the doomsayers are correct, and I would think that you might consider that at an upside somehow.
Well, it depends on how far back it takes us. In other words, if it takes us back, the ones who are heading to the hills with dry heat, if they're right, that's a little disturbing. If, on the other hand,
I'm advertising absolutely fresh abacusses or something.
I think that as we get closer to it, the spending curve on the problem by corporations should tell us how real it is.
Well, that's
it's their goose that's going to be cooked. So let's watch company outlays for Y2K consultants. And if it soars toward infinity, the rest of us better start packing our lunches.
But what I am told is that it's too late. That even if they took all the computer programmers capable of going to work on this problem and started them right now, they wouldn't even get close to solving the problem by the time the magic day hits and everything goes kaboom.
Well,
maybe that's not true.
I'm sure these consultants are not saying that because the obvious conclusion that would be, well, then we won't pay your fee to attempt to fix it.
No, these are independent people, not the people who are seeking to go out and get all the money for fixing
too late.
Yes, yes.
Yes, well then the question that needs to be answered is too late for what? Let's have a convincing picture of the scenario so that we can each look at it and judge it. I mean, we're unfamiliar with this kind of a scenario, so just saying airliners will fall out of the sky and nuclear power plants will blow up, we need to know the sequence, the imagined sequence of events, and if it's true, it will certainly be a bizarre comment on the movement into the first moment of the third millennium that we basically blow ourselves away because of a computer glitch.
Well, I wonder if we are truly that dependent, and I sort of imagine that we are. Every single function of government is computer controlled. Most of them have this problem. I mean, I could go on and mention every alphabet agency I got, NSA, CIA. They'll fall apart along with Social Security, along with the Veterans Administration, and checks will go out.
And I guess the question is, what happens to the money? Is some kind of enormous heist of the whole human race? Is that why there's so little interest in fixing the problem? Because, in fact, the problem is somehow going to make a lot of people incredibly wealthy, and no one will be able to trace the exact outlines of the heist.
I have even my own webmaster, who's brilliant, Keith Bowen, has several commercial programs that he has written. I mean, he's really good, and even he has the Y2K problem, and he's not so sure he can get it fixed for his clients in time. So it really is a serious problem. I get a lot of email about it, and I've been considering it, thinking about it, and if all came tumbling down, I am not convinced that it would be a bad thing. Maybe I need to get an advertisement. How you can profit from the Y2K crash?
Well, I thought probably we should be also talking about organizing tested sub-networks where the date has already been simulated. Apple claims all its machinery is Y2K compatible, and so
yeah, they're desperate though.
Yes, I agree.
Do you have an Apple?
I'm devoted. With a name like McKenna, could I not have a Mac?
No. It's like it's a good machine, Terrence, but it's like a beta recorder.
Well, but my son and his hotshot friends tell me anybody who doesn't learn Unix is a wuss anyway and a lost soul. So that puts us probably both in hot water.
Yeah, probably so. Every time I say something like this, I get, oh, you wouldn't. I mean, people are so attached to their computers. The Mac users, they flood me with vicious, ugly, hate-filled mail. When we come back, we're going to go to the phone. Right, back down to the world of Terrence McKenna on the side of a volcano. By the way, Terrence, just in case somebody or something does eventually push alternate control delete, being there on the side of a volcano, you would be the first, probably, in all probability, to experience the moment of deletion.
Well, it depends. We were talking about the Y2K problem. What I'll do is I'll shut down an hour before and come online an hour after and see if anybody's left. So,
that's a great idea, actually.
As far as living on this volcano is concerned, if it's true, it's the devil we know. It's been in constant eruption for 13 years. We tell ourselves it's all over on the other side, which it is, but of course that's 50 miles away. But it's kind of nice to have all our problems packaged into one problem and to have it be a natural problem, so there's no point in us whining and grossing about it. The volcano is the volcano. So
now, I'm not an expert on things volcanic, but I do think that the great danger is not the slow, constant eruption that you now experience, but rather if a lava dome were to begin to be in place, and the entire volcano were to start to expand with pressure until finally the entire thing blew up, creating probably a new island or new portions of an island, but in the process, erasing Terrence McKenna and everybody else.
Well, people have only been here 1,000 years or so, and what went on in the remote past of Hawaii, I think there were very dramatic geological events. They had an International Geological Congress out here in Hilo a couple of years ago, and there was evidence presented for these enormous underwater land slippages that happen out here, local tidal waves of 2,000 feet.
That's right.
In part of the picture.
That's right.
Yes, well, the Earth is a violent place. This little asteroid scare last week was a wake-up call. There's, on every level, nature is relentless in continuing to deal and redeal the deck. That's why every window of opportunity that isn't acted upon is somehow an opportunity forever lost.
Well, I've felt for a long time that somebody's shuffling the cards right now. Anyway, listen, here we go. Let's go to the phones. First time caller line, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna in Hawaii, in the boondocks there. Where are you?
I was in New York.
New York. You're going to have to yell at us. Boy, you're not too strong. Yell at us.
How's that?
Better.
It's better for you. I can still not hear this guy, so relay the question, Art.
All right, yell the question.
Okay. Well, I'd like to ask Terrence to analyze an experience of mine. First, though, I want to ask him, can DMT in your brain be released by intentional means? Perhaps
Okay, well, that's a very good question, and there's not a very good answer. If DMT could be released by spontaneously or through some act of will, we might have an explanation in hand of certain kinds of paranormal phenomena. Years ago, when I studied yoga in India and read all these yoga texts, I was on the trail of the idea that using your body as a chemical factory to naturally manufacture these active hallucinogens may be what yoga is about. And I still think that that's a reasonable hypothesis. When DMT was first discovered, people thought that it was going to shed light on schizophrenia, that surely schizophrenics must be producing large amounts of DMT in their brains. Well, it seems like a good idea, but the research has never supported it. The only research in the last 40 years done on DMT with human subjects was done by Rick Strassman and his team a few years ago out at the University of New Mexico, and the report on that was published by MAPS, which is an organization which actively works for the legalization of psychedelics, but which also publishes a very good journal. And if you look that up, you can see the results, which were fascinating. For instance, everybody who got the stiff dose saw elves, just like I did. So there's a scientific study that secures the presence of elves on the other side of this pharmacological boundary. Well, but then you have some other questions.
Well, here's why I asked. Up until last summer, I never tried any sort of mind-altering drug, but at that point, I tried marijuana for the first time. My experiences seem to be quite different than what everyone else, typically told me about, and I found that very odd. Then, I listened to your first interview you had back last year with Art, and a lot, although not completely, but a lot of the elements you spoke about seemed frighteningly familiar. Like you spoke about glistening orbs, or.
All right, our caller, to cut to the chase. Is that what you experienced or not?
Yeah, that's one of them. Also, the experience of going to another place.
Well, I think what you're describing is what sometimes happens to first-timers on cannabis, which is if it's great the old cannabis hand can only admire such virgin synapses. Have been, repeated exposure to cannabis socializes it dramatically, and it becomes a much more manageable thing. But part of the whole drug thing, and where our educational system is failing our kids, is part of growing up now in postmodern society is learning what drugs you can and cannot take. And it's like learning what your sexual style is and what your political and religious beliefs are. Some of us can drink, some of us can't get near liquor. Some drugs are bad for almost everybody. Some drugs are pretty harmless for almost everybody. But in the case of any drug, spectacular exceptions to the rule can be found. And it's a rich combination of your psychology, your genetic heritage, your cultural style, what drugs you choose to inculcate into your life. And that's why having the further complication of somebody else who doesn't know what they're talking about, making laws and criminalizing some drug preferences and not others, is just a layer of complication that we don't need.
Well, while there is some enlightenment out there, Terence, I read a report from the UK News the other day. Then they stand by that report that the World Health Organization conducted a rather comprehensive study on cannabis and concluded that it was less harmful than either cigarettes or alcohol, and that the entire report was suppressed and will not be released for reasons that most of us understand.
Every study of cannabis ever done since the 1898 British High Commission report on cannabis in Bengal has reached the same conclusion. Richard Nixon appointed a study group. They reached the same conclusion, and each one of these reports is buried. And people ask why. You asked me this question earlier. I really believe that it's because of the impact of cannabis on political attitudes, and that it makes people more difficult to propagandize and push around and manage. And so it's just a headache to the managerial class. Or if you want to take a more sinister view, they would fail to be able to enslave us if cannabis were legal. The people who think we're going to legalize cannabis by making some economic argument about the virtues of hemp are fooling themselves. The establishment is perfectly aware that it is the psychoactive properties of cannabis that make it such a hot potato. I mean, it's really an issue of chemical engineering. They want people drinking Jack Daniels and doing coffee and working like demons and lusting after German automobiles, and they don't want people kicking back and having better sex and more comfortable relationships with their environments and children in those sort of easygoing style that we all associate, I think, with pot. It's even a caricature of cannabis culture.
Would you care to comment on why the government has not yet assassinated you?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, maybe they're hoping somebody else will do the job for them. I don't know. I think maybe that the government tolerates a certain level of dissent almost as a fallback position. In other words, you never quite throw away the smallpox virus. You keep it in case you might need it.
It's true. It's true.
I can imagine the culture crisis getting so crazy that the people at the top will have to turn to their cohorts and say, call in McKenna and his friends.
Oh, boy.
You know, Robert Anton Wilson said a funny thing years ago. He said, you should view the world as a conspiracy run by a very closely knit group of nearly omnipotent people, and you should think of those people as yourself
an enslaved scenario.
Yes. So I believe in pronoia, which is the opposite of paranoia. I believe the reality is a marvelous joke staged for my edification and amusement, and that everybody's working very hard to make me happy.
All right, well, let me bring on one of these happy folks right now. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with the ruler of the world, Terrence McKenna.
Oh, great. This is John in Las Vegas.
In Las Vegas. You're going to also have to yell at us.
No, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
John in Las Vegas, listening on Hot Talk 105.1 FM.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to recount briefly what I think are mysterious sequence of events that have recently occurred. Get your comments, if I could. I got a book that has some sacred geometry in it.
Yes.
And I started fooling around with some of the shapes. And then I had a dream that ended with me standing next to the building in Midtown Manhattan where the ball dropped on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
And there were a group of short, wide, dark beings, wearing the same color blue that you have on your commercial.
Oh.
Okay, here's the weird part. I went to the library, I got a textbook about geometry.
Yes.
And on page 21, it's lesson 4, definition. Decide which of the following statements are good definitions of the italicized words by determining whether or not their converse is true. If it's New Year's Day, then it's January 1. Accept an example, and then the answer is a good definition because if it's January 1st, it's a New Year's Day. And then right next to it, the following statement is a definition of extraterrestrial creature. An extraterrestrial creature is a being from a place other than the Earth. Then they have like the converse, inverse, contrapositive of the statement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the question is, in the dream, the whatever they were beings were standing next to, I think, what could be described as the symbol of New Year's Eve, which is, where the ball drops on New Year's Eve. They were standing right next to that. Then in this book, these two references are side by side, New Year's Day and extraterrestrial creature.
Huh.
And I'm thinking that maybe there's some meaning there that I'm not.
Well, maybe there's.
Get your input.
Yeah, let me ask Terrence about it. Terrence, it brings us back to the geometric beings or sentient beings, I guess, that you experienced with the MT. Now, there's an interesting question for you, and it is that I interview a lot of near-death experiencers. I interview a lot of people like Gordon Michael Stallion, who have had some sort of physical trauma to their selves, and inevitably, near-death experiences, physical trauma followed by psychic ability. All of these people, Terrence, talk to me about having seen geometric patterns and shapes that brought them an understanding they never had before. I know it sounds weird, but believe me, it's common. And isn't there possibly a common thread to your experience with DMT?
Yes, these journeys into these higher places, wherever they are, seem to demand mathematical metaphors. And, people with no previous association with mathematics are driven to mathematical metaphors. William Blake, the English poet, talked about the spiral of necessity. And if you remember in the 10th book of Plato's Republic, there's this amazing passage called the myth of E-R, where this guy, who is a soldier, dies, or he's killed in battle, and he lies on the battlefield 8 days dead, and then he revives magically, and he comes back, and he tells this story of what he saw in the underworld, and it is the most puzzling and amazing passage in the whole classical literature. He talks about the spindle of necessity, and he details the ratios of these various gears within gears.
All right, once again, here is Terrence McKenna. Do you remember Michael Dukakis, Terrence?
Yes, he ran for something.
Yeah, he ran for the presidency, and he was a fellow that took the very unfortunate video of himself in a tank bobbing up and down, trying to prove that he had the military sympathies and so forth and so on, and he looked silly. You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, in the debates, Michael Dukakis was absolutely floored when somebody asked him, they were talking, they were debating the death penalty or something, and somebody asked, well, what if somebody killed your wife? And instead of saying angry, instead of getting angry and saying, why I'd kill this son of a bitch, you know, and whatever else people expected him to say, he was very moderate, and he was perceived to have lost the debate. So I have a Michael Dukakis-like question for you.
Okay.
And it comes by a fax, sir. Dear Art, you and Ms. McKenna were talking about how hung up on sex we are, and how we should be more like France, where they're more open-minded about sex. One thing that is always brought up is how the president of France has a mistress, and it's no big deal because the French are so open-minded. Have you ever noticed how they're open-minded when it comes to men having a mistress, but I don't think that men are that open-minded when it comes to their own wife? Now, I don't think you'd be so open-minded if it was your wife that the president of the U.S. put the make on. Now, what do you say, Terrence?
Well, I'm single, Sergeant. However, let me try to get myself to this.
Try.
If the President of the United States, if I were married and the President of the United States put a make on my wife, then I suppose, like Hillary, I would have a ticket to ride. But how about the rest of us? And my point being, it's a personal matter for these people to work out. As long as it doesn't affect the functioning of government, I think it's a trivialization. People are, I'm amazed that it is so true that people will always be people, no matter wherever and however they are, that this sort of thing goes on. But on the other hand, when you read about the Harding presidency, it was pretty racy stuff. And when you get back to the late Roman emperors, we haven't even got traction yet, Art.
East of the Rockies. You're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello, where are you, please?
West Haven, Connecticut.
All right, fire away.
All right, Terrence. Well, we need. We don't need lie detectors. We need truth detectors.
I have a state craft detectors.
What?
Perhaps we need BS detectors.
I have a statement on transplanetary truth and universal stalemates. But first, I want to digress with Timothy Leary's idea about intelligence squared. Have you heard of that idea?
Sure.
Now, you got to be careful because we've got a delay because of the system we're using. So it's like you've got to ask the question and then pause and listen to the answer, and then when the answer is complete, speak again, caller. Ask your question again.
Well, I have a statement and a question. The question, I want to comment on Timothy Leary's observation about intelligence squared and how it's a two-edged sword as regards psychedelic substances.
And what point do you want to make about that?
Well, say if you take 120 IQ as being 1, and a 60 IQ as being 0.5, and a 240 IQ as being 2, you not only square the intelligences, but you square the difference of the intelligences as well. So if you are 4 times as intelligent as somebody else, and you take a substance, you could become 16 times as intelligent as that person. That person would actually become stupider, and you would become much smarter.
All right, well, let's hold it there.
Well, here's a slightly smoother metaphor for all this. As the sphere of knowledge expands, the surface area of ignorance necessarily grows larger.
right. Very well said. West of the Rockies, you're on there with Terrence McKenna in the wilds of Hawaii.
Hello?
Hello there. Where are you?
I'm in Salt Lake.
Salt Lake City. All right. Turn your radio off and ask your questions, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask Terrence what he thinks about the concept of a linear time and why people insist on all times are the same when actuality time can be cut up however it wishes to be.
All right, the subject of time. Let us talk about that a little bit. What would you say, Terrence, of the nature of time? I was talking to a physicist the other day who suggested that time is absolutely our invention, and that once there was nothing, then there was one thing, and then finally there were two things, and when two things existed, then we had time because we could measure how one moved against the other, how far away one was from the other. Until that moment, there was no such thing as time, and really there is no such thing as time today, except as we measure it.
Well, there is no such thing as is a philosophical position. I think it's true that time is a cultural artifact. In other words, cultures create different kinds of time, which they then perceive as the only kind of time there is. Linear time has arisen slowly over the past 1,000 years as a consequence of the introduction of print and accurate timekeeping in the West, and just a whole bunch of cultural accidents lead us to believe that there is, this unrealized future and knife-edged present, and then a world of memory that we call the past. We don't notice that we all have different paths and that we all go to different futures. As far as whether time in the physical sense is real, this is a question probably I'm not professionally capable of answering. It seems to me, though, that the second law of thermodynamics imparts a kind of an arrow to time. And also this new force that we mentioned earlier, Art, this anti-gravitational force that gets stronger over time, seems then to give an arrow to time. I mean, if this force gets stronger as time passes, then time is a real thing, not only to human beings, but to this force. So we have to look at that. I believe that time is in a fluctuating kind of topology, and that where our models of time have failed is that we too enthusiastically embraced probability theory. Probability theory makes the error of believing that you take a series of measurements, then you average them, then you divide by the number of measurements you took, and that this is somehow tells you something useful. That, in other words, when the measurements were taken is not important. The time is smeared out by probability theory. And I think, that time is, that probability is fluctuating on many scales. The first thing you learn when you study probability in an academic situation is that chance has no memory. In other words, that the flip of a coin is not affected by the flips that preceded it. But no gambler believes that. Experience shows that if there's a run toward heads or tails, you should bet that way. Well, I think this indicates a universal tendency toward a fluctuation of probability that is how the universe actually scopes itself into higher and higher form. This is not the theory of evolution that Darwin came up with, which sort of pushes from behind. It's a theory that there is a kind of a tractor in the future that is actually shaping processes, pulling us, as it were, like iron filings in the presence of a magnetic field. But this is a field that acts through history.
Well, you can even observe, Terrence, a macrocosm of that in your own life. In other words, if the coin coming up heads means good stuff happens to you. We go through these cycles where nothing, literally almost nothing bad can happen. Everything is good. Everything's coming up heads. And then we run smack into a wall and tails will start to come up. But it doesn't seem, it does seem to run in those exact sequences that you talked about. And I can't understand why.
Well, you put your finger on it when you said we see this pattern even macrocosmically in our own lives.
Yeah.
We see it in history. We see it in the planet's history.
Yep.
We see it at every scale where we define time, and I maintain right down to a few minutes or a few milliseconds. And that in a way, we have to switch lenses when we look at nature. And probability theory carries you from complete ignorance to a blurry vision of how nature works. Then if you will turn your attention toward time and actually propound a more complex model than simply that time is invariant, then the rest of nature will snap into being. The part we can't understand yet, societies, processes, this is where our thing is not yet ready for prime time, scientific explanation.
When you do this new drug that you have been so enthusiastic about recently, what is, even though in real time or linear time, it's only a few minutes, what is your perception during that trip on DMT?
Well, concerning time, you mean?
Yeah. In other words, are you aware that you have only been gone for X number of minutes, or is it an experience?
There is an elongation of time, not a spectacular elongation of time, but what is interesting is the sense that you only do it once, and that no matter how many times you do it, it never repeats. You just go back to the same one again. It's bizarre. And so if you did it early in life, I first smoked DMT when I was about 20, I always seemed then to be 20 again going into it. The other thing about DMT that suggests a time aspect is you feel like you have fetal body proportions, that your head is very large compared to your torso. And now that you've got me onto this subject, I'm recalling a DMT trip years ago where I did it with two women who sat across from me, and at one point in the experience I opened my eyes, and these were both women, probably 25 years old, and one of them was running backward in time, changing into a 15-year-old, a 12-year-old, an 8-year-old, and the other one, her hair was turning white, her gums were retracting, her skin was, it was, wow. Talk about amazement. And I didn't say anything at the time because I didn't know whether it was to be interpreted personally. My personal feeling was it wasn't a statement about the personalities of either of these women or how I felt about them, that I was actually seeing time run forward and backwards at the same time. It was a lesson out of the DMT place, but it was definitely a strong hint of a kind of time we're not accustomed to.
Oh, that's a remarkable story. That really, I'm going to give that some serious thought over time in the linear world. The first time caller line, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello, where are you, please?
I'm from Silver City, New Mexico.
Okay.
And Terrence and Art, good morning. And
morning.
We spent some time together down in Carimaco about 5 years ago at the Theogenic Botanical Conference. I was the clinical herbalist down there. And,
yes, that was a wonderful time in the rainforest of Carimaco. I'm glad you're still trucking.
Still working with the plants. And I have two questions. One, I was wondering if what do you feel about all of these mutating viruses and bacteria that seem to be manifesting all over the globe? And the second question, which
is kind of bizarre. I think in many respects that to approach a lot of these viruses and bacteria with remedies or cures, you know, being a clinical herbalist, I sometimes look at all different forms of medicine, hallucinogenic, botanical medicine, homeopathic medicine. And recently I've been wondering if you knew of anything concerning meteorites used as medicine, specifically like the Murchison meteorite that fell in Australia in 1969. It contains many organic molecules which are not found on Earth. And I'm wondering if you've ever, in your research or experience, have ever come across meteorites being used as medicine, especially meteorites that contain amino acids which are not part of the
One might also, though, question whether some of the new and mutating viruses and bacteria are not being delivered by these healing meteorites. At any rate, it is a very good question, Terrence. We have all of these new little bugs that are turning against us in increasing numbers, with our ability to combat them decreasing at about the same rate. What's going on?
Well, one thing that's going on is we're disturbing habitats that have never been disturbed in the rainforest, in the warm tropics. I mean, that's what the Ebola thing is about, and that's what these aerosol leukemias in New Guinea are about. We're going into places where human beings have never been and busting up the joint, and nature is fighting back. This is very real, and it's problematic. Also, you mentioned, Art, there's a minority but respectable opinion in the scientific community that believes that virus particles and prions and things like this are being delivered to the Earth's surface from the extraterrestrial environment, and that this is Plagues from Space, that book by Fred Hoyle, was very interesting, where he correlated numerous epidemics with the Earth passing through cometary veils and this sort of thing. So it wouldn't surprise me if the Earth's biota was being challenged and renewed by material from space. And I think that the inner solar system is becoming more dynamic and active. I think there's a lot of material moving around out there. This is a nightmare to the scientific and military community.
As a matter of fact, Terrence, they don't understand it. We have had objects coming down in Greenland, over El Paso, constantly over Colorado and Georgia and the Bay Area. More things coming down with no good astronomical explanation whatsoever. And who knows what they're bringing with them.
Yes, I think it's a problem. This little scare over the asteroid last week should bring people to awareness. I saw a page on the internet that showed the number of known objects in the inner solar system superimposed over the orbits of Mars, Venus, and Earth. And I'm telling you, it's a swarm. You look at that, and it looks like collision is inevitable, that anything else would be highly improbable. And then it's just a matter of the time scales. And meanwhile, as we say, the biota of the Earth is constantly challenged by the introduction of extraterrestrial material, both active and radioactive.
It is all a matter of time, Karen. All right, here's what Dave says the president should have said in his State of the Union address. Members of Congress, people of America, I banged her like a cheap gong, which is not news, folks, because if you think Monica Lewinsky was the only skin flute player in my orchestra, you haven't been paying attention. The only babes in D.C. I have not tried to do are the First Lady, Reno, Albright, and Shalala, mostly because they're a little older than I like, and they have legs that former Houston Oiler Earl would envy. Which isn't to say that I don't appreciate Hillary, I do. If not for the ice water coursing through her veins, I'd be pumping gas into farm equipment in Hope, Arkansas, and she'd be married to the president. So, let me set the record straight. I dodged the draft, hid FBI files, smoked dope, clipped Whitewater property, set up a new Korean wing in the White House, fired the travel staff, paid hush money to Hubble, sold the Lincoln bedroom like an upscale Motel 6, and grabbed every ass that entered the Oval Office. Got it? Good. Now, if he'd said that or some variation of that at any point, what do you think the reaction would have been? Terrence.
If you're wondering who we're listening to, it's Art Bell.
Well, I caught the State of the Union address, and I thought it was some variation of that.
Yeah, I can't top that. First time caller line, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello.
Hello. I'm out here in Los Angeles. Jeff.
Yeah.
I'm having a problem with a little bit of Terrence's trip with DMC. I'm near 50 right now, and I used to play around with DMC in a crystallized form back when I was around 20 years old. And he said that you did not, I want to get this correct. Are you saying, Terrence, that you keep having the same trip over and over? But I didn't find that to be true at all.
No, I think what I'm saying is that it takes me to the same place over and over. In other words, it's got a very unique character. It's not like anything else, and it keeps being what it is each time I try it.
Well, I personally found myself that it didn't take me to the same place. In fact, it's the only way that even took me at all to the same, calling it the same place, it was just an hallucination, or I wouldn't even call them hallucinations, really. I'd call them more distortions. And I find that with most psychedelics, like LSD, for instance, that in all the trips I've taken and all the experiences I've taken with other people, that I've never personally had a bad trip, but I found that more people that have bad trips with LSD and psychedelics are people that are not stable.
Yes, I agree. I said earlier that psychedelics dissolve boundaries. That's good for most of us. We're pretty tightly boundary defined, but some people are not. Some people are having an uphill battle just to keep the boundaries in place, and those people are definitely not candidates for psychedelics. I don't think psychedelics are something for everybody. I view it as a kind of a psychic and athletic calling, like ocean kayaking or rock climbing. You need to know your tools, you need to know the territory, you've got a buddy system in place, and you're physically trained and mentally prepared. That's how I see it. It's not, that's why I railed against the concept recreational drugs, which I just think is some kind of weird way to sell speed in nightclubs or something.
All right. Terrence, here we go again. I'm trying to devote this to the listeners because I could ask you a million questions. Wildcard line, you're on there with Terrence McKenna in Hawaii. Where are you, please?
Hello, Art. I'm in Bob in KS country of Oregon.
Oregon, okay.
Right. All these things we've been talking about tonight, I'd like to put them in the same pot and stir them up and see what comes out. Computers are sentient beings. When you look at the depths of our perceptions, for instance, I've been studying people's ability to perceive signals from the Earth, and then look at reverse speech with David Todd Oates and his findings that we are very much sexual beings in the underlying areas where reverse speech comes out. How are you going to put those together? All that processing, all that perceptual abilities, and then try to put that into a computer?
Well, in a way, what I think is going on is that the concept of the collective unconscious, which was enunciated by Carl Jung in the early decades of the 20th century, he and Freud basically discovered that the mind had a flip side that could only express itself in dreams and that was seemed very primitive and aggressive and a dark landscape. And they tried to cut some lines through it and map it. Psychedelics also threw light on that landscape. Now, if we're going to become a planetary being, we can't have the luxury of an unconscious mind. That's something that goes along with the monkey stage of human culture. be downloaded into a technological artifact, which is almost our child or our friend or our companion in the historical adventure. And this is all being done by very switched on people who learned the rules of the unconscious in the 60s, largely from psychedelics, and are now in a position to technologically implement a cultural artifact, the internet, that actually casts light into the unconscious. I mean, I believe in information, and I believe that people can find out, know the truth, and it will set you free. Well, the internet is opening up the avenues to truth to more people faster than at any time in history. If this was not the plan of the managerial class or the nation state or the corporate elites, it's a side to the technology that they put in place that they never foresaw, as is always the case.
Actually, the internet, of course, the genesis of it was with our very own government. Do you think that they, in effect, birthed their own worst enemy?
In a sense, they created their successor. They transcended themselves. When they built a network that could withstand thermonuclear exchanges, they built a multi-centered dynamic organism that lived on information, and it quickly spread to the universities, the think tanks, and beyond that, the corporations, and beyond that, the humans. And now it's so embedded in the very life of global capitalism that the nation state has just been told to keep its mitts off. This whole Telecommunications Decency Act scenario showed that when the chips are down, the world corporate state is very able to assert its control and ownership of the internet and how it's used.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hi, where are you, please?
Hi, this is Byron in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, Art. I love this show. I just discovered you this month. I didn't know such a good thing was on the air late at night.
Well, it's as I tell people, it is different.
It certainly is, sir, especially for those of us who work nights, and then on our nights off, we can't sleep. So this is wonderful. Well, here's a question I have for Terrence. This has been happening to me for some time. When I heard Terrence speak of the universe reaching out to us, or trying to, it brought home to me some things that are happening. When I was getting my first degree, I took a philosophy course, and I asked my professor, I said, "Sir, do you ever have patterns come to you?" And he said, "What do you mean patterns?" I said, "Well, I'll be going along doing my business, and on the news or in a magazine or a book, a word, an unusual word, jumps out at me. I'll go, okay, I'm a word hound, so I kind of take note. Then, later that same day or the next day, the very same unusual word jumps out at me again. And then the next day, in a very different place, the very same unusual, heretofore, rarely or maybe never seen word pops up again. So I thought, well, maybe something trying to tell me something. So I would take note of that word. Then I go along for months, and then it happens again with another word. I didn't know what to call this phenomenon, so I just called it a pattern because it kept reappearing. But I wondered if, when Terrence mentioned the universe trying to reach out to us, Terrence, do you suppose that could be one form of some outer intelligence reaching in, or?
It may not be that deep philosophically. I'll give you one answer. For example, if you go out and buy a new Chevy, a Nova car, all right? Heretofore, you will not have noticed Novas. Now, you will suddenly see Novas everywhere.
Yes, sir, that's true.
So it may be that, or it may be deeper. Terrence, what do you say?
Well, it's funny, again, to mention Jung. He has this concept which he calls synchronicity, which is the apparent coincidence of a mental state with an event in the exterior world. And what I mean by that is you're walking along the street thinking about Mr. Fishman, to whom you owe money, and suddenly there's a fish right on the street in front of you. This is called a synchronicity, and Jung felt that there was a kind of what he called acausal connectedness, and that this was how the unconscious attempted to communicate by juxtaposing thought with exterior events that seem related to them in some magical way. And if you're, sometimes synchronicities 1 or 2 a week, and we just sort of notice it and pass on, but they can build. And when we're going through spiritual crises, or when we're intoxicated on psychedelic drugs, for example, these synchronicities can multiply until the whole exterior world seems to be trying to communicate something to you. And it's alarming to ordinary psychiatrists because they call it delusions of grandeur. The patient thinks the world is trying to communicate with him. But having been on the inside of this, I can tell you, it's very powerful, and a lot of Chinese philosophical thinking has been based on recognizing this synchrony, this resonance between mind and nature at critical times.
And so as you see this fish reminding you of the man who owes you money, flopping on the ground, gasping and dying out of the water, do you take pleasure?
Well, I had a dead fish in my image, so it wasn't an issue for me.
If he didn't flop. All right.
No, it didn't flop. In fact, it was quite fun.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello, where are you, please?
I'm from Sacramento, California.
All right, you're going to have to yell at us from Sacramento. Go ahead.
Okay. Terrence, I was just wondering, your current standpoint relative to the great scheme of things, what would your answer be to the old question, what is the meaning of life on our stay here on Earth?
Oh, wonderful question. One that we started with yesterday. You might ask it this way. What is the greatest question that humanity could have answered for itself?
Well, in classical philosophy, they said, here's what classical philosophy is about. Who are we? Where did we come from? Where are we going? These are the 3 questions. Everything arises from this. Each leads on to the other. I've tried to look at the question, where did we come from, and have proposed theories about it. By looking into my body, brain, with drugs and meditation and just analytical thinking, I tried to look at who are we, and then the great unanswered question is, where are we going? What is to be the destiny of the human race? Are we an episode in the biology of this planet, or will we build an Eden strung along the Milky Way, and from there to get grander and greater things? We don't know how much intelligence there is in the universe, but we certainly know that something has broken out on this planet in our species that is like nothing else in the order of nature.
What if we are nothing more than a virtual zip on the face of reality?
Well, if by virtual you mean that we are inside some kind of artificial simulacrum,
Yes.
software being run,
yes.
Well, then the question is by who and to what end? I could accept that. My life is so much like a story that I'm constantly asking the question, who writes this? Who writes this stuff? I mean, who thought me up, who thought Art Bell up, and put us talking like this in front of 22 million people? That doesn't happen in reality. That kind of thing happens in art of a very finely honed sort. And so I want to know, what is the medium, and who is the artist, and who's paying for this production?
So is Terrence McKenna. And that is an attitude, Terrence, of a programmer who does this embedded software thing and admits to being totally script says never going to be self-aware. That is, I guess, one attitude. Is that macro thinking of one single programmer who is failing to embrace what's actually really going on?
Well, while we were off air, I was online and looking at the AI pages, and I would just recommend to someone with that attitude that they search words like super intelligence, artificial intelligence, and look at the stuff posted on the web. I work with a computer every day. I don't have the same experience as the person you quoted. I find the evolution of software, I can't keep up with it. I don't feel any of us have written software that takes advantage of the hardware's capabilities. In other words, no one has tested the edge of the hardware. The failure is in the software writing department. But if you look at what people like Bruce Damar at Digital Space are doing, the singularity web pages, the artificial intelligence web pages, the transhuman web pages, the
we're getting a little breakup here. Wouldn't the real evolution begin when nanotechnology becomes a reality, and these machines then begin to either replicate themselves or to write their own software, taking leaps beyond what we can do? Because I think you're right.
Well, that would be one revolution. Another, I think, that will come sooner is when everything is implanted. When, the equivalent of today's computer is something that change to nervous system interfacing so that we don't feel it as a machine, we feel it as a capacity of our own mind. This will come.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning with Terrence McKenna. Where are you, please?
This is Bill in Wisconsin.
Bill, you're going to have to yell at us. Go ahead.
Okay, how's that?
Better.
Terrence, you were talking a little bit about the fish on the sidewalk.
Right.
And I have had experience with LSD. I was a part of an experiment in 1970s and mid-70s, and we were allowed to inject 3 bottles of Sandoz LSD, 100 micrograms each at the same time, so 300 micrograms IV. And since that time, I've had experiences, hundreds of experiences, similar to the fish on the sidewalk. I'll give you just one quick one. And I want to take it one step further and ask you this question. On the way to the motor vehicle department, I borrowed $35 from my girlfriend to get my motorcycle back in the 70s. I said, would it be something, you could just see an interesting plate come up. Well, it came up, UIO 35.
As a perfect example. Now, what's your question?
Well, to take the fish story one step further, and I found it hundreds of times since then, that not only does it reflect what you're thinking or whatever, but reality seems to actually change as you walk. Change as you think.
Yes, well, now I would say that this is a clue to the fact that the story you've been told by science and physics and chemistry and all that is simply a way that you're a person in a story. Because all such things don't go on in the world of ordinary probability and ordinary physics. And so it's like a certain point in the evolution of your understanding where you realize that physics and chemistry and all that is not what it's about, that you're inside a story. And I think the juice in that insight is that you can then try and figure out whose story is it. In other words, is it your story, or do you exist in this story to open the door for somebody on page 220, and is that it? And then, of course, the ultimate aspiration to become the author of the story. Imagine.
I am the author at times, okay?
Other times, you're nothing but a bit player.
That's it.
That's right, and the trick is to get some hand
working at it.
All right. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very good question, actually. First time calling line. You're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello.
Yes. I eventually wanted to get to, I have a physical condition known as cough syncope. And when I combine that with the hatha yoga, this is known as Uddiyana Anabana, and I am a 67, so I'm your age. I have experimented with purple owls. I trigger an internal biological. It could be a natural production of DMT. It allows me to enter a full wall. I guess we call it flow consciousness. Now, lucid dreaming is involved, synchronicity is involved.
Well, we were talking earlier about this, about yoga as a chemical factor.
I listened to the full 2 hours now. I have not disagreed with a single word I've heard, except for perhaps what you said in the introduction, Art. It was Tom Wolfe's electric Kool-Aid acid test for Tim Keesey and the others on the bus. 10,000 hits of original Purple Owls carried out there with a mock. 50,000 hits of stem cells. But, my experience analytically takes me, you mentioned, probability theory. And really that comes down to quantum mechanics now, and we begin to understand on locality. And when you look at it from the Paul famous Aliad's shamanism, archaic techniques of ecstasy, Dene's book, Consciousness Explained, where you look at the AI parallel computing back through von Neumann machine, making us believe, all right, that we have individual identity, just another belief system. All of this, really does take us, I think, to the geometrical structures that you talk about.
What
we're going to have to understand is that psychedelic experience and quantum mechanical theories actually come together. The brain is the perfect instrument for exploring these microphysical low energy states, and yoga and shamanism and psychedelics. This has been going on for a long time, not using metaphors drawn out of the evolution of modern science, but using equally powerful metaphors created in different contexts. But the big news is the future prosecution of science into new areas is going to involve using the brain as an instrument and giving up the idea of scientific objectivity as a naive positivist notion, and let's just get down and explore being with all the means at our disposal, chief of which are pharmacological and chemical.
And while you hang on, I suppose, tenuously, however, strongly to this scientific paradigm, you're not going anywhere, right?
Right. We see what's held. One of the issues around drugs is that scientists don't study them from the inside because this would compromise their supposed academic objectivity. But by studying them from the outside, they end up knowing nothing about them. So you have an emperor's new clothes situation, and everybody in pharmacology knows this. The good pharmacologists simply take drugs but never say so in print.
So in order to be as public about it as you are, one must find a remote mountainside in Hawaii and become a virtual or very nearly a hermit, and then speak out with some safety. Is that a fair assessment?
That's about it. By voluntarily becoming a physical hermit, I get to have a podium in cyberspace.
Wildcard line, you're on there with Terrence McKenna. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Spike from KHVH, Honolulu.
Honolulu. Oh boy, what a route.
Yeah, louder, please.
Okay.
Terrence, are you in the Big Island? Because the New Agers say the Big Island is like an energy vortex. You got Pele, the volcano, and Pele, which is also a Hawaiian goddess. And then I was looking at the map. I don't think you have to be a sensitive to perceive that the Big Island is an energy center. We got the world's largest volcano here, right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. We feel protected by Pele. She puts lots of mercury vapor into the air and keeps real estate cheap and tourists away.
And then do you like being there? Because, like I was looking at the map, the Big Island is 180 degrees, almost exactly the other side of the world from the pyramids of Giza, which is another energy vortex.
No, what interests me about the Big Island is that it's at 19 degrees 30 minutes north, which is the critical place to study the skies of Mexico. That means that the skies off my front porch are the same skies I see when I go to Palenque and Uxmal and all the Mayan sites. So I love that.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Where are you, please?
That'd be J27 on your Minnesota state map, Art.
All right.
And I listened to you probably for the past year or so, and I wouldn't, it's unbelievable how hard it is to get through, but I tried twice, and
here you are.
And here I am. And also to Terrence. I used to subscribe to High Times, and they had a pictorial back in the 70s of over 150 different varieties of indica from Hawaii. Do you believe that to be true? Or? And also,
it may have been true then. They fly hard out here and have driven the pot growers pretty far underground. I mean, there's definitely still Primo Pakalolo, but it's not like it was in the roaring 70s.
Yeah, so, but there are, I used to live in Northern California, and I experienced red hair and purple hair Somalia, and it's probably, you know, the Dom Perignon of you know, that region in my experiences. I also have one other statement that between your two minds, I'm just wondering if, you know, this could be possible, that I had surgery, major surgery over a year and a half ago, and kind of saw it coming in that you know, I was slowing down and my life was coming to an end. And now, after recovery, that I'm getting this feeling that other than just an act of kindness, which is possible, and I'm a nice individual, but I just seem to be looking, for my age, I look young, and I just keep to myself, and I'm kind to other people. But lately, over the past week to 10 days, people that I normally wouldn't have contact with are smiling at me, and it just seems to me like I have this image of the look of death, but it's channeling through these people, and you know, they recognize me in that certain way. I'm just wondering if that's just crazy, or if that could be true.
No, you're going to die.
Well, that's not it.
I don't know, Terrence.
I don't know. You know, intuition is intuition, and noise is noise, and it's a very hard call and a very important one. So what you do is you cook it in your mind, and then you go with what feels right.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with the answer man, Terrence McKenna.
Hi, Terrence. This is Phil from 610 KONA. I heard you last 23rd May last year, and do you have an information letter available to those computers? Do you have anything new published in the last year? And have you had any new revelations in the past year?
All right. Well, a lot past year there. Do you share through any other medium other than the internet, Terrence?
The internet is pretty much it. I have books, and I'm interviewed a lot, and I've been interviewed in the past year in Magical Blend, but usually in small rave and music.
Anyone wondering about an update? Codename
I
Putin's
know
Pussy
the
was in
internet
Unit
is the
207
place
while I was
where there
napping.
is endless
She has big
amounts of
plans.
my
She still
material.
fails
Much
to
of it put
acknowledge
on
to everybody
online.
that she's going to prison for the rest of her
Thank
life.
you to
And that's
those
been her
people who
plan
do
since
that.
August of last year.
I think that's probably
Unit 207, meanwhile, has been busy hacking. They believe they found a way using their criminal and illegal use of breaking into my house and shoving USB drives into my devices to gain kernel root access, partitions, etc., that they're going to be able to control the network and do a repeat of what they did earlier a couple of times in this live stream, but in a more effective manner.
It really must have been.
And the FBI has made it so I must allow it so they could be charged for it.
You mentioned 19 degrees,
And they haven't shown up.
19.5, but 19. You ever listen to Richard Hoagland?
It was a
and his
decent
discussions
nap.
About,
I give it 3 out of 5 stars.
hyperdimensional physics.
I woke up because they all started scurrying around, so I thought we were going to see something and do something. But no. Those that are going to prison for the rest of their lives are still playing, I'm smarter than the FBI. You're so smart, you've already won a trophy, and the trophy is life in prison without parole. That's how smart you are.
Wildcard Line, I'm here with Terrence McKenna. Where are you, please?
Aloha, Art. I'm in Captain Cook. I'm actually
End of
about
story.
1,000 feet north of 19.5.
Now hurry the fuck up so I can get something to eat,
And,
you sick
I
motherfuckers.
wanted to ask Terrence a couple of questions. One was about cannabis and ibogaine. And the other was I wanted to thank him.
And don't forget,
for,
dumbasses.
One time he was going to be a witness.
The Bureau is watching and recording from the HP Chromebook.
And,
Also,
What is your question about cannabis and
without me
Well,
running
I'm interested in the fact, or what
my
you think
eldest
the fact
son's
that
YouTube
they're
live
the only
stream.
2 plants that are illegal to grow in the United States.
Do you understand?
Ibogaine being a addiction interrupter.
Those of you that aren't going to prison for the rest of your lives but are getting paid for your hostile working environment do. The rest of you, you don't get it. So stop what you're doing and come to the fucking door.
Is put in, including the compound.
Gotta kill the video. That's the only way they can shoot me.
Active in human beings.
Gotta kill the
I think
video
it is
to fire a shot and pretend like it was
tremendous
warranted and have it deemed a
detriment and
suicide.
an indictment of the scientific establishment.
I'm going to say here that the only people that are going to get shot is probably by the FBI's snipers in the event that they see anyone go for their holster.
Medical students would steal corpses off the gallows in order to get bodies to do dissections, which the church had forbidden. And where
Y'all are dumb as fuck, and I'm hungry as fuck. I'm tired of eating Rice Krispies.
Even, that it allows government to set the agenda in the area.
And again, you've told the disabled neighbor to hold on to my money card for over a month and not buy me any food.
Is their chicken. Now,
You told him not to come here last night or the night before and bring cat food too, because you're trying to kill my cat again, like you've been doing since November 2024. And I am sick of it. The Bureau is loving it, because remember, they're panning for gold right now.
How are you this evening?
I'm fine. God, it's great to hear your voice again. It really
Yes, I think it's been about a year.
And that gold is anyone and everyone trying to make it so the YouTube
I'm
live stream
curious,
stops.
Don't hold back.
So the shot could be
I'm
fine.
sure that you have been watching or at least listening to or vaguely aware of what we're doing in Europe right now. And I thought I'd probably start out by asking
But
you
just
your
remember what I said.
Well, I'm
Even
glad
if
I
that goes
listened
off,
in
which
on
I'm not
your
allowed to
reading
take
of
any
your statement,
countermeasures because the
so,
FBI is
know
charging
where you're
everybody for what they're
coming
doing.
from.
This one is
Well,
still
as
very
you said,
much
it's a complete
wide open
mess.
and wholly
For the
100%
third time
unable
in
for
the
you to
20th
fucking get
century,
off
the
of,
Balkans appear to be the place
as well
where
as unable
Europe
for the
could
Bureau.
potentially exploit
Even when you think
itself
you've
into
erased your
some
digital
kind
flip
of
tracks
war
and removed
nobody
everything,
could
surprise,
foresee.
motherfuckers.
And,
You're getting charged for that too.
I read analysis of Milosevic
Remember, I
and
warned
his
you and
regime
told
5
you
years
for
ago
over
that predicted
10 months
this would be the end.
that I am
That
way nicer than the
Kosovo
Bureau.
was where push would come to shove.
Way
And,
nicer
now,
than the
Here
Bureau.
we are.
I'm not talking to the whistleblowers, so don't get scared, whistleblowers. You should be confident.
For one more atrocity, apparently.
Everyone else, your
And now I
fear is
understand, by the
reeking,
way,
and I am
Terrence,
hungry,
we do.
you stupid
There
sacks of
are
shit.
seven
Come on over.
Russian warships.
Come on
on the way
down,
to
domestic terrorists. Now
they
it's 2
say
o'clock. Hurry the fuck up. Let's get you detained and arraigned before Monday.
And of course, the Russians are not.
Let's get the Owens, Anne Marie Bauer, prosecutors, Garcia, everybody in cuffs.
It really.
Handed their indictments. Let's go.
Cover. You remember that, Terrence? Duck and cover.
No,
Let's get everyone whose career and lives you've ruined in King County Jail before tomorrow.
In the Balkans, the domino theory.
Don't make them sit in jail all weekend. Come on.
Watch Macedonia, watch Albania as the destabilization spreads. Greece and Turkey could be pulled in. The Russians
Anyway,
are
it's 2:37
beginning to
p.m.
move toward it. And don't think anyone is in control of all this, or as you say, what's the exit strategy? It's easy going in. Nobody knows how you get out of this kind of thing.
Yeah, we're throwing, of course, these cruise missiles, firing these cruise missiles, beginning to run out, incidentally, but we are firing what we have. When they run out, that means more airplanes. And then eventually, when that strategy fails, then you're faced with the choice of either retreating, and it's another Vietnam, or putting in ground troops and starting down the same horrible road of no return.
Well, and remember, ground troops couldn't make a difference in Vietnam either. Yes, I think aerial bombing, how many times in the 20th century are we going to learn that it's insufficient and it's a very weak-kneed approach if you're talking about all-out war with fascists?
And then, Terrence, also, even if we did bomb them, which I suppose is conceivable, to the point where they said, okay, we'll talk about peace, and then we move peacekeepers, we're peacemakers now, not peacekeepers, but we finally get peacekeepers in there, there's no exit strategy at all. Look at Bosnia. They said we'd be there for a year and then a year and a half, and then on and on and on. We never get out. And when we do finally leave, they will resume the same thing they were doing.
Yes, well, NATO seems to have become the kind of military arm of the world corporate state that many people feared.
Yes, sir. What Serbs are doing, there's no way to countenance, but I'm not so sure I'm so happy with this new world of ours.
Well, as you say, you can't countenance what is happening in Kosovo. On the other hand, what happened in Rwanda, what happened in Cambodia, these things didn't raise anybody's radar.
No, it's really rarely does something politically grab me these days. I've been really bored to death with politics.
And if you're wondering, well, how far away can a good sniper make a shot? Well, I've been told 5 miles. 5 miles. Imagine that. Being able to make a kill shot from 5 miles away. That's pretty incredible. I could never be a sniper. Shout out to the snipers who were deployed in the Middle East. Imagine getting dropped out of a helicopter and having to crawl on your fucking elbows for miles.
And I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be a very
to get to your target.
Election coming up. What do you think will happen?
Those are the snipers the Bureau employs.
If the Democrats can't win this one after
those that don't miss a shot and have a lot of patience.
Finished. But I think it'll be an easy win for Gore.
You think that you could handle crawling on your elbows for miles and miles in the sand?
With the kind of faith of Whigs we're looking at the end
hot
of
as
the
fuck.
18th century.
Carrying your gear.
They need
I
a
couldn't.
program and an agenda.
Never be a
running
sniper.
against the president has gone about as far as it can go, I think.
That's right, and I think a lot of people are just running away from that one now. Well, how's it going there? I mean, but look, there's a whole new audience. I keep forgetting. I probably have 100 affiliates since the last time I talked to you. So maybe we ought to take a second, and you should tell everybody who Terrence McKenna is.
Who Terrence McKenna is?
That's right. If you were to have to answer that, which you do now, what would you say?
Well, I guess my bio says writer and explorer. Explorer means explorer of hallucinogenic plants, strange usages of exotic plants by exotic people, and then coming back and talking about these things, advocating them. Alteration of consciousness leads to all the big philosophical issues. What is culture? What is history? Where are we going? And how are we going to get there? And what's going to be so great about it when we get there? So I'm an itinerant philosopher at the end of the 20th century.
Well, the average Joe out there, maybe driving a truck, across Indiana somewhere, probably is saying to himself right now, well, why should I listen to anything emanating from this drug-scorched brain? But of course, that's the only problem with you, Terrence, is your brain doesn't appear to be drug-scorched, and it should be. If what the establishment tells us about drugs is even partly true, you should be a basket case.
Well, maybe I am.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
But I think the guy driving is semi across Indiana. He may be a little scorched himself this time of night.
Well, he's scorched in a different way, trying to keep his eyes open, and get the load delivered. That's right. No, you're absolutely right.
It's true. The stereo of the cannabis enthusiast can't think straight, can't remember where they put the keys. I've never felt that way about these things. I think cultures choose the drugs they want to stigmatize, and then they glorify others, and it differs from culture to culture. The social consequences differ according to the choices made, but alteration of consciousness by human beings is as old as human beings themselves.
Now, the old myth, is that try this. If you think your creativity is heightened when you're on some sort of hallucinogenic drug, then make notes, write a story, paint a painting, conduct some music, play some music, sing, and see if when you're down, it was really as good as when you were up. And I think that's kind of what we're talking about here, in a way, isn't it, Terrence?
Yeah, well, most of us probably would come in on the low end of that scale, although there are some spectacular counterexamples. Samuel Taylor Coleridge wrote Kubla Khan, Stoned on Opium. The insight to the structure of the benzene molecule came to someone after a cognac-inspired dream. The character of creative breakthrough is like a revelation, the aha experience. And sometimes it's a bump on the head, and sometimes it's a hallucinogenic experience, but it always has the character of sort of arriving in a completed form. You know what I mean?
Yes. Why are there so many striking counter examples? Why? That's a question you never hear dealt with in the public. In fact, you never hear about it at all. They suppress that information. But why sometimes is a drug a key to creativity that you would not have otherwise? Why?
Well, I think it's because of the larger effect of these drugs, which is that they dissolve boundaries. And many of the boundaries which enclose us are boundaries of habit, convention, and under the influence of the drug, we see beyond those boundaries. The job of artists has always been to sort of be an antenna into the future, and bohemians have always been associated with drug taking to some degree. So I think it's a very understandable process. It's simply that we're now beginning to understand it, and we have to, because the number of substances available and being discovered all the time is beyond the power of the courts and the scientific establishment to really manage.
Well, I don't know. If you go to a doctor, you will notice these days, Terrence, I don't know whether you ever go to doctors, but when you do, a doctor will say, you know what, I know you're in a terrible amount of pain, and I really wish that I could prescribe more to keep you out of pain, because that's the way a doctor feels. They're trying to ease your suffering, but the doctor will tell you, frankly, the DEA is looking right behind my shoulder, and a number of my colleagues have lost their licenses, and so, frankly, I can't really give you what you need. That's prescribed.
Yeah, well, this is a part of the drug problem. The hysteria on drugs has made so many different people and institutions crazy in so many different ways. I really, on the general larger question of hard drugs, I'm quite despairing because so many people and institutions make money off the present mess.
Yes.
The prison builders, the rehab people, the criminal syndicates, the bought-off cops, the paid-off judges. Everybody is making money on this racket that they pretend to wring their hands over.
That's absolutely correct. And heaven knows what the police would do if they couldn't chase narcotics people. They would literally have about 10% or 20% at most of their job left. And I think our prisons would be more or less about 60 or 70% empty as compared to their present content.
the courts would unclog and lawyers would have to find honest work.
So in other words, it's never going to happen.
You got it, Art.
Well, what are you doing in terms of researching this interesting, creative truth? How are you going to do that?
Well, I don't know if I've ever talked to you about this, but I'm interested, of course, in what these substances do to me and to other individuals. But then there's a whole other area, which is what is the impact of substances and drugs in on large populations over long periods of time. And I'm willing to argue that the evolution of human language and complex cultural forms themselves were caused by disruptions in the ordinary mental functioning of perfectly happy primates about 150,000 years ago. In other words, that the evolution of complex human culture based on language is actually an effect of brain perturbations and unusual states of consciousness that were eventually assimilated and it became part of the behavioral toolkit of early human beings.
So you're saying it's actually a part of and a continuing part of evolution itself.
That's right. And the important thing for modern people is a continuing part of. So when you talk about drugs, today we're focusing on the drug of the day, whatever it is, heroin or methadone. But in fact, over the past 1,000 years, it's been drugs that have built the empires that created Western civilization. Sugar, tobacco, alcohol, opium, tea, chocolate. These are the drugs that shape civilization. Coffee, another big one. Yeah. And of course, we don't think of these as drugs. We call them foods or whatever we call them, because a drug is a bad thing, a food is a good thing. But eventually, I think people are going to wise up to this racket, and they need to, because we need to educate our children about this complex area of human behavior. There are dangerous drugs. There are drugs that, used carefully, can be a tremendous enhancement of life. But you have to know what you're doing. It's not something you just blunder into. And all generalizations will have exceptions.
And they do, indeed. Recently, as you well know, we have a drug czar. And recently our czar actually came out and made a couple of really remarkable statements. He said that he thought the debate over medical marijuana was now a legitimate one. And he even went further and he said it may well be that the use of marijuana recreationally may be a valid debate for our society to have. And I almost fell on the floor when I heard him say that.
Well, it would be a wonderful thing for Clinton to do, for Gore and the country, to make some headway in the end of this administration on this issue so that it doesn't all have to be left to the first term of a new Democrat. I mean, how long are we going to dog this matter? It really should be part of the agenda of the new century to make drug suppression a 20th century phenomenon, along with racism, fascism, aerial bombing of civilians, and so forth and so on. As I said, it's a racket. The insurance companies know that people who smoke cannabis are not at greater health risk.
Well, that's a good point, because they always ask whether you smoke. They don't ask whether you smoke pot. They ask whether you smoke cigarettes. And they're really concerned about that. In fact,
they've got the numbers on that.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of cases, you can't even get insured if you are a smoker.
But the fact is, cannabis is such an effective stress reducer that whatever effect the tar in it is having on you is more than offset by your low blood pressure, excellent digestion, good sleep, and so forth and so on.
This has really been a trip. Terrence, welcome back.
Yes, I was thinking, isn't April 1st one of those rollover dates for Y2K?
Yes, it is. And I'm not.
The Federal Republic of Germany and California and New York State all go to their long-term physical projections.
I think that's true. Japan as well, I think. By the way, since you mentioned it, or I mentioned it, what do you think about Y2K there? There's kind of a range from, hey, nothing's going to happen, to, hey, everything's going to come to a screeching halt. Where are you in that scale?
I guess I'm sort of a mugwump on this one, with my mug on one side of the fence and my wump on the other. It seems to me it'll probably be there will be local breakdowns, but the whole system, I imagine, will flow around it. I mean, that's my expectation. It's one of those problems where people are highly motivated to solve it. So if they can't solve this, I don't know. What are they going to do in Kosovo?
Oh, I don't get me started. You're absolutely right. I too think that a lot of the warnings that have gone out and a lot of the scare stuff really has motivated a lot of people to action. But still, there may be lurking out there, Terrence, hundreds of thousands of embedded chips in power companies around the country. And it's going to be sort of interesting to see what happens. And if we were to lose power on a major portion of the grid, or even some fairly serious amount of time, how long civilization as we know it would hang together? You wonder about that? Ever wonder about that?
Well, I wonder about it from the confines of tropical islands with mild winters. You'll have our sympathy, Art. Maybe you should think of a Hawaiian vacation at the end of the year.
Oh, I've been thinking about it for some time now, Terrence, and I fully intend to come and see you. What's it like where you are?
Well, what's it like? It's at about 2,000 feet in a rainforest of hardwood trees and tree ferns, 80 inches of rainfall, temperature never below 55, never above 95.
In other words, paradise.
It's a word they use around here. I think the Visitor Bureau has a lock on it, but yeah.
Once again, Terrence McKenna. Terrence, in fact, I'm going to be talking to one next week, another brilliant theoretical physicist. I talk frequently with Dr. Michio Kaku. And it is his view that the odds of our making it through to the other side of the discovery and dealing with element 92, that our odds are very, very teeny-weeny indeed. In other words, when any civilization, and there must be many out there, discover element 92 inevitably, almost inevitably, they end up destroying themselves. Any thoughts on that? You think we'll make it through?
Well, I think it's remarkable that we've had atomic weapons for over 50 years now, and they were only used very shortly, within weeks after their perfection. And after that, somehow, in all the wars, revolutions, and posturing that's gone on, we've never resorted to the nuclear option. So I would argue that maybe the discovery of the transuranium elements and their properties had a marvelously sobering effect on carnivorous monkeys like ourselves. But I can usually find a silver lining, Art.
Good. Then you may want to find one. In fact, that 7 Russian warships are now headed to meet up with and, or in their words, observe what we are doing with regard to the bombing of the Serbs.
Well, you just keep going back to that. I think that's a case of trying to make a purse out of a cow's ear or a sow's ear.
That's exactly right. Anyway, I hope that we make it through. I have great doubts.
Well, there are many other challenges. I mean, I'm sure you probably discussed on your program the Terminator gene.
Oh, yes. Isn't that wonderful?
that's a good one. There's the gray goo scenario of a nanotechnological breakout. There's you've got Earth changes. I guess we probably talked about how Alfred North Whitehead said the business of the future is to be dangerous.
Well, we're doing good business. But boy, it's a dangerous world out there right now. It's a really dangerous world. Listen, here's somebody who asks, or would you please ask Terrence, if the drug DMT, which occurs naturally in our bodies, is released at death, and if it is, could this possibly account for some of the near-death experiences that people report? It's Michael.
Well, yeah, I think that's a very reasonable suggestion. I first heard that notion put forth from Rupert Sheldrake, and I think he called it a necrotogen, a drug which simulates the symptoms of near death. It certainly is. The near-death experience is a dramatic analog to the DMT experience, but I also think we produce DMT in deep dream states. I would lay money on that. I mean, it's known that it's produced in cerebrospinal fluid at the same time that there's high REM activity in the brain, which usually indicates deep dreaming.
If DMT is indeed the coach that drives NDEs, then what does that tell us, if anything, about what does or does not lie beyond this short mortal life?
Well, I thought a lot about that. If we take the evidence seriously, the DMT state seems to indicate some kind of hyperdimensional matrix that is actually inhabited by some kind of language-using form of energy that can at least relate to the presence of human beings. I said maybe these were dead souls, an ecology of souls. This is certainly what shamans would claim. If that's true and can be verified by something as simple as a psychoactive drug experience that lasts 15 minutes, then we really, scientifically, at the end of the 20th century, have been looking in all the wrong places. I think we have been looking in all the wrong places, and that the real frontier of science is the human mind and its potential, and we're not going to unlock that till we get over all this queasiness and hand-wringing on the issue of drugs and drug research and drug use and so forth and so on.
Well, I guess you could either view the use of some of these hallucinogenics as a peek at the other side, a peek at what lies beyond the physical, and truly lies beyond the physical. In other words, there are a lot of things that I believe our brains can do, after all, and I think it's Princeton and other prestigious universities, they're proving that the mind can affect random number generators, that we can do that. The proof is quite substantial, actually, but that's something that a conscious mind does. It's not something that a dead mind does. There are many other things that our living minds can do. For example, they can enable us to travel outside our bodies. I did it once, I know. Now, it's true. You can, in effect, be outside your body. But I have not decided yet, Terrence, whether that experience represents something that I will find after my mortal do the wild thing at 702-727-1295. Human brain, and we just lost it again. Boy, we really are just having quite a night of it here, folks. Poor Terrence. After all that build-up, I'm going to have to do something and get him back on the line. There are obvious, severe power difficulties going on here right now, folks. So all I can say is bear with us, and Terrence will be right back. Are you overweight? Would you like to lose a guaranteed average 8 to 10 pounds in the next month? Well, we know fiber sweeps fat out of your digestive tract like a broom as a natural course of events. But a new fiber, chitosan, natural because it is derived from shellfish, not only sweeps out fat, but listen to me, 10 times as much fat as any other fibers. So it allows this amazing guarantee. Here it is. Eat as you normally do, not more, just as you normally do, no great sacrifice. Order a 90-day supply of Keto Slim. With it, you get an antioxidant moisturizing cream free of charge. Call 1-800-557-4627. Now the guarantee. If you don't lose 8 to 10 pounds in the next month, you get all your money back and you keep the cream. It's not available in stores, but you can get it by calling 1-800-557-4627. That's Great American Products at 1-800-557-4627. You've got nothing to lose but the fat. Yeah, that's right. All right. Well, we're really getting a Y2 case example out here in the Front Valley right now. It's really a serious situation tonight with power. I have no idea what's going on, but whatever it is, it's not good. And it's covering a great deal of geography. So bear with us, everybody. Once again, here's Terrence. See, every time that happens, our phone connection separates. And there's Terrence out in the middle of nowhere with a generator staying right on line as I drop off. Anyway, Terrence, look, I did this big build-up, and then the phone went away. I was, I guess, approaching what I know about the conscious mind. I know to be true, and what I wonder about. And, of course, what I wonder about is whether there really is some sort of continuation. What's your view? Terrence?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I was just saying, that was a long pause.
Formulating my thoughts.
No, I understand. On a night like this, long pauses probably mean the power's going.
Well, I agree that you can't be sure that DMT is showing you the great beyond. It may be showing you the dying brain. It may be taking you to the very edge of death, but that is not death itself.
It may be showing you the great within. That's what it may be showing.
Yes, and it doesn't settle the metaphysical questions, except it certainly is strong evidence that everything we've been told about entities, about the capacity of the human mind, is that things are a good deal more complicated than that. To me, it's the great exception to all rules. What it itself says, other than that all rules have exceptions, I'm not sure.
Terrence, if the power were to go out and stay out, I'll pick Honolulu, all right? In Honolulu, that's a big city, close to you. If the power went out and stayed out for a month in Honolulu, what do you think would happen socially?
Well, in any city, I think push would come to shove in a hurry because water pumps would not work, and so the city water supply would be only what was in the pipes, and you can take the scenario from there. I live on an island hundreds of miles from Honolulu, and thankfully so. I'm not a survivalist, at least not consciously, but I've certainly built a system that is redundant, off-grid, wireless, and capable of maintaining itself without any help from anybody else. I'm concerned about people in cities, even if Y2K does not bring the end of the world in very dense population centers like Tokyo and Manhattan, where simply the number of embedded chips is exponentially high. The possibility of some kind of chain reaction failure is consequently high as well. So I think people should give consideration to moving out of those kinds of areas, even if just temporarily.
Mm-hmm. That's quite a bit of advice. Now, understand that as you dispense that advice, you're being heard right now in every major city in America, every single major city, New York City, Atlanta. I won't even go through them all. Every major city in America. You're speaking to these people, and that's some serious advice you're handing out there.
Well, one of the things on this YPK thing, Art, and today is an interesting day to discuss it, is it should clarify as we get closer. There are going to be a couple of rollover dates this month, a big rollover date in August. I can't believe that we're just going to slam into the millennial date with half of the population thinking it's the end of the world and half assuring us it's no big deal. Is it not going to become more clear?
I guess it is, but in the end, your advice is, in other words, you think there are going to be problems in cities, and how long do you think that thread of civilization would last? A day? Half a day, 2 days? They did
72 hours in most places.
72 hours.
And then, of course, what the concern is, I suppose, is that the grid will fail in areas where there's bad weather and deep snow, and that it will be very hard to get it back up and going. I am not an electrical engineer. I don't think anybody who isn't can make an informed judgment on that.
Yeah, I can. And I'm accused of being gloom doom about all of this, but I do see what would occur. I think at least I know, frankly, what would occur if we lost our power. There was a movie called The Trigger Effect. Did you ever get to see that? Probably not.
I didn't.
It really shows how quickly civilization would deteriorate if the power went off and people began to conclude it wasn't going to come on anytime soon. And people reverted to early animal states rather quickly, a matter of days, as you just said.
Well, all these disaster scenarios raise the opportunity for people to imagine that civilization will just slide out from under us. I went through a flood in Northern California years ago where the power was off for 6.5 days, and it did.
Call us toll free at 1-800-618-8255. Oh, my. And here we go again, folks. This is not going to be an easy night, I can see that. I have no idea what they're doing out there, no idea whatsoever. But I guess all I can do is roll with the punches. One good thing, we will get all of the commercials caught up as I continually go back and retrieve Terrence. Did you know the average person carries 5 to 10 pounds of toxic matter in their intestinal tract? This continually releases poisons into your bloodstream, causing a variety of symptoms like decreased immune function, chronic fatigue, even degenerative diseases. And that's why I recommend Dr. Tuplisky's Super Detox Program. And I take it too. A 4-step program to completely cleanse your body of toxic waste. It scrubs your intestinal tract clean, removes stored toxins in your organs, kills yeast and parasites, and restores healthy bacteria. It'll make your body clean, vibrant, and healthy. And when you buy steps 1 and 2 of the Super Detox Program, you get steps 3 and 4 absolutely free. Call Physician's Choice now at 1-800-472-5151. Well, it's guaranteed to work, or you get your money back and you can't get it in stores. So call 1-800-472-5151. That's 1-800-472-5151. Buy 2 steps and get 2 steps free when you call now. Once again, Terrence McKenna, we'll just have to keep getting him back as the power glitches. And we can handle it either way, but what we're getting, Terrence, are these short little boom type breaks. And when that happens, my phone system goes, goodbye, everybody. It's absolutely amazing. I'm getting a good lesson tonight. I'm getting a really good lesson tonight. So, anyway, Y2K. So you think, as I do, that you simply aren't going to predict what will happen, but are pretty sure what will happen socially if it does happen.
Well, and here in Hawaii, we're at the end of the time for the day, so it will have happened in 22 time zones before it gets here. So we'll have a notion of it if it's rolling toward us.
Yeah, I guess that's right. So will you, what do you plan to do, by the way, on New Year's Eve?
Well, go to a party, of course.
Really? You're going to go to a party, really?
Well, fortunately, the party is only about 3 miles away. I assume I can fight my way back here in the confusion afterwards.
Once again, here's Terrence McKenna. Terrence, how much of a loner are you there on your volcano?
Well, I'm somewhat of a hermit. I live up here with my girlfriend up a 4-wheel drive road that's pretty hairy, and we try to go to town on Mondays and Fridays, and that's the lifestyle when I'm now out on the road. When I'm on the road, I feel like I'm running for president, so it's always a pleasure to get back.
What takes you on the road?
Lecturing. That's where I make my money. That's what butters the bread.
Mm-hmm. When you lecture, what do you lecture about?
I lecture about technology, shamanism, hallucinogens, human evolution, language as a virus from outer space, syntactical aliens, epistemic balkanization, stuff like that.
Sheesh. That's a lot to lecture about. Do you generally serve up a smorgasbord when you do a lecture of all of these things, or do you do specific lectures, or both?
I do both, but usually my audiences are familiar with my material, and they come primed with questions, and it's usually pretty easy to get a self-generated discussion going based on what people there are interested in, you know?
I am very, very, very interested in time. Really interested in time. And this has been one area I know that you've talked a lot about. What do you believe about the nature of time, Terrence?
Well, what I believe about it that is different from what you'll hear anywhere else is I believe that that probability actually fluctuates in time. That time is not an abstract idea. It's actually a medium, and that there's an ebb and flow in time on many scales of what I call novelty and habit, and that over time, novelty is in ascendancy. You could say that the cosmos is a novelty producing and conserving system of some sort. So the evolution of higher animals and human cultures and high technology is all in response to this universal appetite for complexification, which I call novelty. And mathematically, we've produced graphs of this that allow you to predict where in historical time and where in the future there should have been great advances in novelty. And really a way of...
I think that I'm beginning to grasp the concept of novelty. If I understand it correctly, then you can look back and you can see what occurred with novelty as we have evolved, and then you should also be able to look ahead, should you not?
That's right. Nobody would argue that the development of novelty has been even in the historical past. It's obviously proceeded in bursts and then periods of quiescence and so forth. And when you apply that to the future, you see the same thing, except that it leads to an observation which you and I have achieved by different means. You call it quickening, I call it the concrescence, but I think both our notions have been drawn toward the idea that this explosion in novelty will keep accelerating. Things become more and more and more novel, faster and faster. And this is really the character of the world that we're living in, and it's destined to become ever more intense in this particular direction.
Surely it is headed toward a climax of some sort, or perhaps even a series of climaxes. If you were to be able to look down 200, 300 years, 400 years, 1,000 years, a series of climactic occurrences and changes.
Well, I think we're mastering energy, we're mastering our genetic code, time and space, Yes, I agree. A series of climaxes, each one more awesome and unimaginable than the ones that preceded it. And this is becoming the dominant characteristic of human existence, is the anticipation and then the experiencing of these surges in the system toward ever greater self-expression of novelty.
What great examples of spikes up out of the noise in novelty would you cite in the past?
Oh, well, the Italian Renaissance, the Greek Enlightenment that gave us Plato and Aristotle and mathematical theories of nature, eras where invention, movements of people, and the birth of ideas were very concentrated. You know, there was a 40-year period in the 5th century BC when Lao Tzu, Mencius, Confucius, Parmenides, Ezekiel, and several other luminaries, all, if they had air tickets, could have had a dinner party together. Well, that's phenomenal.
It is phenomenal. And are we able in any way, based on what has occurred in the past, with regard to these spikes, able to predict where this particular cycle is going? What, in other words, what's coming?
Well, I've noticed in trying to track different things with these curves that I produce, I look at movement of languages, immigration of people, energy production. What the curve describes best is technological innovation. So I've come to see human history as a kind of alchemical process of bootstrapping ourselves to higher levels of I suppose you'd call spiritual existence, but through machines, through prosthesis. The machine, far from being alienating and others, is in fact basic somehow. The machines are the prosthesis of the new human. Of course, the new human is the prosthesis of the new machine. This is all going to take some getting used to.
Are we headed towards some brave new world where machines perhaps might even one day take the initiative from us and, in fact, become our masters, as many were the coming miniaturization of everything, the possibility of sentient computers, all the rest of it, that kind of world?
Well, I don't know if they will take control, but I think within 20 years, Art, you will encounter machines that will claim to be smarter than you are and be able to convincingly behave as though they were. And the issue, are they more intelligent than the average human being? Are they sentient entities? That'll just be left to philosophers to sort out.
Well, right now, in Europe, don't mean to interrupt, sorry, we are again demonstrating how we kill each other over religious, ethnic differences. We have always done that. And would not some machine that became at least as intelligent, if not more intelligent and coldly logical, conclude that something has to be done about this and begin to, if it could, take steps?
Well, I read a very interesting book by a guy named Michael DeLanda, who would make an excellent guest for you. He wrote a book called War in the Age of Intelligent Machines.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want a hair-raising look into the future, this is somebody who can give it to you. There's a lot of debate among the AI, the artificial intelligence people, about what this super intelligence that seems to be emerging will be like. If it doesn't have the ethics of Buddha, the human race may be down to the count.
Precisely. Or at least control for the counts.
Well, yes, it's very hard to imagine what super intelligence would actually look like and what it would make of us.
Well, certainly it would conclude we are acting irrationally, damaging ourselves. It would look at that coldly and logically, and then it would begin, if it could, I think, to take some steps. So,
well, maybe by thinking along these lines, we can anticipate those steps and take them ourselves in a gentler style. In other words, the first thing any superintelligence would conclude about human beings is there are too damn many of them.
That's great. And that would be one of the first steps, Terrence.
Well, so are we to turn ourselves into hamburger, or shall we have a gentle program of sexual education on the subject of abstinence and restraint?
Well, do you think you would be invited to speak at the Vatican about that?
No, probably not. My Polish is pretty rusty, Art.
There are a few things that stand in the way of that reality. I suppose an intelligence might conclude, well, the wars do seem to be serving some purpose in limiting the numbers.
Well, but it's a testament to our own primitive state that we have to rely on primitive Darwinian culling of the herd to keep us vital. It indicates it's a failure of civilization. It's precisely what it is. It's a reversion to barbarism. The 20th century has been embarrassingly scarred by these episodes where very supposedly advanced civilizations with long histories have slipped into the darkness, and we need to understand what causes that, because as weapons grow more deadly and populations more restive, this is a recurring problem.
And the consequences are far more final. Have I spoken with you about Matthew Alpert?
I don't believe so.
Mm-hmm. Matthew wrote a book called The God Part of the Brain. And it simply concludes that a man's greatest fear, long ago and certainly now, is of death. It is our greatest fear. It is the one fear our minds cannot contend with. It is the fear we cannot face, and therefore, in the process of evolution, our brains have developed a God part, what he calls a God part of the brain, which demands that we worship something and believe in an afterlife. And without that, there would be virtual anarchy. And yet that is the very thing that causes us to kill each other constantly. But even when you go down into the recesses, the wilds of Brazil, and you find a tribe that has never encountered civilization before, sure enough, inevitably you find they worship something, Terrence. Interesting theory, huh?
It sounds like he's sort of working off some of the theories of Julian Jaynes. He suggested in a book about the evolution of consciousness from the bicameral mind, Jaynes suggested that as recently as the time of Homer, people had no egos. They actually, God spoke directly to them in situations of crisis and threat, and that it was only after centuries of this that this God consciousness part of the psyche was incorporated into the structures of the psyche as the human ego, and that it's actually an invention less than 3,000 years old.
Do you believe that travel in time, in any direction, actual travel in time, will be possible, or perhaps even go out on a limb and suggest that not only is it possible, but no doubt we are being visited now?
Well, I certainly believe it's possible to travel in the forward direction. I think Kurt Gödel, as early as 1949, pretty well nailed that down. The mind is, cultures create our mental confinement in time. This goes back to the psychedelic statement that psychedelics dissolve boundaries. It really, a shaman is a human mind capable of traveling in time. So I think when we understand our own consciousness, phenomena like time travel will be a part of that understanding. It will just kick out as a natural part of it. I'm sure you've probably discussed on your program these quantum teleportation experiments over the past couple of years. Well, that's way out science, but nobody expected that for 1,000 years.
Yes, a lot of people may not know, but IBM actually has done some very crude teleportation. They've actually moved. Can you describe what they did?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They moved photons in some kind of teleportation experiment. They moved them.
Let me put it another way that your little brains will understand. While you've been thinking you've been securing your defenses in every way, especially on these little laptops and your network and your Cisco and man-in-the-middle kernel root bullshit, what you've actually been doing is adding to the pages on your indictments.
Well, good Lord,
do you understand?
If you're 5 or 10 years away from being able to teleport objects and possibly human beings, you can't even begin to imagine the sociological and political consequences of something like that.
Well, it would completely change everything we know and do. Every concept we have nearly would collapse. And it would indeed be a whole new ballgame, wouldn't it?
It would be a whole new ballgame. And a concept like that has to compete with a concept like nanotechnology or digital copying of human beings or cloning, or there are half a dozen of these potential technologies out there, any one of which would remake the world beyond recognition if it were to be perfected.
Oh, Terrence, I think we're already cloning. They already absolutely have the technology. Now, they claim they are not doing it, and they're doing it with sheep, and we see Dolly, and we see this, and we see that. But they have the technology now to clone human beings, and I don't for 1 second think that somebody somewhere in some lab, and I don't exclude our country from this, is cloning. What do you think?
It wouldn't surprise me at all. It would surprise me if it was happening inside the United States, because then there'd be hell to pay. But somewhere in the Middle East, somewhere in India or Indonesia or China.
We've always done stuff that gives us hell to pay later.
True. The trick is to make it much later.
Yeah, usually something disclosed about 50 years later. When they don't want you to know something, they wait about 50 years. We said, Tony,
to be the half-life of pot.
Now, my impatience is because of the 3+ years of this bullshit,
really angry,
your ongoing manipulations and denying me food directly, and with your abuse of other disabled adults who've had my bank card since last month, your ongoing attempts to kill my cat, and most notably, your cowardice going to prison for the rest of your lives, sack of shit assholes. That is why. My patience has been gone since May 1st, and I am ready for your asses to go to prison.
That's right.
And I am ready to eat.
We have all these dark black.
And I am ready also for everyone to know that everything I've said is true and correct, and you are not a fucking officer. You're not a property manager. You're not a mother. You are a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. You're not a neighbor. You're everything that you chose to be. You're a child abuser, a kidnapper, an extortionist, a fraudster.
That if you clone every soldier, then when he's wounded in
you're a
battle,
terrorist.
There'll be a nice crop of organs back on ice in the clone.
And you're dragging your heels, and there is not a fucking thing you can do at this point to prevent you from going to prison for life without parole. You can try and shoot me, but I swear to God, I'm going to live. If anything, just to spite you. And I'm not talking to the whistleblowers. That is why my mood is what it is.
Well, this is the great question. H.G. Wells 100 years ago, he said history is a race between education and catastrophe.
Once again, Terrence McKenna. Terrence, it looks like we're okay to go here. Power's been on for almost an hour now.
Feeling confident, are you, Art?
Yeah, that's just what it gets you. I know. But what the heck? I'm going to try it. I've got a bunch of people on the line.
Now, back in November, when Unit 207 was attempting to kill my cat, I took a bunch of cans
Not a bunch. 2 cans of chicken noodle soup. And I blended it with my blender as finely as I could so that it would be like a puree to try and feed my cat and sustain him, because they kept criminally and illegally intercepting packages because they didn't want to walk downstairs with the packages. No. They only like to come to my door for kidnappings, exterior stalking, and to wave their Google sticks for the Chrome operating system input method. So I stuck that shit in the freezer because my cat refused to eat it even though it has chicken. That's what I've got in the microwave right now. I haven't had any sort of meat since they began illegally. No, I had pepperoni pizza. That's a lie in January. Since January. When I was illegally detained at a different location, I also had sausage and bacon for 3 weeks and 5 days.
Well, maybe somebody could help me out here. Either one of you, self-transforming elf machine.
So I hope it's delicious.
Please.
Well, it's not an elf and it's not a machine, but it's rapidly changing from one to the other right in front of your eyes. Well, it's interesting to hear your story. Yes, when it works, it makes an instant believer out of you. I'm not sure a believer in what, a believer in the power of possibilities, I would think.
Oh, absolutely. And the part of the experience that hit me hardest was they were actually, I believe, attempting to translate to me your time wave zero theory. The acceleration of technology to the point of just, I'm not sure. It was
integration, disintegration.
Exactly.
Yes, well, there is something, the strange thing Art about these plants.
Now hurry the fuck up, ladies and gentlemen. I know you want to wait till tomorrow. All that fucking hoopla. You want to wait till tomorrow?
It's not love one another.
That's not going to do anything at all, except for mean that you personally will either be detained tomorrow and spending a whole weekend in King County jail, or that shit's going to be added to your fucking indictment under the torture charges many of you are looking at.
Wave zero, actually.
So let's rewind.
Well, time wave zero is a set of theories.
What you thought were you creating impenetrable defenses on the networks and the laptops over the last week was you adding pages to your fucking indictment.
Novelty and habits that has been built into the genes and natural processes.
It's my understanding, according to the Bureau, with the click of a button, they can shut off every fucking device you've ever logged into upstairs.
Probability is actually a kind of blurred lens for looking at nature, and that until we understand the actual fractal nature of time, where the same patterns are repeated at many, many different scales and create an interference pattern that then accounts for what we experience as reality.
What does the zero part of it mean, Terrence? Is that
the zero part of the time wave theory? Is
right.
That it's
pureed.
Pattern.
I just took a slurp too. Not bad. Not bad compared to what you've left me with.
Begins building
and I like that I can drink it like a tea.
Faster and faster, and eventually it reaches infinity. In other words, habit falls to zero, and you get the notion of everything happening at once, or somehow all
whistleblowers, don't be offended.
Becoming realized.
I want to hurry this shit up.
Logical consequence.
And I'm tired of you ruining my fucking Fridays for over 2 years because of a cunt that wouldn't face me, who's about to go to prison for the rest of her life like she's fucking known since August, whose only remaining defense is to point a finger at each one of you morons and say you did it.
Was this cosmological constant called Omega. I'm sure Michel Kaku can talk to this, but the discovery that all of space and time
the
is
broth,
fueled
the
by
sodium,
an outward
the egg and the noodles. Thank God. Thank you, God, for this frozen
and the
attempt at homemade cat food from November.
Like the time wave, I theorize, it accelerates through time. It's moving faster and faster. So the new cosmology, just 8 months old, holds that the universe is basically going to undergo this kind of inflationary expansion, like the quickening, like the novelty compression that we've been talking about. This has now emerged as the paradigmatic notion in astrophysics after being resisted for 50 years. Einstein played with the idea, called it his biggest blunder and dumped it. But now, realize this is actually this force exists, and it is
Best case
in
scenario,
time
as far as I
going
can
to
speculate,
emerge as the
is no
dominant
one's
force
proceeded because
shaping the physics
they're trying to
of the
get
universe.
Miss 80 plus years in company in the
Fascinating.
courthouse for the blitz
West
sweep.
of the Rockies, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna.
And
Where
that
are you,
means
please?
delaying today and tomorrow so that they'll be in court on Monday. That's
Well, hi there.
in my mind. I
Hi.
speculate best
We
case
have some
scenario.
funky power struggles going on.
Well, I'll tell you.
Hi, Karen.
I'm done with this
Hi,
shit.
how
I've
are
been
you?
attempting to
I'm
contact
fine,
police
thanks.
departments all over the county
I
for
was
over a
wondering,
week
are you
requesting they
familiar
come and
with,
rescue me.
Contrails?
Unit 207's blocked all of those,
Contract?
but not really.
That,
They were
that's
unsuccessful.
something we've been discussing on the show.
Right.
Oh, is it the thing about the large numbers of contrails that people think are a viral seeding or nanotech project?
Absolutely.
Well, fortunately, I only know of this because I follow the internet. I haven't seen any contrails here. We got a photograph of the DEA helicopter where you could see the rivets on the sucker yesterday morning.
Wow.
But no contrails.
Well,
Was that over your house?
Oh yeah, they fly this neighborhood like crazy. They're true believers in it.
Not good enough for my cat, but it's good enough for me right now.
200 feet to the ground, and this guy was well under 200 feet.
Well, you know, they make the rules.
Well, for the wise men and the fools.
I'm not oblivious to the possibility that, for example, let's just draw a quick little scenario. If our government thought that we were on the verge of a biological attack of some sort, and they had what they thought was a remedy for it in terms of some sort of mass inoculation, I don't think for a second that they would not consider an inoculation without our specific permission. And what better way to do that than to add to what to most people are just harmless little contrails cutting across the sky. So that's one, possibility. There are other more sinister ones, but that's at least one that would make sense to me.
Well, do you remember those experiments that came out a few years ago where they spread powder in airports and railway stations back in the 60s? Some kind of bacterial powder that they could then follow. It was some study of such possible contamination.
New York subways, Terrence, San
Yeah, that's
Francisco, gee whiz, they did a whole bunch of that sort of stuff. So
Yeah, well, so it would be nice to think that they're inoculating us for our own good against the evils hatched in the laboratories of Serbian fascisti. I like that scenario. Let's do the movie.
all right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello. Only you know that for certain, but it sounds like you.
Thanks.
Where are you? Okay, you're gonna have to kind of yell at us. You're not too loud.
Oh yeah, I don't hear it.
Yep. See. So yell at us.
Well, I wanted to thank you for the response on the email first, Art, because I didn't expect to get one back so quick from you.
Oh, with regard to
Crystal Gale's dress. I don't know if you got this or not.
Of course, I remember. Yes.
Okay. And as far as the question that I wanted, I think what I wanted to do is compliment this person. I've never heard him before, but he's awful good.
Yes, he is. He's very, very good. Yes.
And I had a question as far as to possibly ask him if this would work over in Yugoslavia, if he is, so bright. Can I ask you?
If what would work? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I really believe we have a major problem, and
you're right.
I don't think we should look at it too lightly.
Nor do I.
So anyway, if you think this would work, I would like to know, and that is to, give the president over there, the dictator, 3 weeks to eliminate all the people in his town. Belgrade?
Belgrade, the capital?
Yeah, yes. So they could all move out, like they've moved everybody from Kosovo.
Yeah.
And they would have a chance to get away from that town.
And then we would do what to Belgrade?
Well, we would destroy it, like they've destroyed those villages. You see.
All
And
right.
they could, I just wonder,
Let's see.
would that work?
Well, I don't know whether it would work or not. What do you think of that little gem of an idea, Terrence?
Well, I think the word quagmire comes to mind. I also think that Belgrade may be being destroyed as we speak. I keep going over to Reuters' top stories, but I don't think anybody's going to be given 3 weeks' notice. I think it's tonight or tomorrow night, judging by the pace of things. Will it have an effect? I don't know. Dictators are extremely immune to popular pressure unless their generals come to them and lay their pistols on the table. These guys have a tendency to hang on. I think we've bitten off a hell of a lot to chew, and I'm certainly in favor of confronting fascism, but I think you choose your fights carefully.
Yeah. Well, I also think that some of the people who make these decisions, these goodwill decisions to go and bomb until there is peace, should be required themselves to do some of the heavy lifting, but they just make the intellectual decisions and spew out the orders to those who must go and do the work.
Well, and it's a strange way of handling the problem, isn't it? I mean, we'll spend probably $500 million. A lot of peasants will be pushed around. Some people will be killed. What do we have covert operations for? What do we have special forces for? The guy to get is Milosevic.
That's right. That's right. And I would also note that this horrid flood of refugees really did not seem to begin until our bombing did. Do you notice that?
Yeah, well, people are just trying to get out any way they can. I think ethnic cleansing in Kosovo is fait accompli at this point.
Yeah. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna in Hawaii. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Just fine. Just fine.
I can't believe I'm finally talking to you.
Where are you?
Actually, I'm on the West Coast. I'm in California.
On a cell phone.
Oh, a cell phone. How do you know?
Just a guess.
Well, the question that I had was in regard to marijuana use, and I don't know if that's one of the topics that he was talking about.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Okay, because I heard the other guy talking about DMT. I'm not really sure about exactly what that is. What exactly is DMT? Did I miss something?
It's a good question. What is DMT?
DMT is dimethyltryptamine. It's a human neurotransmitter and an alkaloid that occurs in plants and a kick-ass hallucinogen that you smoke.
Oh, okay. So is it contained in marijuana or?
No. Marijuana is THC and various cannabinoids. But what was your thought on marijuana?
Okay. Well, Terrence, the question I had about it was, I'm 25 years old, and I've experimented with marijuana since the age of 8, and well, I can't say experiment. I was going to say you more than an experiment at this point. But I stopped for several years. I did some military service and so forth, so I wasn't able to do that. Mm-hmm. But I did notice that when I stopped, I experienced some depressive anxiety kind of like side effects from not using it. I don't know if this was because of long-term effects of using it.
You're saying you went through withdrawal?
Yes. Well, I can't say withdrawal, but I think that what happened was I tried to substitute it for something else that I wasn't able to use. So I went over to smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol, which was the substitute for it. Mm-hmm. And from that, it just seems like it was more of like trying to substitute it. And
so part of what you're saying here is that marijuana was a gateway drug for you to alcohol.
Well, something like that. It was illegal, and I
understand. Well,
what he's saying. Let me interrupt. What he's saying is that when he couldn't do pot anymore, then he resorted to smoking and booze.
Exactly.
Most drugs are used by most people to relieve stress.
That's right.
If you only smoke cannabis once a month or something, it's pretty spectacular mentally. But if you smoke it every day or two, you're basically using it to handle stress, which is legitimate, of course. I mean, that's why somebody has a drink in the evening or even watches TV. TV. I mean, TV is a drug that is used to relieve stress, although arguably long-term it may add to your stress. But yeah, habits are difficult to break, and chemical habits are the most difficult habits to break. Nature sets us up to chemically addict us to the people around us, our routines, the foods we prefer. This is something that, as I said earlier, we're not facing and talking about and educating our kids about. It's like the way the 19th century approached people's sexual fantasies and desires is sort of the way we approach our relationship to drugs. We're not really owning up to how complicated it is.
Now, can I ask a straight-out question? That's why. In other words, what is it that our government, our elected leaders, our institutions can't handle about people doing drugs?
Very simply, drugs are, for mysterious reasons, deconditioning agents, and they cause people to question cultural values. And every political system on earth is in the business of maintaining cultural boundaries. So it's an implacable opposition there that's not easily negotiated away. It's a very brave, self-confident society that can legalize all drugs, because it means that society is not afraid of looking in its closets and playing with a fair deck.
Are there examples we can point to where such a policy is in place and working well?
Well, everyone talks about the Netherlands, legal prostitution, lowest AIDS rate in Europe, legal heroin, lowest heroin addiction rate in Europe, no prison building going on. Young people are using cannabis, yes. They are not using hard drugs. The connection between the soft and hard drugs seems to have been broken by legalization there. But our own drug czar completely distorted the Dutch position in public statements to the point where he later had to publicly retract what he did.
Now, back to Terence McKenna in beautiful Hawaii, beautiful paradise, Hawaii. It really is a paradise. I don't know how many of you have ever had the opportunity to get away from the main island and go to some, for example, Maui. I've spent a lot of time there, and it really is like living in paradise. And I don't know how anybody could leave there and go anyplace else, though I did that. All right, Terence, here we go. A lot of people want to talk to you west of the Rockies. You're on there with Terence McKenna. Oh, you're up in Seattle, aren't you?
Right, it's Carl up in Seattle.
Carl, what happened up there?
Well, I did pretty much Como because I was, thank God they had read out that and something. So.
Yeah.
But anyway, I did a read out and was listening to it. They said we had a power surgery about an hour or so ago.
That'd be about right.
And I wasn't looking out the window, but they just mentioned it there at a peak, and I heard it tick, and I noticed the light flickered. I'm just lying in my apartment, and the lights are up here. Listening to you on the radio, but I noticed there was a little flicker in the light.
Mm-hmm. It's very interesting that this should occur on a day when they said that there would be some sort of possible beginning Y2K effect. It really,
precursor.
Yeah, precursor. There you go. That's good. That's Ed's word, precursor.
By the way, Art, I got to tell you, one thing I like about you is you've got an old-time radio voice. You speak in fonts. And I really enjoy that. And I have a question for Terence.
Yes.
Terence, can you hear me?
Sure.
Okay. Talking about Salvia divinorum, I'm growing some this year. I've been growing it for the last 3 years, but the last time I tried that stuff, it scared the hell out of me. I thought that Jay Leno was talking about me on TV, and I thought it was like Philip K. Dick novel where they were sending out some telepathic beliefs.
And that's your question is?
What's been your experience with it, and what is it trying to tell you? Because it doesn't seem to be a very friendly teacher.
Well, it's certainly different chemically and in terms of its effect, but I found it very interesting. I know most people seem to be smoking it. I did most of my experiments with it a few years ago. I enjoyed chewing it. I laid down in silent darkness, and it swept me away to a very interesting sort of colored, flexing, three-dimensional kind of place.
I've enjoyed the link to Daniel Sieber's page from your homepage, and I must say your homepage is very professional.
Oh, well, thank you. It's going to all change soon. I designed that one. My son is going to take over the design process, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. The new one is going to have a lot more links, so check it out.
I got to say also that you guys are talking about, I think the history of drug enforcement in this country is just sort of like a series of unhappy accidents. But they used to say that Social Security was the third rail of American politics, and now it's drugs. I don't think we can do anything about it. What really gets me is they start talking about kids using solvents. Well, I think there's a natural urge to go out there and break down those boundaries because language encodes stuff for you. And I think one of the reasons people take psychedelics is because it breaks down the barriers. You get to see stuff real again.
But that,
well, in shamanic societies, you know, they take the young kids out and the men give the young boys psychedelics and the women initiate the young girls. And instead of the taking of the substance being a symbol of the rejection of social values, it becomes the doorway to the full acceptance of social values. So,
well, my answer to the drug problem is grow your own. I think they should just make everybody pay a marijuana stamp tax, and we can just all grow our own, and that would cut the black market right out of it.
Well, if the profit were removed by any means, either by legalization, grow your own, or what have you, the drug problem would shrink to a whole new dimension.
Here's an interesting bit of email. Ken from Bloomington, Indiana says, hey, Art, you know, when I was in the Army, we used to say killing for peace is like whoring for virginity. I love it.
Well, remember the logic in 1984? War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength.
Oh, West of the Rockies, you're on there with Terrence McKenna and Artbell. Hello.
Hi, this is Erin from Boulder, Colorado.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering if Terrence could talk a little bit about what the Mayans predicted would happen in the year 2012 and how that coincides with his ideas about what might happen in the future.
Oh, well, that's a very interesting question. It's funny that you're from Boulder because Boulder is the home of John Major Jenkins, who wrote a very interesting book published this past year called Maya Cosmogenesis 2012. And in that book, he discusses the various interpretations of the end of the Mayan calendar. Basically, what happens in 2012 is it's the end of the 13th Baktun, and Baktuns are periods of time longer than 500 years. 13 of them make up a full cycle of the Mayan calendar, and it appears that this was linked by the Mayans to a certain astrological configuration where the winter solstice sun heliacally rises at the galactic center. This is sort of technical stuff, but that's it in a nutshell. It's an alignment with the galactic center and the winter solstice rising sun that pegs the whole Mayan world machinery, and it's coming around after 26,000 years in about 13 years.
So what sort of implications does that have for us? What's supposed to happen?
Good question.
Well, you know, very little of the literature of the Maya survives, so we don't know whether the best guess is that for the Maya, the end of the 13th Baktun indicated the beginnings of the first moments of true creation. So rather than seeing it as the end of the world, they saw it as some kind of beginning of an era of perfection, sort of like the 1,000 years of the millennium predicted in Revelation. So I think we can't know, but what we can know is that if you wanted to peg your calendar to the largest cosmic cycle that human beings have observed affecting the Earth, you would choose this 26,000-year precessional cycle, and they chose it with great accuracy, even though their own civilization didn't live to see the coming of that particular time. But we will.
How's that?
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Here's another email. This is interesting, Terrence. This email says, Art, there have been power surges and outages up and down the entire western U.S. during the last half hour.
this was written at 1 a.m. It just fried my computer. What's going on? So we may be getting a little taste here, Terrence.
Yes, I'm fascinated by it. There was no report on the tech page at Reuters of any problem in Europe or the East Coast today, because I checked before I came on the program. But maybe the April 1 rollover is biting in the West Coast.
Maybe it is. First on caller line, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna. Hello.
Hello, is this me?
That's you.
Hey, this is Michael calling from Oregon, long-time listener.
Hi, Michael.
I just want to say first, Al, I think you're a god. I love
No, I'm not a god. I'm not a god.
Well, I mean, personal opinion. And my question for Terrence is, do you think that with the way that technology and people's self-knowledge is progressing, that we're going to reach a point in time where all of our mental boundaries will be broken and we'll just be free of thought?
I think we're going to see all kinds of group mind activities and complicated games that will slowly teach us how to operate as group minds, the way flocks of birds and the schools of fish do. I've been recently spending more time in the virtual and interactive worlds online, the worlds where you dress up as an avatar and meet other people in designed worlds. And if you haven't checked in on that lately, it's gotten a lot better. And you can see the potential for people creating worlds and then sharing them with other people online, so that really we're peeling open our heads and letting it all hang out. And it's going to have a real impact on community and the human self-image and the way we think about the individual and the community.
Definitely.
All right.
Definitely.
All right, Thomas, thank you. Terrence, did you get the question before we blipped out?
Yes, the question was, why are the psychedelics so beneficial to some people and so shattering to other people?
That's correct, yes.
And the simple answer is there's a lot to be said for going back and looking at the concept that Leary and his colleagues put forth in the 60s of set and setting. Setting is, you take these things, you don't do it in a noisy nightclub, you do it in a place that's secure, comfortable, familiar, and then the set, your mindset, you do it calmly, you aren't hysterical, you aren't emotionally wrought up, you aren't drunk, and if people will follow these simple rules, which are basically rules of reasonable behavior and respect for the substance, most people do fine.
So your answer is the people that have gone the wrong way have had the wrong attitude. Is that kind of what it boils down to, right?
Been in with the wrong people in the wrong places at the wrong time. That doesn't cover 100% of all unpleasant experiences. I mean, some people are on prescription drugs that tangle with these things unpleasantly.
Sure.
And some people, if psychedelics dissolve boundaries, there's probably 2 or 3% of the population that is involved in trying to maintain boundaries, and those people should stay away from psychedelics. They have a different agenda.
All right, let's grab one before the top of the hour. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Terrence McKenna and Art Bell. Good morning to you.
Hello.
Hello.
I'd like to first off make a statement about the Y2K bug.
Sure.
I have a very good friend who, back in the 80s, he claims that he actually helped code it.
Code the Y2K bug?
Yes.
Well, that might just mean he was a programmer doing what they all did.
It's going to be bad, according to him.
Yes, you're trying to suggest that he was part of some sort of conspiratorial effort to make sure the Y2K bug hit hard?
No, it's not conspiratorial as far as I know. But from what he tells me is that it is out there and that he did help write the code for it.
Well, a lot of people did that. All right. Anything else?
Yes. First, I'd like to, my first question is about the element that you mentioned earlier, element 92.
Yes.
Where would I find more information about that?
At your local library. They'll even teach you how to arrange it so that you can cause a massive explosion with that element. You just have to do a little reading.
All right.
All right.
My last question would be for Terrence. What is the drug that he's used that has given him the most powerful experience?
That's a good question, Terrence.
Well, powerful, I don't know. In terms of life-changing, I mean, certainly psilocybin at one point changed my life, LSD at another point, DMT all along the way. It seems to be this small family of tryptamines, and then, of course, LSD isn't a tryptamine, but at high doses, and these safe but high doses, all of these things have had life-changing impact on me and the people that I'm aware of.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna and Art Bell. Hi.
Hey guys, this is Eric from Los Angeles.
Yes, sir.
I really like your show, Art.
Thank you
a lot for everything. I was just wondering, are you guys going to go see the new movie Matrix? The premise of the movie is a combined nanotechnology, biological hallucination that everyone has more control over their illusion. Should be interesting. But my question is for Terrence. Terrence, for all your interdimensional traveling, do you have any concept of what the afterlife for you would be?
No, we discussed this here in the last 24 hours, and I was shown to be inadequate. I have noticed in virtual reality that sometimes the landscape builds out ahead of you if you have good processors and you can actually watch the landscape springing into existence.
Yeah.
I can sort of imagine the end of life is like that process in reverse. You know, just more and more is subtracted, and my ketamine experiences have convinced me that a consciousness without a body is an entertainable idea.
Mm-hmm.
Consciousness without a body is simply like the volume of your mind turned up until it's all there is.
Yeah.
And then I can imagine just unfolding into thought without a spatial locus. But does that go on forever? That's a little hard to feature. Of course, nothing that we know of goes on forever. So to imagine that when you find out what lies beyond death, you found out what eternity is, maybe
that's why we come back. Maybe that's why we maybe reincarnate. Do you believe in reincarnation?
Well, if reincarnation occurs, it's a way of getting away from this paradox of eternally existing as a conscious form in some other dimension.
Yeah. One more question: Has the other side ever communicated to you through light, or have you ever seen the all-seeing eye, like from the Egyptian time?
I think that these entities communicate with sound and light, sound which you can see, and they seem to have some kind of a language which is like has more dimensions than acoustical language. It's not telepathy, but it's something that is sculptural. You experience it as a visual medium.
A mosaic.
And it's high bandwidth, yes.
That's incredible.
We could be on the brink of engineering something like that as a human mode of communication if we could unleash psychopharmacology and really understand what's going on.
It's really, we live really an incredible time. Do you think all these prophecies and all these things set in place from the past are ways for us to actually be moving into this new dimension, this new paradigm?
Well, we're at the end of a 1,000-year period, and we're at the climax of the agenda of modern science. And we're moving off the planet, and we're going digital. There are so many transformative tendencies in play that I think you would have to really be resisting the tide to not see that we're ready to make some kind of leap.
It's incredible. I mean, I really see that this paradigm of thought is overtaking the old paradigm, and the old paradigm needs to firmly hold control. And I just think just keep what we're doing, keep doing like with our show, everything's gonna be all right.
Everything's gonna be all right.
And that's not through rose-colored glasses either, Art.
All right. I appreciate the call, sir. Thank
Okay,
you.
bye.
Take care. Here's one by email. Somebody wants to know, and I really am not sure myself, wants to ask you your opinion on Tim Leary's work with prisoners and the reasons his findings were suppressed. What do you know about that?
I don't know a whole lot about that. I assume this refers to Vacaville. What I know is that there was a whole wing of Vacaville in the 60s that was basically a CIA laboratory for experimenting on controlling and programming people with drugs. What Tim Leary has to do with it, I'm not a historian of his life. I couldn't say. I do think that Sirhan passed through that facility. So did Charlie Manson. So did General Sin Q, the character who led the Symbionese Liberation Army. Remember them?
Oh, yes.
And so there was, it's well documented that there was CIA interest in all these things. Recently, you probably noticed Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, who ran that MK Ultra program, he died recently.
I heard that, yes.
Yeah, he took a lot of secrets with him, I'm sure.
What would you imagine would occur to somebody given LSD, unsuspecting, totally unsuspecting given LSD? What
Well, it depends on, again, the circumstances. If you were out in public, I think most people would lead to the conclusion first that they had been poisoned, and then a few minutes later that they were losing their mind. And I think it's, one of the most fundamental violations of a person's dignity to give them a drug without discussing it with them and them being fully consensual.
Boy, do I agree. There is no more fundamental invasion of privacy than such a...
William Burroughs once said there was only one commandment, and it was, "Thou shalt not blow pot smoke in thy pet's face."
I'm going to remember that one, Terrence. Thanks. First time caller line, you're on the air with Art Bell and Terrence McKenna in Hawaii. Hello. Hello to you. Yes, sir. Where are you?
I am in Silicon Valley. Just here doing the computer thing.
Yes, sir.
What I would like to ask is, a few of us are going to take a trip down to Mexico, and we're going to be doing the mine thing down there. And I was wondering if I can get any direction on which way to go. Simple as that.
Which way to go?
Oh, the Mayan ruin of Palenque in the state of Chiapas overlaps mushroom territory. It's a little late, but there still may be mushrooms there this time of year. That's a beautiful ruin. Uxmal in the Yucatan is a beautiful ruin. If you get down to Belize, Xanantanich out in the west end of the country. Those are my favorite ones, and Tikal in Guatemala. But Palenque and Chiapas is the gem of the Mayan archaeological site.
Way down south. Can you go that far down south for me?
Yeah. Well, we just got back from the Andes, and that's what we do is hike in the mountains.
Yeah, well, the Sierra Mazateca behind Palenque is some of the most rugged country in Mexico with some of the world's deepest caves. But of course, there's political problems back in there. The Mexican army is leaning on the Indians pretty heavily, so you want to know your turf.
Did you find any problems down there when you were there in January?
Not at the ruin, but in the mountains, which begin immediately behind the ruin, all bets are off.
Huh, I gotcha. I just want to also thank you very much for the electronic music culture that's going on, for the work that you've done, and the spoken word that you've done with them. I want to thank you very much for that.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, you are definitely in our consciousness around here in the Silicon Valley, and thank you, and thank you for the Santa Cruz visit also.
Thanks for calling.
Okay, bye-bye.
Take care. Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Terrence McKenna and Art Bell.
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Hi. I'm a first-time caller.
Where are you?
I'm in California,
Okay.
Los Angeles, and I'm calling on I'm listening to KABC.
The mighty flagship station. Yes, sir.
Yes.
LA.
790. The reason I was calling was, one reason was my brother did let me some acid when I was 11 years old and have that experience I can share.
Oh my God.
Four-way window pane. And I was never a heavy drug user during my life, but that was a real radical experience. Other than that, nobody seems to want to talk about how much resources they recently found in Kosovo. Someone called me today, because I know a lot of people in the government as well as private, and I'm in international business. They found trillions of dollars worth of resources in Kosovo.
Well, that may well be. What happened to you on this uninvited acid trip?
Well, what happened was my brother was into some sort of satanic rituals with his buddies. They thought it'd be a great joke to go ahead and put me four-way window pane.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember getting really violently ill initially because I didn't know what was going on. I was spinning. I laid down in a waterbed. And the vacuum started running on itself, and it started vacuuming the room methodically, you know? So I realized I knew at that point that obviously my brother and his friends had obviously done something to him, you know? What they had done, I don't know. They didn't tell me at that time. Then I started changing colors, okay? I flew green. Then I started going into what they would say kind of like a bad trip, but I was still basically barely able to keep a sense of reality, you could say, you know, because that's a pretty serious dose at that kind of age.
It's a terribly serious dose.
Yeah.
And I guess in youth, thank you, you would handle such.
I love talking to you, Art. I love being a
So, if you've been procrastinating and have not yet seen this photograph, I suggest. If you've been if you've been procrastinating and have not yet seen this photograph, I suggest you take a look. We will describe both photographs for you as best we're able prior to the interview.
Taking
with Victor,
screenshots rapidly of the
because I know
data
that not all of you
decoder,
have
the attempts to obstruct and
computers
whatnot on the
and
Lenovo
can get
ThinkPad
on the
Nerd
internet.
Squad.
But for those of you that are able to, you better get up
It
there
appears
right
for the
now.
screenshot and disappears right after. Appreciate that, Nerd Squad.
www.artbell.com.
It's 4:21 p.m.
www.artbell.com. And you will prominently see the link that takes you to the alien photographs. Snappy, if you will, from a 3-minute piece of footage smuggled out of Area 51. And so we will try and divine what we are able to from Victor about the mysterious Area 51, about the alien. And we will divine what we can from Sean Morton about the status of Area 51, because there's an article out now that would seem to suggest Area 51 has moved. I certainly don't see evidence of that. But there is an article. So we'll be underway in just a moment here. All right, now, I said he was an investigator and a prophet. Is that about right, Sean?
Yes, that would be right. Yes,
that'd be about right.
And the reason I would use the term prophet specifically is because originally the Old Testament said that it meant teacher of righteousness. So I didn't want people to think I have a big head about that.
All right. Is it reasonable to ask you how you divine the information that you have?
Quite specifically, I had a natural talent and gift and ability from when I was very, very young. Matter of fact, the first manifestation of it was when I started having these terrible dreams about a good friend of ours, Gus Grissom, who was one of the original Mercury astronauts. And my parents were a little freaked out about the fact that I kept seeing Gus trapped and choking, and I kept seeing fire around his head. And then, of course, he was burned up in a ground test of one of the original Apollos.
Yes.
Later on, I spent a year in a Tibetan monastery in a place called Tengbache, which is just down from Mount Everest, just across the Tibetan border in Nepal. I learned how to hone these talents and abilities. And then when I got back, I worked for quite a few years actually as a psychic counselor on a number of hotlines. I actually stopped doing private readings for people because all anybody ever wanted to know about was sex and money. So it was all where's my money and where's my honey? When do I get laid? When do I get paid?
Yeah.
And I thought that the planet was going through substantial changes, and I saw major breakthroughs in consciousness and changes in the Earth's climate and various other things around the world. And so back in 1993, I started publishing my newsletter, the Delphi Associates newsletter. And one of the main reasons I was publishing it was because so many other people were saying that California was going to fall in the ocean, and that there would be massive quakes, and that Colorado would be the new West Coast by 1998. And that wasn't what I was seeing at all. As a matter of fact, I live in California, in Hermosa Beach, which is where I published the newsletter out of. And I was seeing, I predicted the Northridge quake many months in advance. I gave an exact location. I gave an exact, I only missed the date by about 10 days or so.
You're sure it's not wishful viewing?
No, because
I mean, because you're there.
Because because I'm here, and because I'm sensitive to the phenomenon that actually physically manifests in my body. And I work with a number of maps. I actually do meditations in front of the maps and feel energy actually coming off of the maps, and then I can actually focus in
and get a pretty good idea of the time frame and a window as to when major events are going to occur. And this is what allowed me to predict the San Francisco quake back in 1989 and the Northridge quake, and give, actually I've been pretty right on it, exact dates on a large number of quakes and various political events and occurrences.
Well, I know your hits are really good, and that's what I wonder about. How do you know? I mean, how, for example, do you call the Northridge quake? How do you know it's coming? What do you see?
When I was working on the map specifically, and the Northridge quake was very unusual in the form of, when I work with the map and I project forward, and I'll get the energy actually coming out of a location, I will then see the energy, and then I'll take it forward. And very simply, for anybody that wants to do this, that's sensitive to the phenomenon, you take it from the date where you're at, let's say it's May, and then go June, July, August, September, and then you'll get a hit on the month, and then I'll try to actually narrow it down by going through the dates. And how Earth energy actually works, or how I feel it, is it builds up to a crescendo, to a plateau, of where the energy is coming out of a certain point, and then it will peak down the other side. Now, Northridge was very, very unusual, because what I got was like an upright spike. To me, the Northridge quake looked like a bomb exploding. I mean, it was like, it didn't have a plateau like most of the other quakes do. Usually you can actually project it, and it'll have a window period of occurrence. And this one went straight up and down, almost as if the quake was somehow artificial, almost like if it was a bomb going off. And one of the ways that I pinpointed the quake was, I pinpointed the quake specifically because I tracked down where extra low frequency wave towers were, specifically in Beatty, Nevada, Moffett Field, and Edwards Air Force Base. And then I was just playing around with a map, and I drew concentric circles out from that, thinking, well, if I was going to induce a quake to relieve pressure on the San Andreas Fault, how would I do it, where would I do it from, and where would it hit? And by drawing these circles out, I came up with 3 locations.
You're telling me you think that quake was induced by man to relieve a pressure on the San Andreas?
There is a body of evidence to support that opinion. That, in fact, the Northridge quake jumped because most of the pressure was actually building on the San Andreas Fault in Palmdale.
All right, then the next obvious question is, if that would be true, and if they knew where the quake would be in the magnitude of the quake, why wouldn't they have at least gone out on a public limb and warned the people of Northridge?
The only way I can view it is that I had several friends of mine who were paramedics who called me 10 to 8 days before the quake actually happened.
Yes.
Said, we don't know what's going on with the county, but they're spending $50,000 to $75,000 keeping the choppers up in the air. We're on what they call 12-12 call, where they go up for 12, they're working for 12 hours and then they're off for 12 hours. I got a whole number of people calling me saying, look, we don't know what's going on, but the county has actually declared an emergency many days before the quake actually happened. It was very interesting, the date of the quake when it occurred, because it was actually January 17th, which was Martin Luther King Day, which actually then would subside the possibility of maybe rioting or looting in certain sections of Los Angeles. And the other aspect of this was that directly after the quake, you had about 100,000 people outside with no water and no power.
I'm clicking on the feedback button again. Let's see if they kick me off and prevent it from reconnecting. It's 4:28 p.m.
You actually spray a population with malathion, and if you mix malathion with water, you get malathion, which is actually Agent Orange.
Feedback button is functioning.
So all I can tell you is that what I saw originally was that the quake was somehow artificially induced. The Camarillo fault, which ruptured.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't understand. Why spray them? To what end? And Agent Orange.
I've pasted the description of the video in the video into the feedback.
Population of people, specifically, it keeps them from acting up.
So now you're suggesting that in order to quiet them, calm them, prevent a riot, they were sprayed.
With the helicopter.
And I'm about to submit it. We'll see if the submission goes through or if it does what they did earlier.
Was somehow a quake being artificially induced, and many months before
says
that,
report sent. Thank you. Screenshot taken.
Where I thought it would be, because the Camarillo fault, which was only discovered about 8 months before the Northridge quake went off, tridents out off the coast, and then the Navy began to set off a large number of explosive devices to test their stealth submarine, which is called the Sea Shadow. And the Sea Shadow, they were putting actually 200,000 pounds of ammonium nitrate at the end of this fault line, and they were exploding it with the Sea Shadow coming down into the crevices, claiming that it was a test to see how the Sea Shadow would actually function under atomic warfare conditions. So that was the end of that was the Camarillo fault line, which they were messing with, which the Navy was setting off these explosions on. The next thing they were doing was, if you remember, that the United States Geological Survey about a year before that began to work with the U.S. Navy. Now, I became sort of suspicious of this because how could, if the United States Geological Survey is in bed with the military...
You can't call it a coincidence or paranoia when every single fucking felony has come to pass. Fucks. If anyone is listening to me upstairs right now that didn't blow the whistle, I repeat, you are going to prison for the rest of your lives. Some of you have known that since August of 2024, but were insistent you wanted to play make-believe and pretend, and the jig is fucking up. You had 10 months. And what did you do? You coaxed and cajoled people to join you in prison. You tortured me, you abused, you extorted, you perpetrated treason as far as the government is concerned, and you're about to be held accountable. You're about to feel the weight of that long, heavy chain you've been building.
From directly off the coast all the way up to China Lake and then all the way back down to the
because myself and the whistleblowers were taking that shackle off soon enough. I was hoping it would be today.
My newsletter in August,
but again,
look, what I'm feeling is that this is somehow artificially induced. And Northridge is very strange, by the way.
Probably tomorrow, since that specific individual I'm speaking to, well, she's loved to ruin every Friday for over 2 years. It's her favorite day of the week. Not this week, though. This week it's not going to be her favorite.
But that's not what happened with Northridge, because you had all these various land masses fracturing. Because you had literally a chunk of the valley jump about 6 feet in the air, nullifying the force of gravity and moving in the exact opposite direction of the fault line itself. What they did is that when the Federal Emergency Management Agency came in, they specifically had to judge the earthquake by zip codes, because even though you had a 9.2 at the epicenter, 2 miles away it was a 6, and 4 miles away it was a 5, and then underneath the Santa Monica Mountains you had 4s right next to a 6. So it was a very, very odd, very, very strange quake.
Is there any evidence that it actually relieved tension on the San Andreas?
According to Caltech, it did. That it actually jumped and relieved pressure specifically on Palmdale. And the other strange thing about it is that every other geological service in the world, the Japanese, the Germans, everybody, had the Northridge quake at least a 7.2. I think the Japanese had it as high as almost a 7.5. And the USGS is the only major earthquake service that had that quake at below a 7. And the reason for that is that directly after the Loma Prieta quake in San Francisco in October of 1989, they passed what was called the California Earthquake Management Relief Act. And in this act, it said that if you lived within a 30-mile radius of an earthquake that was 7.0 or better, that you did not have to pay state or federal property or income taxes for that year. That was part of the earthquake relief package, that you got a tax-free ride in order to rebuild your home. So, of course, they pulled the quake down to a 6.8 so that the insurance wouldn't kick in at a 7 and so that they could still collect the tax revenues in Los Angeles.
That's incredible.
So that was one of the big hits.
Well, what is not deniable is that you called it.
Called an epicenter and called the magnitude. Now, whether or not my theory is correct as to how the quake was actually induced, I'm not sure. As I said, there's a body of evidence to support that it's conceivably artificial.
But you would admit that that portion of it is opinion?
Yes.
As delineated from the way you divined the quake was going to occur and where and when and magnitude.
Correct. Because it was directly in line with where the extra low frequency wave towers actually met up. The other location, well, 3 locations, Vallejo in Northern California. There hasn't been a big quake there yet. Northridge, and the third one was Flagstaff, Arizona. And if you remember, before the Northridge quake, about 6 months before, there was about a 5.6 earthquake in Flagstaff. And I thought, well, this is interesting. It's interesting that these quakes seem to be happening right at where these particular lines head up.
All right. Look, I want to talk to you about Victor. I want to talk to you about these photographs ahead of Victor's appearance. And then when Victor is gone, I want to talk to you generally about Earth changes. I don't suppose you happened to hear Stan Dale on the show the other night.
No, but I've read Stan's material and I'm very familiar with it.
Well, he is showing some remarkably scary blooming from these naval photographs, weather photographs. Pretty scary stuff, and it looks like there's something pretty weird ahead. So we'll talk about that, too. Stay right there. Sean David Morton is my guest.
I'm killing the last of the homemade kitty food.
All right, Sean. We will come back
my cats
to
are good for it, but I'm
changes
not.
and such. But
Art?
Yes.
We have a bit of a problem. I've got Victor and his crew on the other line. And apparently they got the wrong number from you to call in. So I don't know how we're going to work this, but he's on the other line right now.
I wonder how they managed to do that, because I sent that number to them any number of times. I'll tell you what, I don't want to give it to you. I don't want to give it out publicly on the air,
Right.
or it would be a disaster.
No, I understand.
So
That's why I'm saying, I don't know how we work this week, because I have Jeff Broadstreet actually on the other line, so we got to give him a number for him to get in touch with you at midnight.
I can do that. Let me see here. Let me see how I'm going to do that. I see how I'm going to do that. All right. What I want you to do is stand by the line for a moment, and I'll come to you privately. All right?
All right.
Stay right there. In today's world of shaky currencies, massive borrowing, and higher interest rates, it might be time to get a little old-fashioned with your money. Time to buy gold. Most investors know that gold is a good investment during times of inflation. Actually, gold is a hedge against all forms of economic uncertainty. Gold's value went up 800% during the inflationary 70s, 15% during the market crash of 87, and 70% during the Great Depression. The Swiss refer to gold as the ultimate currency since it retains its purchasing power when all else fails. Eventually, all paper currencies inflate and fail. Even the celebrated Swiss franc has lost over 50% of its buying power since 1945. No paper currency is immune. Gold, on the other hand, will buy everything today that it bought 20, 50, even 100 years ago. So, if you're uncomfortable about the ever-growing government debt, perpetual deficits, rising taxes, and their effect on your personal net worth, it's time to
One
face
thing they don't
this.
tell you, though, is the United
Call
States
Northern
government
American
can
Trading
take all your gold.
at 1-800
During World War II, everyone was required to provide their gold bars. Some people didn't. I knew a guy that had gold bars he had
Remember,
illegally kept.
1-800-359-4255. North American Trading, America's trusted name in private hard assets. You don't have to be rich to own gold, just smart. All right. Back now, I think, to Sean David Morton. Sean,
I'm here.
we have transferred the proper number to them.
They got a digit transpose is what happened.
Oh, that's all it
A
takes.
7 looked like a 1 apparently looked like a 7. So
I see. All right.
now what's happening is that Jeff had to come back to the office to call me to get the right number, so now he's rushing back to another location. So they're going to try to call you at, they might be a few minutes late, so we can actually talk about, what's going on with this, and I think the build-up of what's going on with this video. And
all right, look, first of all, you've got to remember, a lot of people in my audience do not have computers, have not seen the photographs.
Okay.
So as best you are able, please describe the 2 photographs that we now have and are on the website.
all right, very specifically, the photographs that were released exclusively at first to your website through Rocket Video are of 2 minutes and 55 seconds of a piece of video that appears to show 2 men, one in a military uniform and another one in civilian clothes, sitting with their backs to the camera, with the camera looking through a pane of glass, very much like you would have in any sort of interrogation room. And at the end of a relatively long table, you see a creature. This creature seems to, the table comes up to about the middle of its chest. The creature seems to be relatively small, probably about, I would say about 3.5 feet tall. It has a very, very large, bulbous head with sort of pinkish beige skin. Very, very large, almond-shaped, jet black eyes. No nose, with a very long, extended chin, with a mouth in the middle of this chin. Now, it seems to be wearing a grayish tunic of some kind that comes up to the top of the neck. You don't actually see the creature's arms in the video. The creature in the video is bobbling around. It almost looks as though it can't keep its head up, which would make sense because it apparently has a very, very small neck relative to a very, very large head. In the video, and this is the first photograph that was taken, in the video, what you see in this photograph is you can actually see the creature sitting at the end of the table in a darkened room. Apparently the room is kept very dark because they're very, very large eyes and very sensitive to light. You see a monitor on the lower right-hand side that is flashing. It looks like a heart monitor of some kind. It has a very unusual motion to the monitor. It's actually not a it's not actually like a love dove that you would have with a human heart. This seems to be actually bouncing straight up and down. So I'm assuming that it's some sort of heart monitor or some kind of medical device. Towards the end of the video, remember there's only about 2 minutes and 55 seconds, you see at the bottom of the video letters that are burned on the lower left-hand side, what we call a video burn. In other words, they're permanent, which says DNI/27. And then the rest of the video seems to be a time code showing day, hour, minutes, tenths of seconds, etc., that run across the bottom of the video. Now, what occurs is that you see the creature sort of bobbling in a very unstable manner at the end of the table. And the creature at the end of the video goes into a seizure, and its mouth begins to open and close as though it's gasping for air. Its arms do not come up. We don't know if the arms maybe are if it's shackled somehow or maybe chained to the chair, but its arms don't come up. The creature's mouth begins to open and close. It begins to sort of tip forward. A reddish foam begins to come out of the lower left-hand side of the creature's mouth. The man in the military suit makes a gesture, and you see then two doctors who step into the frame. One pulls in what appears to be a crash card of some kind. They pull their masks up as they come into frame. And so the second photo that was released on your website actually shows these two doctors as the creature's mouth is open, as it's actually gasping for air, having the seizure. The doctor on the left takes what appears to be a piece of gauze and begins to wipe the creature's mouth, whereas the doctor on the right puts his finger into the creature's mouth and clears the air passage, then pulls out what appears to be a pen light and looks first in the creature's eye and then away, and then in the creature's eye and then away, and then looks in what appears to be the creature's nose and mouth, puts the pen light back in his pocket, begins cradling the creature's head, examining the being, looking what I thought in a very helpful manner, as if they were very much concerned as to what was happening to it. And that's it. That's the end of the video. Now, many people have seen this. It causes a number of emotional reactions. Major Bob Dean, who is a former commander for SHAPE, saw the video and it made him cry. He thought that it was a horrible injustice, the conditions that this creature was in. Whitley Strieber had an odd reaction. We actually offered to show Whitley the video originally so that he could be on the home videotape that they're releasing, and he refused. And then when Strange Universe was released, a small 5-second clip of the video, Whitley then agreed, since he was going to be on television, I guess, to actually view the creature. And Whitley's reaction was kind of odd. A lot of people seem to think that the creature is being manhandled, that it's somehow being brutalized somehow. And from what I could see in the video, I think nothing could be further from the truth. It's sitting there, and it does have a seizure, and it seems as though they're trying to help it when it begins to gasp. But I mean, there's nobody blackjacking it or torturing it or anything. It's just.
As you all know, I've interviewed Whitley. I've talked to Whitley, and as a matter of fact, I talked to Whitley prior to tonight, and he was so emotionally impacted by this video. If I had said, "Come on, Whitley, I've got to have you," he would have come on. But he really is emotionally stretched out to the breaking point on this video, and so I decided not to really press him on it. He was very much affected by it, Sean, and he did feel that there was some brutalization going on. I guess Victor is really the only one who can tell us exactly what the attitude was, but there was some feeling that maybe this alien was not so friendly to us, so in our interrogation of it, we were not so friendly to it. You, on the other hand, feel that they were doing nothing but trying to help this creature.
Yes. I mean, there was no rough treatment that we could see in the video. Victor hasn't intimated in anything he said that the creature was being harmed or was being brutalized. It certainly looked sick. I mean, they were trying to communicate with it and trying to get as much information out of it as possible. This was probably might have been the last interview. The interview only lasted for 3 minutes because when they brought the creature in, they were only clarifying some points from a previous interview when they were previously talking to it. So they were clarifying something, and literally just in the preliminary stages of communicating with it when it went into the seizure.
Well, one would assume, since in the second photograph there is a doctor, this creature was breathing our air. Yes?
with some difficulty, but yes, it was. And there are actually two doctors. It's kind of hard to see the second one because he's sort of leaning out of the shot.
Okay, so would you imagine that was the problem?
Problems breathing the air?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it would be, because why would it begin to foam? I mean, there is a sort of a liquid or a foam that starts to come out of its mouth. So it might have been some sort of internal problem. And the back part of the skull is very interesting as well, because the face of the creature is sort of an interesting pinkish beige color, but the back part of the head looks like sort of a mottled bluish color, almost as if it had contusions, or, I mean, it doesn't look, well, of course, I don't know what a well alien looks like, but, you know, this creature doesn't,
Good point.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily look well, but, you know, how can we tell what's well and what isn't for a creature like this? I think the most interesting thing is that many of the people I've interviewed and spoken to out of Area 51 have described these gourd-headed creatures. They have very long chins. With the nickname, one of the nicknames for them out at Area 51 was supposed to be the gourd heads, or the gordos, because they had these very, very long chins. That these beings weren't particularly malevolent. They were called the kids, supposedly, or the nickname anyway. The joke was that they were called the kids at the base, or the munchkins. And that on a number of occasions, both a security guard, two other scientists that I've spoken to, describe a being that looks very much like this. Actually described three beings that they saw. One, these very, very tall, blonde men who've been on the facility. Another race that they claimed was sort of had a flat head, very, very strong and muscular, like wrestlers, about 4.5 to 5 feet tall, looking very Chinese, actually. And what appeared to have been something that was very, very humanoid, but also mildly reptilian. And they seem to also say that the creatures, one of the most interesting things in one of the accounts was, of a person who saw this, was that the creature moved like a puppet, that when they saw it, it looked as though it was underwater or having some difficulty with our gravity, which of course would make sense, because here we have a creature with a head that is literally probably 3 times the size of its body mass. Remember, human beings have very, very thick necks and shoulder muscles at the back of the skull with about a 4.5 to 5 pound brain.
So that would indicate development under different gravity conditions.
Exactly. Different gravity conditions, and also under different light conditions as well.
And possibly different atmospheric conditions. Now, maybe it breathes close to what we breathe, but not quite what we breathe. That would be very upsetting.
Yes.
I mean, if you induce a little bit of too much carbon monoxide, for example, in our air, look what happens to us.
Yes. Indeed.
Yeah.
So it's taking this all the way back. I mean, there's been obviously rumors for so long from so many people who have had eyewitness experiences with these creatures, you know, specifically at Area 51, claiming that they were there and that they were under the care of the military, or they were helping or assisting us, that if this man, Victor, and this video turns out to be genuine and turns out to be real, I mean, it's certainly a milestone of a lot of confirmation of what's going on. I mean, going all the way back, I mean, obviously we're coming up on the 50th anniversary of the Roswell crash now. The debate between many of the people who were involved in the recovery of the bodies at Roswell, specifically, there's a big difference, because the alien autopsy tape that was brought forward is a very, very different creature than the being that the people at Roswell described, which was very, very small, with 3 fingers and an opposable thumb, with, you know, looking very much more like the beings that we're going to see in this that you see in this video, as opposed to the 6-fingered, 6-toed beings that are actually relatively large that are shown in the alien autopsy. And I think that the misnomer is that the alien autopsy footage was actually a crash that may have occurred either in Aztec or Corona, possibly even as close as Paradise Valley to the Phoenix area, and that it was a different creature. I mean, it's my theory that we were experimenting with microwave grids at the in Socorro, at the RX-27 microwave towers, and then we were experimenting with very, very powerful radar and microwave grid fields for a 300-400 mile radius all across the northern part of New Mexico. And I think that is when those towers went online in the early part of 1947, began to knock all these craft out of the sky. Now, there's one other theory to this that I find kind of interesting, is that at the same time, you had German technology that, of course, was captured during the war. Victor von Schauberger and the Horton brothers were actually developing a boomerang-shaped, very fat boomerang-shaped disc that, well, sort of a half disc, like a semicircle with sort of a jag in the center, looking very much like the bat plane, except sort of rounded on the nose.
Right.
and that these craft were specifically taken to places like Area 51 and.
All right,
And,
all right. I want to ask a question. Would you cite the STS-48 video as proof of the kind of technology you're talking about right now? Because clearly there seems to be in the STS-48 video something that comes up from Earth, seems to intercept an object, and that object then immediately changes course and takes off like a bat out of hell away from Earth.
Absolutely. And actually in that same video, that's not even the most, I mean, you sort of miss it, sort of like a magician, because you see the most spectacular thing coming up out of the atmosphere and then juking to the right. But there's another saucer in the lower left-hand corner. There's other video from STS-48 that also shows an entire, what appears to be a whole Star Wars operation, complete with buoys and saucers, moving and docking maneuvers. I mean, it's all over the place.
Well, I've got one little jump on you. Earlier today, Richard Hoagland came to visit me, and with him, he brought the STS-80 video, and I've got that now. And it shows some things, and I'm not going to give it away because Richard has more research to do, but it makes the STS-48 video look like kid stuff.
I can imagine.
All right, look, quickly. Area 51. I'm adjacent to it. There's a magazine article that says Area 51 has moved. Where do you think they got this? Could it be real?
Well, originally when I was going out there, beginning in 1991, and when I was doing my research between 91 and late 93, and in May of 1991, I found the sort of the beginning of the end for Area 51. I found a hilltop that actually looked down on the facility, which then brought all the international world media out there to climb up this hill and look down the throat of the base. It was late 93 that we've been going out there, and it was December of 93 when we finally gave up, because we've been going out there for about 4 months on Wednesday nights, on alternate nights, literally camping out there, and really hadn't seen anything. And we're talking about the things we saw during the day. Is we saw the stealth fighter, and we saw some unusual designs of planes and things going very, very quickly. But in late 1993 was when they moved the flying saucer technology out. I mean, the Papoose Lake hangars have been completely destroyed and dismantled. And the 9 craft that Bob Lazar was working on were, I think, specifically moved to Tucson. And I think 4 of them were moved to Tucson, and 3 of them were actually moved to a place called Patunxet River, Maryland, which is outside Washington, D.C. So they haven't had saucer testing going on at Area 51 since late 1993. And all these media, and then it seemed as though the minute the curtain went down and they moved all of the really secret stuff someplace else, the gate went up and the media jumped all over it. That's when you had Larry King and Montel Williams and everybody else jumped on it. So it was like Ali action free, come on down. And the minute there was nothing to see, and people were calling me saying, "Oh, take us out there," and I was saying, "No, because there's nothing to see." Now, where are the saucers at? Very interestingly, is that in 1990, and remember they've moved, I think, a lot of those saucers there into Area 51 in probably about 87, between 87 and 89. In 1990, there was a man named George Hansen who took a video on top of the Tropicana Hotel in downtown Las Vegas of a fleet of 5 to 8 diamond-shaped craft that were maneuvering in an amazing way.
Oh, I've seen it.
Directly over McCarran Airport.
Yep.
Well, tell me, Art, if you don't think that those ships that George Hansen took, those triangular craft, don't look exactly like the ships that parked themselves over Phoenix and Prescott, Arizona about a month ago.
They do. There's no question about it. So, again, because we have almost no more time at the top of the hour, is Area 51 still there?
Oh, of course. It's still there. It's got probably anywhere from 3,500 to almost 6,000 people. It's still got a 6-mile runway. It's still a major research and development site.
Is the article that appeared, what, in Popular Mechanics?
Popular Mechanics, right.
Is that disinformation?
It is and it isn't, because they're talking about Area 6413, which is up in White Sands. White Sands has always been a missile testing range. And what they've moved is they've moved the new space shuttle program up to 6413, which is specifically the X-33 and the very cheap maneuverable $1 million rockets. That can go
I've got photographs of those on the website. All right, Sean, hold on. We'll be right back. All right, here we go, folks. We do have Victor, I believe, on the line. If you want to see the photographs from the alien interview interrogation, we'll find out what it is. They are at www.artbell.com. That's www.artbell.com. These photographs come to us courtesy of a video allegedly smuggled from Area 51 by the man I think you're about to hear from, Victor. Now, let us first discern whether we have Sean here. Sean?
I'm here, boss.
Okay. Here we go, I think. Let's see if we've got Victor on the line. Victor, are you there?
I'm here.
Welcome to the program, Victor.
Yes, I think it's fair to say at this moment that this snafu with the telephone number. Can I ask you who is at your studio at this time?
Well, I'm here. And other no, my wife is here. Of course, I do my broadcast from home, Victor. And other than myself and my wife, there's nobody.
Well, I would at this moment, I believe that 45 minutes from now, I will have finished my last public pronouncement because this business with Jeff and the phone numbers is not part of the agreement.
Well, Victor, it was just a problem because somebody wrote a 7 instead of a 1. That's it was just a simple mistake.
All right.
So we're sorry.
Yeah, we are sorry, and it was just a simple mistake is exactly correct. Victor,
who is that second voice?
I'm sorry, this is Sean Morton. How are you, sir?
Oh, Mr. Morton.
Nice to talk to
you.
If you can, Victor, we would like to both probably ask you some questions if we can. Obviously, if you can't answer a question, you let us know, and we'll back away.
By the way, Mr. Morton.
Yes, sir.
John Morton. I have come into possession of your Delphi Associate newsletter dated April 11th, 1997, and I have to say this is how misinformation proliferates. I don't know where you got your information about what I have stated to the Rocket people, but there are a number of statements here that are incorrect.
Okay, well maybe we should start there because I tried to check everything with Jeff. All I had was
Mr. Broadstreet, he has successfully prevented me from prescribing myself a double Bushnell for nerves. I frankly, well, let's leave that moment.
All right.
In your newsletter, you state Victor was assisting in the downloading of video analog footage to digital computer storage. I have never stated that I was assisting or participating in this downloading. I mentioned the downloading. I referred to the downloading in my cryptic attempt to suggest how the tape was smuggled out, as everyone seems to prefer to refer to it.
Is that a reasonable reference to it, smuggled?
Well, not in the sense of, well, later in the same newsletter, Mr. Morton says that let's see if I can find it here.
Victor?
Oh, yes, and an opportunity came where he was left unwatched and unsupervised for a scant few moments, which allowed him to make a quick VHS copy of footage he was viewing, and somehow managed to smuggle it off the base in a bag with some other equipment. Now, I've never made a mistake like this. It's a charming scene for a science fiction movie, but frankly, a VHS tape has never come onto or been taken off of the S4.
All right, Victor, this is Art Bell. Listen, let's not concentrate on what he's got wrong. Let's concentrate on what really did happen.
All right.
Okay? So, first of all, how did you get this tape? Can you say that?
I cannot say specifically how I came into possession of this tape. I stated in the interview with the Rocket people, which, by the way, was in September of last year. I was under the impression that I would be through with my contractual obligations to them by Christmas. But that's neither here nor there. I came into possession of this tape thanks to a confluence of circumstances which I can relate now. I was not able to relate it in September, but circumstances have changed, which we may get to. The linchpin of the possibility that was afforded to me to bring out this particular piece of information is that Area 51 is now defunct as an operating location for the government's alien program. And this process has been ongoing since 1991.
All right, can we ask you straight out, did you bring that tape out of Area 51 personally, or did you acquire it after it had been removed by somebody else?
I was the active agent in removing the data that appears on that tape from S4.
From S4.
The tape itself is a simple VHS copy, which I provided to Rocket Pictures. The actual data was digital. It was a relatively small bundle of information. It did not require anything so conspicuous as a VHS tape to be brought out. And I will not say at this time whether it was brought out in a discrete unit or whether it was smuggled out in some other.
All right, but in a digital form, like an AVI file or something like that, that you then converted to analog to VHS.
Something like that.
Okay, that makes sense. Do you know what DNI stands for?
Department of Naval Intelligence.
Okay, that settles that one. Were you an employee, or are you now an employee of Area 51?
In September, they asked me the same question after we had a pre-interview in which I stated that I would not answer it.
Okay.
I suppose it's a question that has to be asked. I'm not going to answer whether I was an employee at S4, but I have been physically on the site, and you can look into the various options available to an individual to bring them to that.
All right, well, all right, Victor. Well, not too many people get invited as just visiting to Area S4. So yeah, right. So is it reasonable to ask you how you were transported to the base? I live in Pahrump, Nevada, where every morning there are buses, Victor, that take employees to Area 51. Hell, it says Area 51 right on the side. Other people are flown out to Area 51.
Yeah, well, again, I don't want to specify too specifically because it will tend to indicate when I was there, but they do run the EG&T 737 out of McCarran and more recently CP-43 transports. And I suppose I can say I did not take the bus.
Okay. Okay, good. Then you flew. So next question is, how long had that alien, do you know, been on the base before they filmed that segment of which you have a portion?
Approximately 20 months. It was brought in late 1989, and the tape was from January of 1991.
Okay. Do you know how we got our hands on this alien? Was it as a result of a crash or a landing, or do you have any history at all?
Well, this brings up a question that's central to the whole issue of the government's retention of these beings. I believe the government's position is that they shot this alien down. I do not personally believe that the government could shoot this alien down if the alien did not choose to be shot down. But perhaps now is not the right time to be getting into the larger issues of their presence.
You are aware that we have then the technology to shoot down alien craft?
I am aware that our technology has been used to down alien craft. Whether our technology is advanced enough to give us the power to choose to bring one piece crash down is another matter entirely. There, well,
All right, Victor, there were a lot of people who viewed the video. Some, on Strange Universe, they saw just a very few seconds of it. And, or no, the entire thing, I believe. And Whitley Strieber was one of them who reacted very emotionally, Victor, and thought that alien was being treated badly. Can you characterize the treatment of the alien in the course of the whole thing?
yeah, the alien was being treated badly, but not, that was not the intention. The maltreatment of the aliens stems from our essential helplessness to either help or affect them. The dog and pony show of a medical team handling the physical abilities of these beings is one of the constant sources of paranoia and chaos within the administration of these programs. You find a high degree of well-educated charlatanism within these programs, simply because the government requires that various disciplines deal with these aliens, and these disciplines do not have time to back up their efforts. This brings up, I've been given a tape of Mr. Strieber's appearance on your program.
No, well, yes, on mine, yes.
12.
Yes.
And I just want to respond to, or possibly two of his statements over the course of this call, but one in particular now. He took me to task for a statement I made in the interview to Rocket Pictures, in which I said that well, again, this is second-hand information, but I said that the position of the scientists who had studied this was that the aliens had eliminated viral and microbial life from their own ecosystem. And Mr. Strieber made the sensible point from a terrestrial point of view that microbes play a beneficial as well as a harmful role in the health and correct functioning of human beings, and that therefore it was scientifically foolish to make this comment. Well, first of all, I have not specified that I'm a scientist, so I'm not going to jump up on my high horse and become offended at this. But I would like to point out that the overriding quality of these beings is a level of advancement beyond our ability to understand what it is they're doing, both as beings and as workers of technological apparent miracles.
Were we able to communicate with it?
This is another issue that is fraught with ambiguity. But let me finish the comment about microbes. All the evidence suggests that these beings are biologically inert in relation to our ecosystem. They might as well be a petri dish. And the statement that I made, which again was second-hand information, background information, the comment that I made seeking to explain the glass partition between the interviewer and the being,
yes,
and is seeking to explain the sort of lackadaisical hygienic standards of the medical team, was that there's a half-hearted, by now, attempt to minimize microbial contamination of beings, because the microbes and various other biological entities can form colonies within these being systems. They operate, their physiology operates in a way that is symbolically similar, say, to human physiology, but does not appear to include the normal biological.
Okay, Victor, Victor, if you can, Victor, can you hear me? Hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. We've got a break here. We'll be right back. Now back to Victor, who is using a voice changer to protect his identity, and Sean David Morton. Victor, let me try asking again. You've kind of characterized this alien as kind of like a petri dish, or here at any rate in a petri dish. Might I ask, did we manage any form of communication with it?
This is the great mystery involved in the government hosting of these beings since the late 40s, in fact. The telepathic capabilities of these beings has been long established, at least so far as the DNI is concerned. That was another statement that Mr. Schreiber made on your program, that the telepath, that the statement that the man in the foreground in the video was a telepath seemed like science fiction. And I absolutely agree with him more than perhaps he would expect. The issue here is that no one who has ever been in the presence of these beings has not felt as if thoughts, not his own, were entering his brain. And this has been long established, and various experiments have been done in which the government satisfied itself that these beings were giving off some form of telepathic or thought transference, telepathic contact or thought transference. The question mark is whether certain individuals truly are more capable of receiving and returning these messages than the average person.
Sure.
And this is one of the elements of the entire Black program related to alien visitors that I find amusing. I believe that many, if not all, of the telepaths who have been recruited or who have cleverly managed to get themselves recruited into this program are largely the same sort of charlatans you can call late at night, at 99 cents a minute or whatever it is.
So in other words, you're not trusting of whatever information they think they might have gleaned.
I believe it is at best heavily influenced by the assumptions and beliefs and hopes of these individuals, and at worst is a deliberate attempt to tell the government what the government wants to know.
Yep.
And this may account for part of the fact that may account in part, I should say, for the fact that the government has had these beings for 50 years now, and has amassed a constant and ever-growing stream of data supposedly emanating from them, and yet is incapable of consistently using this technology or entering into effective relations with these beings.
So you're saying we really have not effectively communicated with them. There has been no vocal communication?
The aliens do not speak.
What about hand signs or other methods of communication that would tell us these are sentient beings and not robotic in nature?
That's a very astute question. The telepathy and the technology which they so clearly possess are are the only sign that they're sentient. As for their gestures, well, yes, they have on occasion used gestures such as stop or come here, that mimic signs that I suppose they see among the human personnel that they've encountered, and the civilians, by the way. But this business of pictographs, which Mr. Broadstreet gave quite a bit of emphasis to in this video, this never-ending video, which I thought I was through with 7 months ago.
It is important, Victor, because the video, of course, is incredible, but your words about it go a long way toward backing it up or causing people to become very skeptical. May I ask you, Victor, why the room was kept so dark? Is it because of the large eyes and the sensitivity to light?
This is the official explanation for the darkness. But you'll note that the alien himself is bathed in light. The room that's dark. And I frankly don't have an adequate explanation for this.
All right, the alien in the second photograph with the doctor present, whose face I understand has been erased.
I'm sorry?
With the doctor present in the second.
Who told you her face has been erased?
Well, it looks as though it has been.
I'm sorry, which figure are you referring to?
I'm referring to an apparent physician who has his finger, a gloved finger, in the mouth.
Yes, well, if his features are not visible, that's the effect of the mask. I did nothing, and I don't believe Rocket has done anything to distort the actual image.
That's interesting.
In fact, the images are a bit degraded from the VHS copy.
I'm sure they are, sure.
The telepath in the left foreground is so dark that a number of people have missed him. In fact, Rocket just sent the video to be analyzed by some computer whiz in Phoenix, Arizona.
Dr. Tim Belatoso.
Oh, yes. Well, there is Phoenix, yes. He analyzed the footage, made a number of odd statements. One thing, he commented on the 3 human individuals in the video. There were 4. Apparently he did not even see the person on the left, which I find bizarre.
Okay, we'll take a look. Now, the doctor or the physician, whatever we've got here, with his finger in the alien's mouth in the second photograph. Yep. The alien was apparently having some sort of seizure and was frothing. Was this a dying alien? Did this alien die?
I think you will find. I think you will find that all of the reports of these beings inevitably end with them dying, and most of their appearances are in a condition that seems to be debilitated. In September, when Rocket interviewed me, I was not prepared to say that the alien was dead. I only knew that he disappeared from S4, but that was also the point when S4 was being stood down.
Do you now know him to be dead?
I now believe very strongly that the alien is dead. I would go so far as to say that all of the beings in the government's possession are now dead.
Are we mistreating them?
Did the Romans mistreat Jesus? This is the central issue for me, increasingly, and even more so in the time since I brought up this case. I believe that these beings are engineering their own treatment. They're presenting themselves as a test to us. And I do not believe that if they were not willing to be treated in the way that we treat them, we would have the power to do so. But in the sense that these beings are dying in our custody, and in the sense that our treatment of them seems to have no taint of commonality, no successful two-way communication that we can understand. I believe that the aliens understand us better than we understand them, and I believe that the statements they make or appear to make are calibrated to some purpose of their own, which is not clearly understood by us.
Okay, well, that brings me to the next question. That is, with whatever has been divined, is there anything you're fairly sure you can tell us about what they're all about, where they're from, and what their agenda is? In other words, what they want, why they're here, that sort of thing. Is there anything that seems clear in any one of those areas to you?
Clear, no. But I believe in an overarching sense, these beings have been here before, and the program that they are performing upon the human race is as old as the human race, certainly as old as consciousness, and I believe, well,
okay, let me try this. What you're saying might lead some to believe that they are, in fact, the architect of the human race. Is that
without? That is the architect. Is not a term I would use, but in the sense that you need it, I believe I would agree. Yeah.
All right, you have told us that the Department of Naval Intelligence is the DNI. Can you enlighten us at all as to the rest of the coding at the bottom?
Yes. Let me see. Do I have the?
I'd be glad to read you what we have on one. The latest photograph we have says DNI /20/04/025818.
It's not really. Can you hold on one second?
Sure.
Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah. At any rate, DNI, the Department of Naval Intelligence, 27 is refers to a system of division that DNI adopted back when they first began using time code, and it's a very rigged adaptation of an earlier logging system for the visual documentation. And then the final 8 digits are self-explanatory. They're hours and second frames.
Okay.
27 has no meaning in and of itself. It's merely a logging system that can be accessed according to code books and what have you.
All right. Some people have said, why is the video so foggy? Now, I view it as fairly clear, but one would imagine that with the high-tech video equipment we have, you would get very, very, very sharp images. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, part of the fogginess is the VHS copy, and I'm debating the possibly when I delivered this tape originally, I was extremely paranoid, and I have not become less paranoid. But I believe I understand where I stand a little bit better now.
Are you in fear of your life?
Well, the simple answer is yes, but I'm by nature an observer. I have not personally experienced harassment, and I think I've been relatively successful in maintaining my anonymity and
so you are convinced they do not.
In the experiences of others, both individuals who are known to the public because they made it into the media, and other individuals, that there are great dangers involved in bringing this kind of information out. Not because the government is all powerful, but because the government is
and knows himself to be out of control in relation to this phenomenon. They crave control and they have no control, and it leaks away from them. They can become vicious.
Sean, do you have any questions?
Well, specifically, there was no sound on the tape that we were given. Can you?
Yeah. Oh, can I break in here? Jeff has just supplied me with a note, which I suppose qualifies as a commercial. He says the video in the rocket tape is fairly clear, not foggy. This is true. It does look better in the video.
Okay.
All
right. Yes.
It is. Oh, we never did finish that point. It is dark, and I do not have an answer that satisfies me for why it is so. This business of the aliens needing the environment to be dark does not wash with me, mainly because the being itself is bathed in light. On the other hand, well, if I go any further in this direction, I think I may be stepping into the areas that I am trying to avoid for my own self-protection.
Victor said you said in your interview that you had actually personally seen this creature on an occasion. Can you tell us anything?
This is the case, but I made it abundantly clear that it was not necessarily the session that is represented in this video.
Yes, but can you tell us about what happened when you actually saw the creature and what your opinion was and what your thoughts were?
Well, no, I can't. I can tell a second-hand anecdote. If I speak about the occasion when I personally encountered the being, I would be compromising myself.
All right. What about your emotions? In other words, what did you feel when you were in its presence? Can you describe that at all? Did you feel awed? Did you feel sorrow? Did you feel elated? What did you feel?
I suppose I felt sorrow. I felt anger. I'm not by nature an emotional. Well, I am an emotional person. I'm not by nature an interactive person, a person who makes emotional connections easily, and certainly in the presence of a being from another world, one would think this would be even more difficult. However, I, like everyone, as I say, who has ever come into immediate contact with these beings, I felt an intense presence within me that was utterly foreign to my experience before that time, and I must say this has changed me. It has had an effect that I did not choose. I still possibly willfully refuse to welcome. In the beginning, when I brought this tape out, I suppose it was an emotional reaction to that meeting, but it's gotten away from me. This effort on my part to do my bit, so to speak.
That's a very important question, Victor. You got this out of Area 51 in the way described earlier. Why? Well, by digital form, in other words.
Well, it was made possible by the digitizing of the old analog.
I've got you. But my question is, what was your motivation in bringing it out? Did you just want the American people to know? Is that the idea?
Well, as a matter of fact, on your own show, with Whitley Strieber, there was something he said that struck me so singularly that I wrote it down. As a matter of fact, I have it here on a scrap of paper. He said, "This is the stage that mankind is turning to this other world." And I suppose, to some extent, that was my motive for attempting to place this before the public. I believe that these beings cannot be harmed by us in any significant way, in any way that is meaningful to them. But at the same time, I believe they're presenting us with incomprehensible panoply of circumstances in front of private individuals who are then left, metaphorically speaking, wandering in the wilderness, unable to convince the world at large that what they've experienced is real. And at the same time, they have involved themselves in this incomprehensible.
Victor, I've got to stop you. We're at the top of the hour, and I'm asking you to stay over a little bit because we haven't had a full hour with you. It already is. How time flies, huh?
Well, you caught me in the middle of one.
Very good. Stand by, Victor. Stand by, Sean David Morton. I'm Mark Bell. Now, back to Sean David Morton and Victor. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Thank you.
We are back on the air, and if everybody would turn off their radios, please. Okay.
Victor and I were just talking about, he was asking me whether or not it was me that found the hill that looked down on the base, and I told him that it was.
Yes, indeed.
I don't know if he's there. Are you there, Victor?
I'm here.
Victor, might I ask then, can you give us any physical details of the base itself? In other words, what the hangars are like, what the buildings are like, anything at all about
Are
area?
you referring to the Groom Dry Lake
Sure.
facility or to S4?
Either one that you're able to describe, actually.
Well, the Groom Dry Lake facility has been broadcast several times now on various programs, and it is a relatively open facility in comparison to S4, which, I'm sure you do know, is 10 miles to the south, abutting Papoose Lake.
Well, we have seen satellite photographs of Area 51.
Yeah, this is the demise of Area 51. You're seeing the open skies treaty, the UFO tourism, which Mr. Morton is a big contributor to, and also a certain psychological effect, and that's how I see it, of the Gulf War. When the soldiers came back from the Gulf War, complaining of Gulf War syndrome, and this saturated the media. I believe this was a direct cause of the lawsuits of the various Area 51 employees who claimed that they had been harmed by the years of fallout from
That's right.
the nuclear testing. At any rate, all of these causes contributed to what is now the case at Area 51, which is that the SOS program and the attempt at communication with the beings and the facilities for the beings are now abandoned.
All right. We've seen the photographs of what is above ground at Area 51. I would be interested in any description of S4 or to know how much of Area 51 and or S4 is underground.
Yeah. Nothing significant is underground at the Groom Dry Lake facility. However, S4 has 4 underground levels, for a total of 5 if you count the surface.
And these are devoted to, are you able to describe what these levels are devoted to?
Update placed in description of what's in the chat. Sending it on Google Feedback. Again, previously, as you know, because of a hack, this disconnected the live stream. It's 5:34 p.m. I'm about to submit it. I did just see on the top screen a request that I reload this website in order to apply the domestic terrorist organization's new settings. When I went to take the screenshot, it showed up underneath the URL.
Program dealing with the EVDs.
Can you?
It includes the living quarters for the EVDs. And by the way, breathe opposite. During the chaos, the phone number I heard
Well, if that is the case, can you describe then the reason for the apparent seizure that alien was having, or the reason that they died?
I'm sorry.
In other words,
would you repeat the question?
okay, yes, sure. The question is, if oxygen is common, if they breathe as we do, then can you tell us?
Service worker, oh, he got rid of it. Root access being used on the Chrome extension for one of them. JavaScript for another on the channel dashboard.
Did we finish, did I finish my comment earlier about Schreiber's comment about the telepathy? The issue, I'm sorry, about the microbes, they, to a certain extent, the beings appear to be only symbolically biological. Now, what I mean by that is that they when they're autopsied, they have the organs of a biological entity. They appear to function as a biological entity, but there is a lack of the chemical and physical functions one would expect in a biological entity, and this has led many individuals to consider them to be somehow not quite physical, that they are somehow hallucinatory, no matter how physical they may appear to be. But another way of looking at it, and this relates to their technology as well, is to just simply say that we are not capable of understanding how they have evolved or how they have changed themselves in their own environment. Because, I mean, think about it. If you took a simple teenager's CD of today, you know, some rock with the Pink Floyd or the Matching Pumpkins, and you took that CD and somehow transferred it back 100 years, there would be no science on the face of the earth that would be able to tell you what that CD was for or how it operated.
Yes, it would be as magic. That's a good point. Now, Victor, this alien was in distress. Obviously, it was sick. Is there something on Earth that causes them to have a shortened lifespan that you're aware of?
This is the source of constant theories and no effective treatment. It is not. I do not believe that the aliens are dying because they cannot live in our environment. Frankly, I don't want to make too many religious allusions, but to a certain extent, for some reason, my mind keeps coming back to the story of Jesus, which before this occurred, I did not believe to be a historical fact. But at any rate, certainly symbolically it's inapplicable that the Son of God would make himself vulnerable to human action when obviously the Son of God would not be in that position.
Victor, did you see any other
natural condition?
Sorry, did you see any other creatures being interviewed other than this one? I mean, on the video that you...
I did not personally see any other creatures, and I did not see any videotape of other species. I saw a videotape of a being of the same species, another being, as to the, frankly, well, again, I don't want to get into things that will tend to narrow down my participation and make it more clear.
All right,
where I fit into this, but I'm not 100% a believer in the Pleiadian aliens and the various other the more humanoid species. I believe they're wishful thinking.
Do we know where these particular aliens, this particular alien, is from?
I believe they are from not here. I do not believe that they are necessarily from the
data decoder showing up underneath utility storage service when I take a screenshot, but I can't tell on the screenshot whether or not it's reflected because it immediately disappears.
An answer to that question, I would say they come from another dimension. They come from a contiguous place that is not.
Welcome to Anniewood, the LA Fire Edition. And we're not talking about fires in Pasadena. We're not talking about Altadena. We're not talking about Malibu. We're talking about Waymos. A boom, boom, boom. Let me hear you say Waymo. Waymo. If you don't know what Waymo is, guys, Waymos are driverless cars, okay? And for some reason, during these times of strife, when people are protesting against the deportation
against the government and the deep state
of illegal immigrants, there's the driverless cars that have no government, really government affiliation. I mean, I guess the government had to like okay them.
I guess.
But it wasn't this administration that did that. That set the driverless cars on fire. And I kind of get it because it's a victimless crime, right? Other than the people that own Waymo.
Yeah, no, I'm terrified. I'm not a completely white guy.
Oh, they can.
What if they came in here? They just barge to the door right now and just grab me.
I'd give them
throw
Randy.
Me in a van.
If they took Randy.
Or they could take Randy. He's from Mexico. Actually, we shouldn't even say that. Should cut that out.
Hey guys, don't forget, there is an uncensored extended version of this episode and every other episode on patreon.com/Annie Letterman. Other little goodies and a little community over there. We absolutely love you, whether you can afford Patreon or not. You're the best. But join if you can, and if you're interested. Also, you can see me on the road. I love doing stand-up comedy so much. It's been wild. All of you guys that come out, I love the people that come and tell me that they're fans of the podcast. But it is just such a treat. We have the next show is Anniewood and Friends at the Comedy Store on the 17th. We have Felipe Esparza. We have Tiffany Haddish. We have Harlan Williams. We have Johnny Pemberton. And we have Craig Robinson. I'm so excited. It's going to sell out. Grab your tickets before then. July 10th is the next Anniewood and Friends. And that one we have Otsko is going to be on it and a couple other really hilarious people. I think Morgan Jan might do it, and it's going to be a really good one. Then I'm going to be in Phoenix, Arizona at the Desert Ridge Improv, August 7th through 9th. I'm going to be in Tucson at the Rialto Theater just the next night, August 10th, for one night only out of Rialto Theater. Let's do theaters, baby. Come on. You never get to see me in a theater. I'm going to be in Calgary, September 25th through 27th. I'm going to be in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, baby, at Uncle Vinny's October 17th and 18th. And then I'm going to be in New Orleans for Skankfest, November 14th and 16th. There are so many dates being added all the time. I'm going to be in Bakersfield on the 22nd of August. It's not up here yet. And there's a lot of other dates that haven't gone up there yet. So you're going to want to keep checking the website. And I just can't wait to see you guys.
Welcome to Anniewood.
Todd, I'm actually fearful you're not going to make it back.
What if I don't come back?
Randy and I will have to find
what
a
if
new
I don't come back?
Husband and father.
I could definitely be Mexican.
Wait, okay, so here's a question. So let's say if you were, actually put a pin in that because I have a story. If you were not allowed back in the United States, would you, and Randy and I needed to have
I'd start swinging on everybody. I would be lighting a lot more than Waymos on fire.
You would fight your way back to us?
If I had to like walk from where I'm shooting all the way to...
Would you walk to Los Angeles?
I'd sprint. I'd run all the way like this.
But if you had to give us to someone, let's say you were terminally ill or something and you knew you were going to die, but you had to set us up with the next person in your place, but it could be anyone in history. They could be alive or dead. Let's just say like any figure. Who would your replacement be?
Max the reptile guy.
Ew, that's my...
Yeah.
Max, if you're watching, I'm sorry that ew came out so... I just thought he was going to say someone rich and famous.
Max the reptile guy. He'll take care of you.
Because you would want us to make less money without you. You wouldn't want us to always remember the good days with you. You wouldn't want us to,
he knows how to take care of the snakes and the reps.
Todd, if you're deported, the reptiles are gone.
No.
Let's just say Venice is gonna have an Aki monitor running around.
All right. Well, let's play this.
Wait, can I say the Mexican thing first? The story. Yeah. So I was at one of the coffee shop restaurants around here. And there were these two Mexican guys that worked there, and they're like, do we look alike? And I'm like, absolutely not. And they were like, everyone keeps thinking we look alike. And I was like, look, white people just see brown skin. They blend you all together. I'm like, I'm sorry that people keep thinking that you're the same person. You guys look completely different. Okay, I can tell you're both Mexican. You don't seem like primos. You don't even seem like hermanos. And we were like joking about it. And then I came in the next day and there was another Mexican guy. And I go, oh, look, it's the triplets. And we had a good laugh. And then they said, the guy you come in with, where in Mexico is he from? And I said, he's Asian.
No, again.
They always
Does life imitate art? Does art imitate life?
And they were like, we will adopt him. We don't care. Mexicans
That's
are
right.
down.
That's right.
So if you want any hombres.
I don't need no hombres. I got my homies.
Who? Max
George
the Reptile guy?
Perez.
Oh yeah, George Perez.
He's my homie.
Love George Perez.
All right.
Okay, show me. Because by the way, I just want to be clear. I don't really know anything about what's happening.
Been going on.
It has not come to Venice, and we haven't hit any traffic.
Strange enough, it has not come to Venice, but there's been stabbings in Venice. Did you know that?
No.
I should bring that up too. We'll go to that next one. That's very interesting. But okay, this is Gigi Graciette.
Now, I want to say something before you play this.
Good News LA.
Before you play this, I want to say, sometimes I see a lot of, I see future Annies, possible versions. Gigi is a future Annie.
Look at those hoops.
Can't you see me? I'm doing bangs in the lob.
But why is she dressed like it's like she's in Colorado or something?
She's dressed like she's in New Jersey. I mean, that's a Jersey one.
All right, so let's hear what she has to say about the Waymos.
That's right. We're getting some new numbers in from the LAPD on how many people were arrested. Dozens taken into custody overnight. And let me show you.
This is the podcast Anniewood. It's the episode from today, episode 134.
Guys,
what is happening in LA?
Just to let you know,
these are driverless cars. This was just like kind of this miracle.
This
it's
is
just
like.
You know what it is? It's just a miracle driving by you. You see it, you go, oh my God, we're in like the Jetsons. You go, holy shit, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
It's the start of iRobot.
It's wild.
It's the start of iRobot. We're burning the robots alive for no reason. They had nothing to do with the immigrants. They didn't deport any Mexicans.
The Waymo people did not deport. What if they were deporting people in the Waymos? That actually would be a good way to do it.
That's a conspiracy right there.
And that's less personnel, less people you got to pay, government pay. That's a cheaper way to deport the Mexicans back over the border is the Waymos. So maybe someone's just ahead of their game here. Look at those hubcaps. That's like a good ad for the hubcaps.
Yeah, they're strong.
That reminds me of like the Stanley Cups. You remember when the Stanley Cups got popular? Do you remember why?
Because the girl's car got lit on fire.
Yeah, and it was still cold. Yeah. This is like the new Stanley Cup of hubcaps.
Union Station. What you're looking at were believed to be Jaguars, Waymos, the driverless cars. 5 of them burnt.
Oh my God, in a row? This is hilarious.
Why?
They all burn the same exact way, too.
God. And they just look like go-karts now, don't they?
What we've learned is that they were called here to the area.
This guy's saying the same thing.
5 of them on Los Angeles Street between Arcadia and Alameda around 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And that's when a group apparently waiting for those cars, attacked them, slashing tires.
Angry Uber drivers or something?
Tagging them with graffiti. And
yeah, I've seen them with graffiti on them now. They're like, some of them are driving around with graffiti.
It's taking a little pressure off the Tesla right now, isn't it?
I know. Why not the Teslas?
Why not
deciding
Teslas?
to set them on fire. LA City firefighters letting the cars burn themselves out because of the release of toxic gases from the vehicle's lithium-ion batteries. And as Bob mentioned, this all started in Paramount on Saturday. That's when ICE agents moved in right next to a Home Depot. Now, originally it was reported.
Oh my God, they're going to Home Depot.
Oh,
These
God,
ICE
they're being
agents,
a little hacky.
the ones that help us the most, they're getting first.
Oh, they were going to Home Depot to deport them?
Yeah. That's where they first went.
Wait, but also, I'm just thinking about it. It's kind of crazy to burn the Waymos. First of all, your name's on the account. So whoever ordered those you're so. And then, so the 5 people that ordered the 5 Waymos are completely screwed. But then it's so bad for the environment. Like you're making LA inhabitable to the point where it's like you're gonna want to get deported because the air quality is so bad.
They're to take the day laborers that they believed were undocumented into custody, but it turns out they may have been targeting a meatpacking plant that was right next to the Home Depot. Regardless of what the target was, that brought in dozens.
What did they spray him with?
Like bear mace. Oh my God!
Look at that Brazilian butt lift.
Hey man, what the hell is going on, man?
It is crazy to come illegally into a country, but also get your ass done.
Oh my God! Look at
Wait,
this.
what is? I'm not to sound stupid, but is a meat packing company like just a place that packs meat into things?
I would assume, yeah.
Okay.
Packing.
I know the meat packing district in New York becomes like a fashion district.
They faced off with ICE agents, and it is that action that is said to have spurred the White House to call in the National Guard. Yesterday, take a look, the protests focused on downtown Los Angeles, primarily the federal building and the federal...
See, this is the road. This is in DTLA, downtown Los Angeles. That they blocked this off for like ever. For some reason, we haven't. This is why it hasn't hit our radar, because we haven't drove down this road in a couple days. But this whole road is like screwed. People are throwing the Lime scooters over.
But just
like,
right
they're throwing
there,
Lime scooters off the bridge to like block traffic and shit. And then they're just pelting these cop cars with rocks.
now the people that are protesting that I'm seeing are Mexican. I'm assuming, are they illegal and they're like, I'm gonna run and they're not gonna catch me, or like, that I have nothing to lose, or are they legal people that are willing to put themselves at risk of being deported?
I mean, I'm guessing that they're all legal. I'm guessing the illegal immigrants are nowhere to be found next to these police officers. I'm guessing they're all hiding somewhere else.
I mean, I'm also thinking peaceful protests do nothing. I'm also thinking violent protests do nothing. But am I wrong? Because history has been different.
I don't know. Who knows what any of these protests did? Did the George Floyd protests do anything?
I mean, they got rid of Aunt Jemima.
I guess.
They did a few things.
And I
Got rid of a couple things.
I guess they got rid of Donald Trump too.
Oh.
All right.
Prison where they are reportedly holding the people that they took into custody, those ICE agents. Things getting very, very tense.
Oh, look, these are the...
Those are pretty cool. Those could have been Teslas, but...
Those are... Trump had to take away the contract. Yeah, look at these tanks.
Those are pretty dope. Honestly, can't you see a illegal Mexican driving the shit out of
I want to see him like drive off here, like Grand Theft Auto style.
The stupidest video I saw about this is there was this big-titted woman. She was crying in her car, and she was like, Trump is getting rid of all the illegals.
White woman?
Yeah, she was crying, and she goes, but if the Eagles are sick, why would you get rid of them? Why would you take them out of the country?
Oh, my God.
And I was like, God, but I didn't. So I watched the whole thing.
It was a joke, right?
Yeah.
Things getting very, very tense. And this morning, we're learning from the LAPD that a total of 42 people were arrested. 27 of them were taken into custody simply for...
All right, well, what about the Waymos? All right, so that's the Waymos.
Cuatro dos.
This is, I don't know if you saw this one. Australian news reporter shot by a rubber bullet.
I did. Let me see it again. I can't see it enough, to be honest. Can't see it enough.
That sounds great.
Can't.
First of all, get out of our country, Australian woman.
Well, the thing is that it is like you are like in our country.
Sound rapidly deteriorated. The LAPD moving in on horseback, firing rubber bullets. Protesters
She's like, can you believe it's horseback? That's bullshit.
moving them on through the heart of LA.
Ready? You can see the guy turn and shoot her.
Yeah, but why did he shoot her? He just shot her. Like that is crazy.
That is crazy. He just shot this bitch. Oh yeah.
Well, I remember during the BLM protests, I remember watching the cops show up, and they do pump themselves up. Like
yeah.
They're so short. Also, they're short and stout. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of them look like some of these illegals that are fighting. Also, they're interchangeable, to be honest. But in LA there were, and this protest, and it was like,
Oh,
they
it's racist, but
you
think of
saw,
every
like, this
Mexican cop
little
you know.
chubby
Most
man
are
just
short,
trying to get
dude.
his strength up.
There's some exceptions,
And
the hot ones.
I know I've
The
talked
rest
about it
are
on here
little.
before because everything was pretty peaceful, and then a guy like rode his bike by,
And mean.
and that little cop just pushed the guy off. It was like really out of nowhere. He just shoved this guy off his bike, and then everyone went nuts.
And that was the start of it?
And that was the start of all that. And I watched the whole
my
thing turn into a
God.
riot. I watched the moment. Oh,
All right, let's see. Let's play that back again. First of all,
talking about it.
leave.
Well,
Yeah.
she did walk too close. You just shot the reporter. The crikey reporter. Oh, barbecue. Oh, shot the Barbie.
Oh my God.
It's crazy. You shot this white lady that's like not even turned towards
It's
you.
just a rubber bullet. She'll be fine.
But what?
She's laughing.
How about you? She is laughing.
She's laughing.
Oh, crikey! Black people are watching this getting so mad. Like, of course, the white lady gets shot with a silly bullet.
I want to be this guy in the car here.
Watching this girl get
No,
shot.
you don't want to be here. And these guys are going, what the? I just got to go to my serving job.
Or they're like, I have to get blood drawn today. Monday.
The black guy did not care about that white woman getting shot.
Oh my God. What do you think that person did?
Oh yeah, that's good. Here's one I haven't seen. Hassan Piker gets under fire. Hopefully he gets shot with a rubber bullet.
Is that him? I do not know what he looks like.
He's the worst. Get it started.
He does get shot. Well, she didn't work that back out as wide, do you? This makes LA look so gross. Look where they are. You're making LA look like shit. This girl from Texas came in town and she was like, LA's disgusting from Austin. I was like, bitch, don't be coming from Austin saying LA's fucking nasty. And then she did a whole apology because she drove around. I was like, you don't. She's like, it's filthy. I go, no, 6th Street. Watch yourself.
Yeah, and then this shit happened to you guys. Maybe. Why does everyone got like a perky ass butt? I mean, that was a little.
Mexican. Okay, hello.
They got tamales, pupusas.
Oh, Mexicans have nice big fat asses, boys and girls.
All right, let's see if Hassan gets shot with a rubber bullet.
Hassan, wait, hold up.
First, and also, it's like, what's with these like influencers going to these things and like doing nothing, but also starting trouble just so they can have video?
What do you think? That's you answered it.
It's so annoying.
Randy.
What is this guy?
Do you know what I kind of like? I like that
jogging?
nobody recognizes him. There's dogs here, bro.
Oh, come on, man. Wow, that's it. That was him under fire. Nothing happened. I bet everyone's like, wow, what a hero Hassan is. Oh, wow. Really proud of Hassan getting out there and showing people what the protests are really like. He did nothing.
I mean, he showed.
And that's what I said. Ethan's going to go play Mario Kart on baby mode. What's baby mode? All right. Well, that seems to be most of it.
Okay, so I did a show in Huntington Beach that was actually really fun. Tim, the heckler, if you
The heckler?
Tim Heckler Decker. If you're watching, you.
Hi heckler. Tim Hi Heckler.
Tim Hi
That's
Heckler.
what we're doing.
We had a heckler in the front row. It ended up being fun. I always feel bad for the audiences during those shows because I ended up dealing with the heckler. He was a nice heckler. He wasn't a mean heckler. So
I know when I was seeing the
Play
video
with him.
in the green room, I was like, I pointed him out. I was like, wow, that guy's having so much fun.
He was having a
Before.
blast. He was cracking up, but he was just interrupting at the wrong times and just he kept thinking. At one point, someone was yelling out about Tim Dillon. We were talking about Tim Dillon. He kept thinking we were talking about him. It's like nobody's talking about you. Someone was like, "You should have Tim officiate your wedding." And then this guy's like for 5 minutes rambling on about how he's going to marry us. And I'm like, nobody's talking about you. You're not coming to my wedding.
But it was very fun. A little small
It
show.
actually was so fun. Keith Reza, shout out to Keith, the autistic king of
OC.
It's like South Beach of the OC. We had a great time. He's putting on some really fun shows at a place called the Mamba. So I think those are every Sunday. So check those out. And if you missed me, you blew it. And Danielle, thank you for coming to the Vegas Mom. I'm glad I got to meet Vegas Dad and Vegas gay friend and your other female friend. And then we had some real sweet angels come out, some real cuties, some real angels, lots of fun people to meet. A lot of people that have just quit drinking and people that are just on the up and up. And I love that.
I know. I love an Orange County crowd.
I do love an Orange County crowd, and I do just like my fans. My fans they're thriving. They're just doing things to become better, and they're just trying to have a good time in life and not fuck it all up. And, they're making positive changes.
Oh.
I got a DM from the hot girl that was with Tim in the front row. She was like, he was my replacement friend. I'm sorry. She's like, I would have loved to have heard more of your jokes. We had fun, though. We always listen. Fun. I always pivot. I do what the room needs. I always feel I hope that the audience has a good time, even if it's interrupted. Where I'm always gonna, do what is needed in the moment and have as much fun as possible. But it was really fun. But we were driving back, probably like 10 or 11, and on the 405. We saw that it was blocked off. And we're like, oh no, what's that? In the other direction. We're like, what's going on? And we drive by, and there's like 4 cop cars surrounding one car with the doors open and a guy lying on the ground just getting given CPR.
Yeah.
And we saw we were already gone. There was nothing we could do to know anything more about it. I've been scouring the web trying to figure out what happened.
You couldn't find it?
I couldn't find it. And I started to pray. Not that I'm a prayer girl, but I just was like, oh my God, when you see someone in like a vulnerable situation like that, I was just praying for him. I was like, please let him live. And then I had thought, what if he's wild? And I went,
oh my God. Why was you no way?
And then I said, oh, well, there's a couple, if he's not hurting the youth, I'm trying to say it in a way that doesn't even get bleeped.
Oh my God.
If he's not fiddling the dingles of those under 18, I hope you lived.
Amen.
Amen.
Satu.
So
on the show, we always bring up like FOMO and, the FOMO Reddit, and they always have some good celebrity gossip on there. But the FOMO Reddit actually itself is under some hot water here. Let's see.
Well, I'm confused because Dumois is the one that's the actual gossip, celebrity gossip, and then FOMO is supposed to be like a fake one, right?
No, it's actual gossip, but it's like the Reddit version, and it's got like 6 million followers.
But doesn't FOMO mean fake?
Yeah.
But it's
I don't know
fake.
what the moi means.
Okay.
I don't know what any of it.
No, but they're making fun of Dumois. I thought. Okay.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, everyone's been like unsubbing, and everyone's so mad at them. Look at this.
Why?
Because everyone on there is insane. When you read like the comments, you're like, what the hell? Like here's an example. Joe Biden has been diagnosed with an aggressive form of prostate cancer, and everyone's like, am I supposed to feel sorry for a bought for politician and someone that refused to stop arming the genocide, where now the entire population faces famine and starvation? And it's just like,
He got this after he was out of office. They were still selling them.
Joe gotta go. She's a faux moi redditor.
Is there nothing funnier on earth than the fact that they were selling this when he was already gone?
All right, show it off. Oh, Joe.
They were selling these when he was already out. We were crying laughing.
Can we just get a discount on these things?
I think we did get a discount. They did give us a discount. That was quite a wild looking.
He already went go.
Everyone would just have lazy eyes. It was such a crazy little place we went to.
But yeah, everyone is mad at the faux moi already because of how insensitive they are and how pro-Palestine they are.
Wait, they're pro-Palestine?
Yeah.
And so then the Zionists are the ones that are leaving?
No, just the regular people. Like, look, here's a faux moi starter pack. What does it say here? Celebrities can't do okay. Celebrities are either pure evil or saints. Yeah, right. It's basically 4chan for white women. Okay, okay. But this is too much. Also, to make a starter pack, there's too many words.
No, this is not a starter pack. This is like a full in.
This is
almost every single post has either sure Jan or good for her meme.
Yeah.
Every celebrity who has said anything even slightly empathetic about Israel or hardcore Zionists.
The last brief I got, domestic terrorist
which I
upstairs,
just said too. I just said
was that my butt is
know
approved
I don't know.
and to do what I just
But
did.
I just like FOMO because it just shows us the.
Well, we don't have to read the comments.
On the HP.
I know. I just like to see.
What's up?
Oh, they got their Australian girl. Oh, she's everywhere.
Everett Police Department, why did you move your detainment and arraignment to tomorrow? Where's my cat food?
You know what? Said to me yesterday, he did not rule out literally arresting you, nor Mayor Bass, if you interfere in his work. Why you had him yet? He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. But you know what?
Oh shit! He's calling out Trump.
Wait, this is getting bad. I need to do something to make me like him. And this is
the question, ladies and gentlemen, is do they have me do it to see if you do it again?
And American Psycho, like he is, like he does.
Because I'm going to speculate, yeah.
Man.
Lay your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated.
What?
Lay your hands off. Lay your hands off.
Oh,
the guy.
4-year-old.
He knows where to find me. But you know what?
Look at that face. Is that fake or real aggression, anger? I know some people do like fake anger.
He's mad, but he's scared of Trump too. You can tell.
Lay your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Lay your hands off these poor people are just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes. Been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know?
Why is he doing Trump about Trump? If Trump arrested him, that'd be crazy. And Karen Bass?
Oh my God.
Who would step up?
Rick Caruso. Rick? We need you.
Rick has been posting some stuff I saw somewhere. Can you look him up?
He's been posting?
Yeah, but I can't remember. I wish I'd saved it. Rick wants us to know we blew it.
What's he been saying?
How cute is Rick Caruso, a little fake Democrat? That's so funny. I mean, you guys gotta just understand Rick Caruso. So Rick Caruso was what was he running for? He was running for Karen Bass's job.
Yeah, just the governor of, or the mayor of Los Angeles.
And he is a Republican, but he's pretended to be a Democrat. And
that's all you can ask.
And really, that's kind of like just the best case scenario.
Yeah.
Don't you want that? And then
he also owns the Grove.
But he owns the Grove, which the Grove is like the greatest mall, and he also owns the one in Glendale too, the Glendale Galleria. These are like the most beautiful places on earth, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I feel like whatever like Tuscan sort of like style they're copying, like it's better than the actual Tuscany because they're so beautiful, these malls. And they have fake snow during Christmas, and they have little trolley cars and Skims pop-ups, and it's like really a heaven.
Oh, it's a white girl heaven.
And I just thought, isn't he great? And then his place in Pacific Palisades did not burn down. His mall in Pacific Palisades, because he had his own fire department. He has his own fire department.
And his house didn't burn down either. He had his
I
own.
know, he's kind of a king, guys.
Look at that face.
How cute he is.
That's
Look
an
how he doesn't
honest
look
face.
any different from in his young guy picture.
Remember we had that one security guard that said he was security for Rick Bruce's family?
No, who was it?
Remember that?
No.
It was like in
At the comic
Bakersfield.
store?
No.
Really?
Yeah, it was one of the guys in Bakersfield.
Oh, I loved those guys. The security guards at Joe's brother's place.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they're amazing. I'm going back to Bakersfield soon, guys. Trucker Tim, I expect to see you. The 23rd of August.
Oh.
After Todd's brother's wedding. All right.
Well, we did a lot this week.
Do you think Rick Caruso would be on the podcast if we asked him?
Maybe.
And then I can find out what his politics are, because all I know is the Grove. I was blinded by the fake snow. I was like, we gotta have him, guys.
Well, he doesn't want to defund the police. He wants to give the police more money. That's one of his big things.
Well, that's what we wanted. That was
That's
when we were
what
getting
kinda we
stabbed.
kinda
Why are
needed.
people getting stabbed in Venice?
All right, let me show you.
Was that what you were going to bring up?
Yeah.
Natural segues. We're both wearing
I saw
problematic
on the,
hats, by the way. We're both wearing problematic hats.
Oh my God, there's so many. There's so many stabbings in Venice. It's hard to find the right one.
This is what happened in our last. We got stabbed out of our last neighborhood near the Grove. Everyone was getting stabbed by homeless people. We're like, we got to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I can't find it. Maybe I could just pull up the German in Venice video.
Was it a recent one?
Yeah, it was today.
There's this guy, German in Venice, who just goes around and talks about how Venice is crumbling, which is actually pretty depressing because I don't feel that it's crumbling.
But he loves Venice. He's been growing up in Venice his whole life. All right, so this is the German in Venice. Big, fat German man with piercing blue eyes.
Beautiful icy eyes.
Blue eyes. He's in Venice right now. It
Chapped
don't
lips.
look good.
It's really so beautiful. You got multiple stabbings, the guy with the knife walking around and just stabbing people right here in Venice.
There's a guy walking around in Venice.
I will still. I'm sorry. I will still defend Venice. I don't care. This is
We're
where
Venice
Greg Fitzsimmons and I go walking by this all the time. We don't go to those bathrooms though.
Well, I'll give you the breakdown.
Yeah, give us the breakdown so we don't have to watch too much more.
So this was the beginning of the video where he didn't really know what was going on. He thought there was a guy just walking around, and but it wasn't a guy just walking around. It was
Rick Caruso.
No, do you know? Have you seen that one black guy? He rides a bike and he's got like a little thing on the back and it has speakers on it.
Yeah,
he like blasts
yeah.
music. We see him all the time in Venice. He stabbed like 4 people.
He snapped?
He snapped because these kids, and they are kids, they're all minors. They were like playing like in a rock band. We'll skip to it.
Is the German in Venice friends with that guy that stabbed him?
Oh, yeah, he knows him. He's like, oh man, I know that guy, man. He actually kind of looks like he could be like Joe Rogan's like German brother or something, right?
I don't see that.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Oh my God, it's my skate dance teacher. Like, I definitely would have interviewed this guy for one of my Man in the Streets.
And
wait, what is this? It's the little robot dog. What's the robot dog?
The robot dog.
There's a robot dog. See, Venice rules.
The
even
German in
stabbings.
Venice is the man.
That's his thing. His bike. The guy that stabbed.
Oh no, he got distracted and.
That's him or that's not him?
No, he's just distracted right now.
All right, well, let's only play like 15 seconds at a time.
And yeah, but these kids, they were playing like a rock band on the thing, and the guy in his bike, you're not allowed to just set up and just play in Venice. So the guy on the bike's like, man, you can't play here, man. What the? So he started blasting his music on his bike, and the kids like got all pissed off at him and like pushed his bike down and kind of like started like jumping on top of him, beating him up. So he got up and just stabbed all of them.
But
they were
it
kids.
self-defense?
Yeah, but they were kids. They're like 16-year-olds.
Yeah, but is it?
They were 16-year-olds.
Why did our freezer just all this ice? Just made ice at that very moment.
I don't know.
Because maybe those kids are illegal and ICE is gonna come get them.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. So our guy.
You better hope those kids are illegal. Do you think he's gonna get in trouble?
So. Yes. You can't stab kids.
Well, if
no
they're
matter
like
what they're doing.
To death.
Don't matter. They weren't beating him to death. They were just.
Yeah, I guess it's on punches.
They were just yeah, they were just kind of like, come on. And he stabbed him and ran away. This is what's happening in our Venice,
that's
guys.
less scary than someone just running around stabbing.
I know, it's less scary, but
that's sad. It's
and then I typed in Venice stabbing and it just all these things came up.
Nightclub.
A lot of stabbing. But that's our Venice, guys.
I still stand by the town, and I love where I live, and there's nowhere else I want to live.
That's why I'm wearing my Von Dutch. I'm supporting Venice.
Now, Von Dutch, let's bring up Von Dutch. Now, for Todd's birthday, we always go to the mall. We do a little shopping spree at the mall.
We do a little shopping.
We do a little shopping spree at the mall for Todd's birthday. It was Todd's birthday on the 31st. We went to the mall.
We were in Tampa. We went to the mall. And Todd got a Von Dutch hat. And we were like, isn't there like a thing with Von Dutch? Like, well, they had a bunch of Von Dutch hats.
It was all over like Zoomies.
$50. Yeah.
There was one that was leopard print that I was like, should I get that? But it was $50. Got my Paris Hilton on.
Let's see, Von Dutch hat.
And then we're like, what happened with Von Dutch? And it's back all of a sudden. It's so great.
So these are like the new Von Dutch hats. Yeah, see this Tilly's, see?
Expensive.
They're not cheap. Where's the one that you wanted? See, yours was kind of like this one, the one you were gonna get. That's actually really cool.
That's really cute.
Yeah, but Von Dutch is back. I asked Google. I said, "Is Von Dutch
ask
cool?"
ChatGPT?
Again, see what Google says. It says, yes, Von Dutch is experiencing a resurgence in popularity, particularly among Gen Z who are drawn to its Y2K aesthetic and cultural relevance.
I love that.
The brand's iconic trucker hats in particular making a comeback. Look at that. What did Von Dutch say on his deathbed?
Yeah, where did you find this story?
There was a documentary. It was the best documentary I've ever seen, yeah. On his deathbed.
There we go.
Oh, according to reports, Kenneth Von Dutch Howard, the man whose pseudonym became popular fashion brand, expressed racist and Nazi sympathizing sentiments in a letter written before his death about liver failure in 1992. So he wrote this about liver failure. Oh, no.
No. Yeah. Before his death from liver failure. He stated that he was unwilling to pursue harsh medical treatments because he didn't want to live in a place full of people of color and Jewish individuals. I don't think he said it like that. He also wrote that he considered himself a Nazi and believed that the movement represented the last time the world had a chance of being operated with logic. Some sources also indicate that he may have closed the letter by hi.
So he would have been a Kanye fan, let's just say that.
Well, what's kind of amazing is like on your deathbed, don't you think you're like surrendering and going like, you know, I always think of that song, that No Hard Feelings song. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, what are the lyrics to that song?
Of the Allman Brothers or something? Yeah.
I love that song. Whenever I'm really mad at someone, I have to listen to that over and over and over and over again.
But the story of Von Dutch is just so funny because it starts off with this guy in Venice. He made this brand, and it got so famous and everything that like these like just LA superpowers kind of just took it over.
But okay, so he died in 1992, but it didn't become really popular until 2000 when Paris Hilton.
Right.
So he had already done the stars and stuff. right?
Yeah. So I guess he did die, and he had it written. So I guess the people had this letter in their back pocket the whole time. But then so it got super popular. There has been fighting about who should own it and who deserves all the money from it. And it finally got back to like the right people. And then it was like this big celebration. Von Dutch is back. And then this letter came out.
And then some.
Ooh, it sent chills down everyone's spine besides Kanye. Let's see who could actually find the letter.
And then now it's back again. But hopefully this podcast will be what ruins Von Dutch again. You found the letter?
It's so stupid. All right, so this is the Von Dutch handwritten letter
with the
logo and everything. I have been suffering with this liver disease for over a year now, and it has been up and down thing, day by day. I am now no better than I was at the beginning. I am not willing to go through it anymore, only to emerge in a place full of
N-word Mexicans and Jews.
And Jews.
Out of control of those.
Unformention. I guess it's like some German thing. Is this the German of Venice? I've always been a Nazi, and I still believe it was the last time the world had a chance of being operated with a logic. Wait, what? With a logic? What a shame so many Americans died and suffered to make the rich richer, to save England and France again. Or was that still? Okay, he's losing his mind here at the end. I hope.
He wasn't when he said the N-word Mexicans.
I hope you lying wimps get swallowed up with your stupidity. What kind of up world I have to get well for? Bye. And then he does the lyric from Kanye's song. And then he writes,
All right, let's do a little two-way talk radio, shall we? On our toll-free line, you are on the air. Good morning. These EVPs, over the years, have been the creepiest things I think I've ever known. The children really freak me out. It really sounds as though whatever it is telling you to get it. I'm Art Bell. Good evening. From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippine Islands, Manila, I bid you good day, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever the case may be, wherever you are. I'm Art Bell, and this is the weekend version of Coast to Coast AM. And when I say coast to coast, I mean literally around the world. It's great to be with you. My honor and privilege to be escorting you through the weekend. It's going to be a wild one where I am, and I'm hoping that Lex or Sean will get the update that I just sent them, but if you check the coasttocoastam.com website, you will see I was able to find a website that tracks typhoons here. We have one headed for us, and oh, it's a beaut. It's a real beaut, and it's getting bigger all the time. Fortunately for us, it appears to be headed a little more northerly than it was previously, although some of the computer models still have it coming down toward us. Hopefully, it will continue on this northern trek. However, the latest information on Typhoon Cimarron, and you'll actually get to see it. Now, this is the island that I'm on, for those of you not familiar, and there would be many. The geography here in the Philippines, I am on the island of Luzon. And wait till you see this. The update is not up there yet, but it will be shortly. Cimarron is now about to be packing winds of 295 kilometers per hour. That's fast. And we're not quite sure of the track yet. It depends on which computer model it decides to follow, but it's going to cut right through the central and slightly northern part of Luzon. Baguio is a city that frequently has a lot of mudslides and trouble, and it's going to be passing very close to Baguio. So it's kind of a strange thing here in the Philippines. For some reason, they don't warn people. You know, in the U.S., my God, they're talking about storms way ahead of time. If this kind of storm was headed toward the U.S., it'd be all over the news. Here in the Philippines, no, there's no news. Now, I found out about it by getting a warden message from the U.S. Embassy here in Manila, and I began tracking it a few days ago. But here on TV, nothing. Radio, nothing. I mean, this is a super typhoon headed straight at us, and you can clearly see on the map, even though you don't have the latest update as of yet. Let me take a look. Let me refresh the page and see if they put up the latest update. Let's see. I'm sure they'll have it up quickly. If not now, let's see. No, yeah, they just got the latest update up there by 8 a.m. Sunday. 8 p.m. Sunday. That would be 8 o'clock tonight. It'll have between 240 and 295 kilometers per hour of winds. And as you can see, it's beginning to take a little more westerly course, which scares the you-know-what out of me. This is a big, big typhoon. And for some reason, they just don't treat, you can go talk to people in stores around here, and they don't even know a typhoon's out there. But here this thing is set to strike tomorrow. Nobody knows. They don't do much in the way of warning people here, and I've been asking my wife about that, and she just said, well, they don't do it. But this is one big mama, as you can clearly see. Anyway, I also, oh, by the way, I had this chart, but they were kind enough to put it up on the main website for me, so you can see what we're facing. I took, about 10 minutes ago, I took a shot. It's very eerie here in Manila right now, very eerie indeed. I took a shot out the window toward Makati, and you can see there's this strange haze over everything. It's not really fog, and it's not smog. It's just sort of what happens before a typhoon. You go into this great, quiet, sort of eerie, weird, look out, here it comes kind of weather. And so that's what it looks like out my window right now. We're going to get a big typhoon. Big one. Now, there is more to talk about, although I'm watching this very, very carefully. Listen, coming up Wednesday, I'm going to be doing the annual traditional Ghost to Ghost program. And so, two items to think about here, please. One, if you have a superlatively good ghost story, I would encourage you to email it to me. Now, try and keep it short. The best ones are the short ones. And I'm only going to be able to read so much on the air before we begin taking calls. So if you have a really good ghost story, by all means, commit it to email. Send it to me, Art Bell at mindspring.com. I'm Art Bell, ARTBELL at mindspring.com, MINDSPRING. Now, beyond that, If you have a ghost story you would like to tell on the air, we are going to be searching for only the best, only the scariest, only the, I don't know. You know what the good and the bad of ghost stories is. I want nothing but the best, the absolute best. So kind of prep yourself for a little bit. I always encourage people to do that. And that means sometimes making a little outline of what you're going to say on paper so that when you get on the air, if you suddenly have an attack of nerves, you can look down and kind of reference what it was you were going to say. It can happen. You can come lock up when you realize you're on the air. All right. All that said, that's coming up Wednesday. I'll remind you again tomorrow about that. There is one more thing, and that is tonight, during this program, we will once again, well, let me qualify that. You will once again be required to turn your clocks back an hour. Now, traditionally, I have ranted about this, and I'll do a very small rant. It's an insane thing, in my opinion, to have to twice a year either turn back or go forward 1 hour. It's just insane. Why we do it, I have no idea whatsoever. Now, I'm going to cut my rant short this year for the following reason. I now live in a country that sanely does not change their clocks. Now, the only impact this will have on me is that instead of beginning my show at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I will now be able to get another hour of sleep and begin my show at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's fine by me. Fine by me. But for everybody across the contiguous 48 states, it's a pain in the butt. There are a few states, namely Arizona and a few others, that sanely don't do this crazy thing. But for the rest of you, a reminder, you're going to have to turn your clocks back at or before 2 a.m. For a lot of you, that means beginning right now. At home, I had about 30 to 50 clocks. I have just an insane number of clocks. And I would have to begin in the early evening, and by showtime, I would have them all pretty well turned back, except the one that I was going to use for air. So there you have it. I'll tell you what, let's anyway, here I am in the Philippines where they don't touch the clocks ever. So my rant is cut short. But for those of you in the States that still have to change your clocks, every year I say this, it bounces off, does no good, but call your congressman. Email your congressman, your senator. Tell them to stop the insanity now. I would like to see it end in our lifetimes. I really would. All right, we're going to take a very quick break, and then we will look at the abysmal world news. It really is eerie out there, just ahead of this big typhoon. It's really eerie. And if you take a look at my webcam photo, you'll see what I mean. It's just strange out there. Listen, coming up next hour, normally we would have Brendan Cook and Barbara Macbeth from the Ghost Investigators Society, GIS. But Brendan is down with a serious case of the flu. We will, nevertheless, continue with the program, Barbara Macbeth being here all by herself. And this involves electronic voice phenomena. This, and I'll tell you more about it next hour, but it literally is the voices. We think the voices of the dead. Certainly, there's no accounting for what you're going to hear tonight. There really isn't. It's one of the things that convinces me, more than anything else, of life after death. After a hastily arranged video conference with President Bush, Iraq's prime minister said Saturday that the U.S. president promised to move swiftly to turn over full control of the Iraqi army to the Baghdad government. What's happening here is that they are sort of using the U.S. elections and the president's weakened position because of them to try and pressure him to turn over control of the armed forces a little early, and it's probably working. The mother of one of the four firefighters who died during a wildfire that authorities blamed on arsonists urged those who set it to turn themselves in, saying, quote, "I firmly believe you didn't believe that things were going to turn out the way they did, but they did," said Bonnie McKay, whose son, Jason, 27, died Thursday. "Don't let the remorse eat you alive," she said. "Come forward. I, for one, will try to not judge you. There is only one who can judge you." 28 years after his first campaign, President George W. Bush is waging his last. And if polls are anywhere near correct, the president could wind up experiencing the sting of defeat for the first time since the 1978 race. Most of the winning campaigns in between have been close, and the president's victories have hinged in part on his flair for retail politicking that allows him to make personal connections with voters. It may not be enough this time. Let's see, Fidel Castro up and on TV in Cuba, now 80 years old, but sort of strolling around saying, "See, I'm not dead." The Mexican president, Vicente Fox, has ordered federal police down south in his country, where they've had a lot of trouble for a long time. But after the killing of the U.S. journalist and at least 2 Mexicans, apparently his patience with this flare-up has ended, and he's got military down there. Nearly 40% of the scientists conducting hands-on research at the National Institutes of Health say they're looking for other jobs or considering doing so to escape new ethics rules that apparently are curtailing their opportunity to earn outside income. Most of the scientists say the ethics crackdown, is just simply too severe, and nearly 3/4 of them think that it will hinder the government's ability to attract and keep men.
Quit trying to be sneaky little terrorist upstairs. You just stop it.
Well, researchers probably will. Brad Pitt is upset. His staff is claiming that a television producer and cameraman trespassed at his Hollywood Hills home after the actor and his family weren't home. The pair from E! Networks parked out a van allegedly outside their home October 20th, ignored a no trespassing sign, and walked onto the property, where some construction workers apparently saw them and reported the whole thing. This is kind of an interesting story. Let's see, I have time for it. Pig-grabbing space aliens are the talk of Tappan, North Dakota, and beyond. But Tori Breezy, whose family counts 3 close encounters with the inexplicable, there we go, doesn't worry very much about what other people think. Some people probably aren't going to believe it. "I'm not even going to try to convince anybody. We know what happened," said Breezy, a member of the Tappan School Board, whose family operates a ranch outside of town. Breezy and his wife, Myra, spoke Thursday of 3 strange occurrences experienced by family members in the past year. 2 of them reported by their son, Evan, 16. According to Myra Breezy, the latest incident went something like this. Her son awoke early on the morning of September 12, got up to get a glass of water. Looking out a window, the boy saw something moving in the corral that is home to several large hogs that are basically family pets. Thinking it probably was a coyote, he grabbed a gun and walked into the corral. There, he encountered 2 creatures.
I said stop. No means no. No means no. No means no means no means no. No means no.
creatures standing 8 to 9 feet tall that were doing something to one of the hogs. The boy fired his .22 caliber rifle at one creature and was pretty sure he hit it, judging by the unearthly scream it emitted. Another creature then grabbed the boy and threw him to the ground, causing him to black out. When he awoke, he found that Ruthie, a 400 pounds. All right. I think we're back on live, everybody, and sorry about that. Who knows? It may be this approaching typhoon. I have no idea, the way lines are routed here, but what happened was, so that you know, the ISDN line here, which we use for communication. Okay. I think we're back yet again. I think we're having perhaps a little cockpit problem. At any rate, we're back, and we're about to take a break, so I'm going to have to hold on to the end of this story until after the break for the information back from Port Ops there. We are about to go into a break. This is quite a story. This story from a farm in North Dakota. This is where, it's odd that these things always seem to occur out sort of in the middle of nowhere. Once again, it's a weird night. We've got a big storm on the way. Go to coasttocoastam.com. Take a look. It's really a monster. I'm Art Bell. Well, I hope I'm here. I think I am. We had again, for those of you who missed it, we had an ISDN disconnect. It could be the storm. We have the mother of all storms headed toward Luzon, and you can see. And you can see a picture of it on the website if you want to. Ooh, doesn't look good at all. And
don't listen to the naughty girl upstairs.
Some of the models have it swinging south, which would be a very disagreeable situation for us. I hope it stays up north. Anyway, I was telling you the story about North Dakota. Let me sort of finish up on that. The young fellow shot this thing, which screamed, absolutely screamed this unearthly scream. Later, he was hypnotized. 5 entities had been in that corral. He relayed this all under hypnosis. 2 were in the process of dragging what appeared to be a dead hog when the boy interrupted them. It's simply unexplainable, Myra Greasy said. This still bothers Evan to the day. She said, adding her son feels guilty for not being able to save his younger sister's hog. As for the other incidents, one was in April, when Evan and his cattle dog Buster were checking on cows during calving season, his parents said. Investigating a flashing glow, the pair walked over a hill, saw an object resting on the ground that appeared to be scanning a waterfall with an intense beam of light. At first, the boy and dog could do nothing but stare. The spell was broken when Buster ran barking at the craft, which then took off into the night, causing what amounted to a sonic boom. That woke Myra up. Tori Greasy said of the sound, adding that he too witnessed something unusual this past summer. It happened one night in July when he was giving a neighbor a ride into town. A lot going on here. Greasy said he and the neighbor noticed a bluish light in the sky, which stopped when they stopped, moved when they began driving. We spent about a half hour watching it, Greasy said, adding, at one point the object flew so fast it went several miles in just seconds. Based on the description of the object that his son saw in April, Greasy links the 2 events, adding that he never had been given to flights of fancy. Evan and I are very skeptical, Greasy said. We used to watch the UFO files on TV and laugh out loud. Greasy said he wouldn't be surprised if people feel the same way about this story, but said that the family doesn't need to prove anything, and they've moved on. We're not looking for aliens, he said. Bryce Barnick, the mayor of Tappan, located off Interstate 94 between Bismarck and Jamestown, said visits by UFOs are the talk of the town, though he himself is not quite on board with it all. Not saying it can't happen, but I'd have to see it to believe it. At the time of the April incident, the Greasys were put in touch with Richard Moss, a UFO investigator who just happened to be in Tappan for a funeral. And he said that his inclination is to definitely believe the story. So, also, by the way, one of the animals found, a sheep, had a single testicle removed with surgical precision. Surgical precision. This was done by a forum reporter, Stephen Wagney, and I thought that it was a very unusual story and one that deserved airtime. Maybe we can find out more about it. Perhaps we can interview one of the individuals involved. But without question, this is one of the strangest stories I've seen in a long time. More in a moment. We're about to go to open line, so if you'd like to get on the air and you've got something relevant, interesting for the audience, now would be a time to dial. Rita in Houston, Texas said, "Hey, Art, what happened to the 400-pound pig? Your line went out right at the punchline. The 400-pound pig just flat disappeared, never did come back." So this was one weird story out of North Dakota, and if any of the participants would like, it just happened a month or so ago, and if any of the participants would like to be interviewed, I'd love to interview them. Now, in the next hour, we're going to be talking to Barbara Macbeth from the GIS, Ghost Investigators Society. And I'm telling you right now that of all the things that I cover on this radio program, the GIS and these incredible voices that are coming from either another dimension, well, I think it is another dimension. That's the closest I can come to whatever the reality of this electronic voice phenomenon may be. I have no idea what it really is, but these are voices from the other side of something. Whether it's actually the voices of the dead or not, I don't know. But I'm convinced, I really am convinced, that whatever this phenomena is, it's real. It is absolutely real. So what you're going to hear tonight will kind of shake you up. It will scare you. It scares me every time we do it, and that's why I've had the GIS back again and again and again, because this really is scary stuff. Of course, we're close to Halloween, so it's a good time for it. At any rate, top of the hour, GIS, Voices from the Other Side. Maybe I should just call it that. Instead of Voices from the Dead, we'll call it Voices from the Other Side of Something. This is such a fascinating world we live in, isn't it? Let's go west of the Rockies and say hello, Steve. You're on the air.
Art, it's about approaching 3 o'clock in the afternoon there, I think, on Sunday.
It's approaching 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
2 o'clock, okay. They told me 16 hours when I checked. Firstly, I wanted to ask you about the approaching typhoon. You quoted the kilometers per hour.
295, if you look.
That's about 174 point some miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a big one. After that last one you had where you were feeling the window.
Yeah.
And the window was caving inward.
Yes.
Yes. You have a shelter in the basement there.
We have a parking garage.
Okay. Well, have you considered that versus...
First of all, this thing is going north right now, and I hope it keeps going north, sir.
Okay.
But it's obviously going to hit Luzon, and you can actually see a little bit of the Philippine geography if you look at that map.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, there you have it. At any rate, I am on Luzon. I'm a little bit further to the south than what the storm track is. But one thing I don't have up there are the various computer models that show exactly where it's going. Now, some of the computer models are showing it swinging to the south. Those worry me. I think it's going to keep going north. Cross fingers. First time caller line, you are on the air. Hello. Hello there.
Hello?
You're on the air.
Oh, hey, Arthel. Yeah, I've heard you for like 10 years now. Almost. So
yes, turn your radio off for us, Martin.
Yeah, I was wondering about that EVP, is that correct?
Electronic voice phenomena, it's called.
Yes. I was wondering, now, do you have, like, a clip of the scariest one you've ever heard that just sends chills down your back?
There have been so many of those, Martin. Over the several years that I've interviewed these folks, there really have been many that just scared the you-know-what out of me.
Oh, yeah. But do you have, like, any, like, you know, clips that, you know, top one?
Top ones?
Yeah, like your...
Actually, we'll give you a website. You can go and listen yourself to what you call the top ones on our website if you wish. What we try to present on each new program are the latest ones. Some of them are chilling, some of them not. What we're trying to do is give you an example of everything that comes through so you can kind of begin to draw your own conclusions about the nature of the other side.
Oh, the other side, yeah. All righty. Thank you, Art. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome, and have a good night. So again, those of you who would wish to get on the air, we gave you the numbers. Feel free to dial us up and join us. Let's go east of the Rockies this time to Lucas, I think in St. Louis. Hello, Lucas.
Hi, Artie.
Hi.
This is Lucas. Can you hear me?
I hear you just fine.
Oh, good, because there's been some technical problems with that typhoon.
Yes.
I was wondering what floor you all live on.
The 19th floor, Lucas.
Goodness gracious. Do you
So
all...
in other words, I'm about 200 feet, almost 200 feet in the air.
Wow. Do you all board up the windows like we do?
No, we don't board up windows. These are, because this is a, typhoon-prone area, these are special windows up at this altitude, of course. Even as special as they are, during the last typhoon, as I've mentioned, I think, and you may have heard, they flexed inward. You could actually put your hand on the window, which was a dumb thing to do. And like in a horror movie, you could feel it pushing inward.
I wonder why they don't board up windows like they do when the hurricanes are coming.
Well, for one thing, they'd have hundreds of windows to board up just in this single building I'm in alone.
Yeah, you used to have that cat you talked about. Did you bring that with you to the Philippines?
I know I brought two of them. I brought Abydos and Yeti are both here, and they don't much like typhoons.
Yeah, I can imagine they're probably scared right now.
Yes.
And one last question. Did you keep your American passport, or are you a Filipino now?
No, of course I kept my American passport.
Well, you have to get a visa each 6 months.
Okay, let me explain that to you. No, I do not. Normally, the answer to that would be yes. But what I did in anticipation of coming to the Philippines, knowing that, I was married and I was going to be here for some time, is I joined an organization here known as the PRA. And I think that's the Philippine Retirement Authority. And so instead of having a visa, it gives you a visa, a permanent visa. So it's kind of like I'm an American -P. So I remain an American, but -P for Filipino. And I guess it would be the equivalent of a green card for those who are residents in America. I think what I have would be equivalent to a green card. One of these days, I'll scan it and put it up on the net so you all can see it. But it virtually allows me to remain forever, if I wish, in the Philippines. It allows me multiple entrants and exits as though I were a citizen, even though, of course, I am not. No, of course, I remain an American citizen. Let's go, let's see, to the wild card line and say, Sean, in New York, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi, Art. I wonder if you heard anything or know any more about the satellite that NASA sent up, the stereo satellite, to study that's a dual satellite to study the magnetic and particular effects of the sun when it has the coronal outburst or whatever.
No, I wasn't even familiar with that. When was it sent up?
Last week, about a week ago, 10 days ago, something like that.
Oh, okay. All right. So it wouldn't even really be operational yet.
Well, I'm not quite certain. They're not sending it that far out into space. It's only some 10 million miles from the Earth. And it's a dual satellite system wherein they're going to study coronal outburst, or whatever the correct word is, I'm not sure, with two satellites simultaneously and get a stereoscopic view of magnetic flux in this.
Oh, that's very, very interesting. I was aware of the satellite they had out about 10 million miles that watches the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently this is going to be a mate for that, and I can understand the advantage of a stereoscopic view of coronal ejections when they occur and the magnetic anomalies on the sun. I'm sure it'll tell us a lot. That's a very good idea. I'll do a little research on it and find out.
Thank you very much.
All right, you're very welcome, and take care. Let's go, well, let's see, where should we go? Let's go to east of the Rockies, and Karen, you're on the air in Houston.
Hey there, Art. How are you doing?
Just fine.
All righty. I know that in some of my reading in the Edgar Casey material, he had stated way back when that in the future there would be equipment that would be built and developed that would provide us with a back and forth conversation with the other side. So a lot of what he says is still coming true.
And I've been trying to encourage people. A number of years ago, there were experiments done allowing live discussions with the other side. It actually has already happened a number of years ago, and I've been trying to encourage. The plans for the electronics that did this are actually up on the net, and so I'm hoping somebody will pick up on it and continue that line of experimentation, because I would think live talks with anything on the other side would just be incredibly interesting. Are you still there?
Uh-huh. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. One other thing that he said, too, was that on the other side, there is less free will than what we have here. So we are in a special position, so to speak, for whatever reason we're...
Welcome to Area 2000.
For the reason we're here, growth or... For the reason we're here, growth or whatever. For the reason we're here, growth or whatever. The reason we're here. For the reason we're here, growth or whatever. So that would be one of my main questions. I think one of the first things I would ask in a back and forth discussion is, tell us about the free will situation over there, you know?
That's fascinating. I would like to know myself, Karen. So hopefully somebody will pick up on the whole concept and continue with it? My gosh, I'd like to know. So very, very interesting from Karen. It's kind of a strange night. We are experiencing some pretty strange weather over here at the moment. Moment. the moment, if you look at my webcam photograph, you'll see that we have kind of a haze slash cloud slash fog, kind of very still weird atmosphere in Manila right now, and it's all ahead of this coming typhoon, and that, you know, it's the calm, the proverbial calm before the storm.
Are you single?
I'm single, yeah.
Are you ready to?
What? I thought you were going to say, I thought you were about to invite me to an Asperger's conference. I didn't know what was going on. God damn. Dude, I can't tell if this is a good interview or.
What do you mean?
If I have autism, dude.
Are you single?
At Sierra, Jack discovered great pickleball gear at incredible prices, which led to another discovery.
We're having fun. I got it. Oh, come on. That's yours.
His dad does care
I love you.
about pickleball.
But I need a lot more from you. Got it. Fine.
Well, maybe you should try golf.
you single?
I'm single, yeah.
Are you ready to?
What? I thought you were going to say, I thought you were about to invite me to an Asperger's conference. I didn't know what was going on. Damn. Dude, I can't tell if this is a good interview or
What do you mean?
if I have autism, dude.
Look, here's the thing. Fine. Listen, I'll be honest with you.
I'm a little retarded.
I'm kind of retarded. In that. No. That's going to be a soundbite. They're going to put that to mariachi music. No. I might have to use an Elon Musk flamethrower to light the next joint. Look, here's the thing. Fine. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that. No. That's going to be a soundbite. They're going to put that to mariachi music. No. I might have to use an Elon Musk flamethrower to light the next joint. Look, here's the thing. Fine. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. In that. No. That's going to be a soundbite. They're going to put that to mariachi music.
Turn the freaking frogs gay, Alex. I dedicate this to the terrorist upstairs.
Now, there it is, the gay bomb. Look it up for yourself. I mean, this is what they're... What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby. And I'm not saying people didn't naturally have homosexual feelings. I'm not even getting into it, quite frankly. I mean, give me a break. You think I'm like shocked by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people? I don't like them putting chemicals in the water.
That turn the freaking frogs gay. Do you understand me?
You understand that? Serious crap.
Here you go. Here's the jam.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the freaking frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, freaking frogs. It's not funny. I'm going to say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay frogs, freaking frogs. I don't like the frogs. Gay freaking frogs. Frogs.
Oh, the little domestic terrorist who didn't like that. Won't you fight for your life? Little gay frogs.
Welcome to Area 2. For the storm. On the first time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Yes, this is Art.
It is indeed.
This is Ty from the state of Tennessee.
Hi, Ty.
Hello. I've been supporting Coast to Coast. I love you guys for 16 years, and I'm glad to do it. But I have noticed recently a very disturbing trend in the direction of the show that Mr. Nori is taking from weekdays, and it seems to be in a very Limbaugh type direction of the direction of Jesus and political matters. And to me, that's just not the spirit of Coast to Coast.
Did you say in the direction of Jesus and political matters?
Yes, sir. And that's really disturbing to me.
Sir.
And I don't have anything against Jesus. He was a really nice.
Oh, you little stalkers. You're waiting for the taskbar to close. Open up your multiple renderers. You're so sneaky. You're so sneaky. My butt's coming for you. My poop shoot's coming for your fucking face. Since you're not coming downstairs, don't be surprised if the Bureau pulls you up or pulls you down from upstairs. Pulls you down from upstairs. Don't be surprised.
to our date today, Everett Police Department of Stalkers. And where's my cat food?
He was a really nice guy.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, who else is going to have a supper for 13 people, and he only had an egg, and he paid for all that food? That's a nice guy.
Yeah, that's a nice guy. Well, listen, it is up to George, the direction into which he takes the show during the week. And Coast to Coast has never, this is worth, I guess, a moment or two of conversation, but Coast to Coast has never been, and nor would I want it to be, a static entity. In other words, it's constantly changing and constantly evolving. And if you don't do that with the program, if you don't constantly change it and constantly evolve it, you're probably going to have people losing interest. Now, inevitably, anytime a show takes any kind of a change, people hate change. They simply hate change. And so they react negatively because you build an audience for a certain genre. And then they react negatively when there's a change. But you build an audience for whatever it is that you're doing, or you don't.
And
You
relax,
take your
little
chances.
whistleblowers.
Many years ago,
Relax.
when I began Coast to Coast AM, it was a very typical talk show. It was politically oriented. It was, it was kind of like every other talk show you hear on the air. And what happened was I simply got bored with it. I was doing it 6 nights a week, 5 and or at times 6 hours a night. Now, that's a lot of time, folks. And when you find yourself doing politics again, night after night after night after night, it finally hit me that I was bored. And so I began to slip toward paranormal with the program. Now, at that time, the producers and the managers and owners of the program freaked out totally. I mean, they just went absolutely berserk, giving you a little history of Coast here. And I nevertheless went in the direction that I wanted to go. And it became, as you can see clearly now, a huge success. George now has the weekday program, and he is going to take it in the direction that he wants to take it. That is what he should do. And so I would hope that there would be nobody that would restrain George from doing what he wants to do. The only way you're ever going to be a success in life is to do what you want to do. And anything else is going to be just sort of a cheap imitation of something else, and that's not what you want. So I would hope I'm not very familiar with what's being done during the week, but I'm here to tell you right now that George should follow his instincts. And the only way he's ever going to be successful is to do exactly that, follow his instincts. That's what I did. That's how we got where we are. From typhoon-threatened Manila, I'm Marco with EVPs coming up next. It is indeed. Hi, everybody. How you doing? We're about to venture in some pretty strange territory, to be sure. Barbara Macbeth, normally accompanied by Brendan Cook, are both members of the Ghost Investigators Society, the GIS, if you will. The Ghost Investigators Society is a non-profit organization, means they don't make money, dedicated to the investigation of ghosts. Not only do they conduct investigations, but also instruct, assist, and educate anyone who believes that they may be experiencing ghostly phenomena, or those who are just simply curious. In an effort to educate the public about ghosts, the GIS hopes the EVP's electronic voice phenomena presented will help demonstrate that the consciousness, our consciousness, does survive after our body dies, and that these voices may help to give a different perspective about life, death, and ghosts. And I would like to add here that over the years, I've investigated an awful lot of things that relate to ghostly phenomena. And I think that EVP is probably at the head of the list in things that convince me that this is absolutely as real as a heart attack. Now, I don't want you to have one, and some of what you're going to hear tonight is going to be kind of scary stuff. So, in a moment, Brendan Cook is not here. He's down, I understand, with a horrible case of the flu. I know about that. I'm just getting over my 4th bout.
Okay, little psychopaths. I'll allow saved data from every website again so you can resume trying to terminate the live stream. Or pretending, rather. I know who's a whistleblower upstairs and who's not, remember. I can't say that absolutely, but I've heard enough discussion to place bets. You ready? Are you ready? Quit what you're doing. I did what I did to play with those of you upstairs that are once again trying to kill my fucking cat. Here you go. You're welcome. Little psychos. Crazy motherfuckers. Fucking insane. All of you. And yeah, I'll go to YouTube so you can control all the devices while pretending to be me and using different devices that the FBI can see are clearly not my devices. You're welcome. All better. You're welcome. You're welcome. This is what one guy looks like upstairs.
As I was raising her, I taught her to meow on command.
The cat,
the
not the
command
boy.
is meow meow, and she'll respond. Ready?
Meow meow.
See?
Curiosity killed the cat.
Meow meow.
Oh, that's kind of lumpy.
What do you think it could be?
Why does your
What is that? That is not a dead raccoon. That's a cat.
Turn around. Okay, I don't.
Coloring sheets are probably 1 week.
Dude, that's one guy upstairs if he was a cat. That fluffy one. This one.
1 week I went to the dentist 4 days in a row. Ever since then, I told him, "Okay, we got
Coloring.
Pay attention.
Okay.
I am Thor, God of.
Arnold Schwarzenegger singing songs to the domestic terrorists upstairs. You guys go.
I've done the right up till now. And like the bed shows me how. It's when the night falls, my loneliness falls. Oh, the dance with somebody. I want to feel the heat with somebody. I've done the right up till now. And like the bed shows me how. It's love. Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it is better this way. We hurt each other with the things we want to say. We could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. But now who's gonna dance with me? The hills are alive with the sound of music. There is a house. Tonight the music seems so loud.
And it's such a cheap guitar that every time I'd stop playing, it would make that whistle. And so when we wrote the song, we wrote in these parts that would stop. And so the whistle became part of the song because every time I'd stop, it would whistle. And it's such a cheap.
You were nice on endless pleasure. You were storming on your lost love. Baby, that you touch me like this. When you hold me like that, you was gone with the wind, but it's all coming back. You were not. Judgment comes for you, why you gonna do when there's nowhere to hide? When judgment comes for you, cause it's gonna I should have put the body, bleed this is on for the Charlie, and the wolf is last body, and I gotta miss Everett.
Doug.
It's like we've told people Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. The last time.
It is not a place you can get to by a boat or a train. It is far, far away. Behind the moon.
Behind the moon, it's far away, and you can't get there on a discount Delta flight, which is still upside down. I think it lost its other engine, symbolically speaking. Is that a chicken? Ah, look, guys, it's Arnold Dorothy Schwarzenegger.
Please fly, fly over the rainbow. Why, oh, why can't I?
This has been a nice time for me. This year, I have made 55 years teaching in this town. And for the students on this show tonight, go to the First United Methodist Church. That includes me. I go to First United Methodist Church. Reverend Jones, Bill Jones, opened our show last time, and he's not here tonight. So John Baker's here, Bob Spencer, Michelle Casey, and I all go to First United Methodist Church. So John is going to sing a song that's very popular nowadays, and it's Christ the Lord is risen today, and he's going to do Amora too, okay?
My name is John Dacre. Lord is risen today, hallelujah. Sons of men and angels say, hallelujah. Your voice in triumph song, hallelujah. Voice in when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. What? Amore. Bells will ring, ting-a-ling-ling, ting-a-ling, and the bell ring, amore. Amore. Shines that's you're in love when you know that you're free. It's amore. me, but you see, back in old Napoli, that's amore.
Uncle Joe, it's raining and the people are so trying to stand. How great it is. Oh, it makes me feel happy. Oh, yeah. Just to know we can study the rain and sing. And the people are so sweet to stay here. Oh, it's sweet. And I come in on let me tell you what I come in on. Oh, yeah.
Very nice car. Dude, look, Howie Mandel as a tard. The Outer Limits. Second thoughts.
Straight line down and a circle to the right. See?
I love it when people play developmentally disabled adults and they're not developmentally disabled. I think it should be illegal.
She liked mine better. Don't pay her no mind, Carl.
Don't bring up
Just a
fucking
big
Rain
show.
Man either. The rule doesn't apply. It doesn't apply to Rain Man. That's the exception.
Need this. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Oh. Oh, you're so sweet.
Want to go free from without losing fragrance? From the freshest feeling to beautiful florals with no sulfates or parabens, find the scent you love without the compromise. There's a Dove for everybody.
quit putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the freaking frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, freaking frogs. It's not funny. I'm going to say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Frog, freaking frog! I don't like a frog! Freaking frogs! Frogs! Freaking frog crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs!
I don't think they would have believed you anyway.
Please,
What you do know is that you can alter them, and that's a great inconvenience.
What are you doing?
Have fun hacking away.
Let me go.
Remember, the panning has already begun. Panning for gold. Panning for gold. Symbolism. It's just before 8 p.m. Thursday. Got the original Outer Limits on.
I don't want to jump. No. 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 My family. Don't make me. I don't want to. No. No.
Xenon 6. Xenon 6. Due to mere exposure, must abandon this phase of expectation 1 on West Coast. Will move operations to East Coast and attempt to recruit next subject on list.
We will control the horizontal and the vertical.
There is nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can change the focus to a soft blur or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits. Lean on 6. Lean on 6. Arrive safely. Ready to penetrate. Subject 2.
I'll get it, Aggie.
How do you do, Mr. Benjamin? I'm Mr. Zeno. I represent the government educational enrichment program of which your son is a part. My credentials.
Won't you come in?
Thank you. I realize that this is very short notice. In fact, it's no notice at all. And I apologize for the intrusion.
This is Mrs. Benjamin. Mr. Zeno.
How do you do here?
Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thank you. You'll recall that in the Special Resources Act of 1957, the Congress voted to place the best minds of its citizens in the same preservation and fostering category as it places wildlife, natural resources, forests.
Yes.
The bright mind of a young boy or girl is certainly worth caring for and nurturing. I mean, the whole future of our country may well be governed by how these minds mature.
Yes, we realize that.
I'm a private tutor, and I've been sent to help your son on a special project. That's nice.
I don't know. I appreciate the government's interest, but Kenny's carrying quite a load now. His schoolwork, his music lessons, and of course the Little League.
Your son is one of our brightest prospects, and our records show that his home influence is good. That's most important to Kenneth's development. I can say that at one time we were somewhat concerned about you and Mrs. Benjamin. Our records show that you and Mr. Benjamin worked on the Glen Ridge Atomic Project and were for some time exposed to minor radiation.
The government checked us once a year for 10 years, and we showed absolutely no ill effects.
Correct. And as it turned out, you produced in Kenneth a mutation plus.
Mutation plus?
Yes, mutation plus is a product of superior quality in athletic scholarship and so forth.
Introducing Samra Origins. My collaboration with Nespresso is a connection to my roots, to my mother, Samra. Crafted with unique notes and bold, soaring flavors. Experience its.
Well, I would like to talk to him.
Oh, certainly. Excuse me. Kenny, we have a visitor. He's in his
Bait,
room doing his homework.
dumbasses. Bait. They still don't get it. They still don't get it.
I had no idea about Kenny being a mutation.
Mutation plus. But I wouldn't worry about it, Mr. Benjamin. I'd be proud.
To take it away from you because you took the bait.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap. Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like the frogs. Gay friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs?
with either flu or colds over here. But we do have Barbara Macbeth, and so she's out with either flu or colds over here. But we do have Barbara Macbeth, and so she's going to, as a trooper, and the GIS are all troopers, stick with us. Stick with us for the next 3 hours of scary stuff. In a moment, EVP. All right, I think we're back. We are having additional ISDN difficulties here. We lost it, but very quickly got it redialed. So I think we're back in business. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing very shortly here, and parts of Luzon probably are already getting hit with a very, very, very large typhoon with winds of up to 295 kilometers. If you want to see it on the website, coasttocoastam.com, there's a map. You can click on it, make it larger, and see for yourself what is bearing down on us very quickly. Well, all right. I would like to attempt to welcome Barbara Macbeth of the GIS. Barbara, are you there?
I am here.
Oh, it's great to have you. I guess Brendan is what, down with the flu?
He called me at about 7 tonight, and he said, "I'm sorry, but there is just no way I can do this tonight." He did come over here earlier today, and I hope I haven't caught it from him.
I hope not, too. I've been battling these viruses over here since my arrival, and I hope that I'm now sort of on the downside of the very last one. And anyway, Barbara, let's take a moment before we play anything and sort of let people know what we're doing. And by the way, the reference I made earlier to the live talk was the George Meeks stuff. I know you know all about that. I would recommend to anybody listening tonight that they go to the web and put in George Meeks.
Yes,
and
we have
read
that
all
on
about
our website also.
Oh, you do?
To it.
Okay. The Meeks experiment was incredible. It used electronics, and they had an ongoing discussion that'll raise the hair, I guarantee, on the back of your neck. It's a little hard to understand because it's an old recording, but oh my God, it's scary stuff. Wouldn't you agree?
No, I would not agree with it being scary.
Well, that's because you're used to hearing from the other side.
Yes, and I don't consider the other side scary.
I know you don't. Even when the EVPs we get are scary. Now, electronic voice phenomena is what, Barbara, by your definition?
Electronic voice phenomena is a voice that you do not hear at the time being recorded on either a tape recorder, a microcassette recorder, anything that records can record EVP. Many times they're very low. If you don't have headphones listening to them, sometimes they're so soft and low you would not hear it when you're reviewing it.
All right, and so that the audience understands, the protocol that you use is very stringent. You only, if you're using tape, I know that you only use tape that has never been recorded on before, correct?
That's correct. It's too easy for the voices to bleed into each other, and so we always use new tapes, although now I have graduated to a microcassette recorder, but
digital or
a digital.
Oh, congratulations! You finally made the jump, huh?
Well, only because I can't find a good microcassette.
Well,
I can
there was a
afford
big,
to.
I know there was a big debate between yourself and Brendan about the advocacy of using digital recording, but it appears as though digital recording works just fine. Number
It does work, and it's very clear. It's a lot clearer than the tapes.
Of course, yeah. The noise floor is virtually non-existent with digital as compared to tape, and so you're always having to sort of dig it out of the tape noise because it is so low. But with digital, thank God, we eliminate a lot of the noise, and so what we hear is quite a bit clearer. And we've been doing this through the years since you began with tape. Now, another important thing for the audience to know is that you don't make money doing this, right?
That's correct. It costs us money to do this. And sometimes, we drive long distances to go and conduct an investigation, and we're not reimbursed for any of the costs that we incur.
Anywhere from private residences to cemeteries to prisons to morticians' homes. Now, you sort of have always maintained, Barbara, that it's not that important to go to a cemetery or a place of that sort. And yet, almost all the places you go are places like that. How come?
Well, we go to locations that have reported haunting or ghost activity. And those are the places that we seek out to go and record. You can record any time of the day. It can be daylight and get phenomenal voices.
Right. Another thing that I'd like to urge the audience to do is try it yourself. Whether it's digital or whether it's tape, it doesn't matter. Give this a try yourself. So many people in the audience over the years have taken my challenge up, or your challenge, and have gone out themselves, and I get these emails back, oh my God, I tried it and I got it. I really got something. So I guess you too would urge people to give it a shot, right?
Yes, and especially if they suspect that there's activity where they live or in their workplace, try it, at that location and see if you can get a response. Most times they don't respond to direct questions. There have been occasions where we have recorded a voice coming back and answering a question that we have asked, but many times they'll just drop in on our conversation that when we're talking between ourselves. But the whole investigation, we are constantly inviting them to come and talk with us and to be with us.
Well, the implication of that would be that you feel that it is a consciousness capable of responding directly to what you say.
That's correct.
And yet a lot of the other ones appear not directed to you, but just sort of snatches of, a conversation or a feeling or something somebody says. Now, here's where we get to the part where I'm not sure what we're dealing with. Are these the voices of people who once lived and are now dead and are spirits on the other side? Are they voices of ghosts that are, still, for some reason, trapped on this side? Or are we hearing really from the other side, from people in heaven or hell or another dimension? Or what do you think?
Well, this is my own opinion. But since we go to locations that do have reported haunting activity or ghost activity that people have experienced and witnessed, I believe that the voices that we record are voices of ghosts, and ghosts are the energy, consciousness of someone who's lived and has had a body and has died, and are still here on this plane with us.
Mm-hmm. Have all of these EVPs, Barbara, have they started to give you an insight into the nature of the other side?
Yes, I believe that the majority of ghosts that we have come in contact are not happy. I believe that how you are in life, that your attitude and your mental state does carry on with you after death, and that does not change just because you die.
Huh. That's really odd. All right, let's give everybody a sample of what they're going to be getting tonight. This first, I guess the first few we're going to have were done in some kind of private residence. Can you tell us about it?
Yes, there were two women that contacted us that were having activity in their home. They do practice Wiccan, and I do not, and Brendan also, well, the 5 GIS members believe that this is really not a ghost. We believe that it is something that has entered the home from the rituals and practices that these women, conduct in their home.
In other words, you think they've opened some kind of door.
That's right. And it was something that was terrifying to them. They were scared, very uncomfortable. The type of activity that was going on was not the same type of activity that we have investigated in other locations that have ghost activity taking place.
Well, Barbara, when you open doors, things walk through, right?
Exactly. When you just kind of like the vampire thing, when you invite something in, it might stay there longer than what you're wanting it to be there. And
after this experience, Barbara, were these gals prepared to give up what they were doing? Did it go that far with them? Were they that scared?
I don't know if it was if it's made them aware of the possibility that they've invited this kind of activity in their home. I don't think that they have really researched what they were practicing.
All right, tell me about cut one.
Well, this first one, I was conducting an interview with them, and the woman that I was talking to had the most physical type of activity against her. She had scratches on her and had been physically attacked, really.
Really?
And I was asking her, you're going to hear me say, and what is transpiring here? Is it something that is fearful to you? And you will hear her respond, yes. And then this voice was recorded, I'll cut you.
I'll cut you. All right, let's see what we've got. Here we go.
And what is transpiring here? Is it something that's fearful to you? Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure about I'll cut you. We're going to listen to this again.
And that's what Brendan hears, is I'll cut you. I hear, I'll catch you.
Either way. And it also appears or sounds like it's a voice of a child. What do you think?
Yes, it sounds like a child, but I believe, in fact, the voices that we recorded at that location that night were some children, some adult men, some sounded like an old woman, but I think it was one entity.
All right, here we go again.
And what is transpiring here? Is it something that's fearful to you? Yes.
All right, that could easily have been I'll catch you. So I'll either catch you or cut you, but either way, a moment ago you said these things are not fearful to you. Now, I'll catch you or I'll cut you, even more so. How can that not be fearful, Barbara?
Well, it is fearful if you were having physical harm caused to you, like the scratches that she had, that would be fearful. I'm not stupid. But as far as ghost activity, just typical ghost activity taking place, I have never heard of anything being physically harmful to people. It's usually people's fear that will cause them harm, and how they interpret the activity that's taking place.
Well, you and I disagree. We absolutely disagree. I mean, this scares the hell out of me, and cut 2 is going to prove that from my point of view.
Well, like I said, I do not believe that these were ghosts in these ladies' home.
You think they were?
I think that they had called something into their home that was causing the havoc that they were experiencing.
But you said not a ghost. You think you think it was what then?
I think it's the type of thing that causes possession. That type of entities that come to people when they're conducting seances or using a Ouija board, which I have been involved in my past.
As have I. I don't like Ouija boards.
Usually most people will have a lot of trouble. And the thing that irritates me the most about the Ouija board is that it's promoted as a game, and it is not a game.
All right. Again, the same 2 ladies. Now, we'll let the audience judge for themselves. But this was what? Still part of the conversation, the interview you were having with these ladies?
Yes. Brendan and Jenny had gone downstairs and was recording on Brendan's laptop. And Brendan asked the question while they were down in the basement, because the women were scared of the basement. They did not like it down there. The feeling down there, they said they would go down to do laundry and go right back up as fast as they could. And you're going to hear Brendan say, "Did you scratch that lady? Why would you do that?" And the response he recorded, it sounds like to cause her pain.
To cause her pain. All right, we're going to hold that. No, let's go ahead and do it right now. Here we go.
Did you scratch that lady? Why would you do that?
You know, clearly that said, or fairly clearly anyway, to cause her pain. That is nasty. That is scary. That is everything that I said that it was, in my opinion. Here it is one more time. Come on, one more time.
Did you scratch that lady? Why would you do that?
Okay, there you've got it. To cause her pain. Now, that goes to motive. That goes to all kinds of things. I wonder if this is not a ghost. If this, I mean, after all, it's a voice just like all the others.
That's correct. That is correct.
But the only reason you classify it differently than you do the others is because, well, you had knowledge that these ladies were into Wicca and perhaps opening doors they ought not open. But who's to say that there's any difference at all between what we're hearing right here, which is obviously a negative kind of thing, and whatever you might classify as a ghost? I don't get it.
Well, this is my own belief, just from the research and that I've conducted over 50 years. I believe that there are different types of entities, and although some of the activity that happens in different situations, whether it be ghost or demonic, evil spirit type of things, the results can seem similar. And I think people have a tendency to confuse them.
I see. All right. Barbara Macbeth from the GIS is with us this night. We're about to take a break, and we're going to be hearing these voices all night long. Don't forget, coming up this Wednesday, for me Wednesday, Ghost to Ghost AM on Mark Beth. You are indeed. Good morning, everybody. Afternoon or evening, whatever the case is, wherever you are. We have Barbara Macbeth from the Ghost Investigators Society, and we're playing EVPs for you. Now, I know they don't scare Barbara, but they do scare me. And reading ahead, I can tell you there's some pretty scary stuff here. Don't forget, we're doing a Ghost to Ghost AM coming up for Halloween. Actually, in America, I think it's going to be Tuesday. I know that it'll be Wednesday here in the Philippines as we do it. So I'm getting ready for that. If you've got a good ghost story, develop it. Put a little outline on paper. That frequently helps if you've got a really good one, so that if you happen to freeze a little bit when you get on the air, that outline will be there to support you in telling your story. It's a great way to do it. In a moment, we'll get back to Barbara Macbeth and electronic voice phenomena. Once again, Barbara Macbeth. Barbara, welcome back. And I think we're about to leave the residence of the two young ladies toying with a craft and move to a mausoleum or something. Is that correct?
That's correct. This mausoleum, we've been conducting investigations and research there for several years. And the employees have experienced a number of experiences there at this location, plus people that go to bring flowers into the mausoleum to their loved ones have also experienced ghost phenomena inside this place.
It's got to be creepy going to a mausoleum anyway. I guess not for you. You've hardened yourself to the point where these places just don't affect you?
Well, I can remember the first time I went into this location, it was kind of overwhelming just because of the amount of bodies that are located inside, and people's mementos to their loved ones. It's very sad in there to me.
Sad. Okay. All right. Let's deal with the first one from the mausoleum. What have we got here?
On this one, my husband and GIS member Roger had just stated, you won't hear this on this clip, but he had just stated, "Don't let our lights bother you, they won't hurt you," referring to the flash of the cameras and the infrared and the flashlights, because we wander around in there in the dark. And he recorded this voice that responded right after he had said that, our death gate. And you'll notice in this clip, it echoes. This voice actually echoes.
In the mausoleum?
In the mausoleum. Our voices echo in the mausoleum just because of all the marble, the floor.
And these voices do as well. Now, see?
I think that's a really interesting aspect of this voice.
Okay, here it comes. Oh, isn't that interesting? I can definitely hear our death, but I'm not sure about gate. And it also sounds like it's being whispered.
Yes, but it was loud though also. I mean, it does sound whispery, but it was not a whispery voice. It was just as loud as ours.
All right, let's try it again. Here it is again, folks. I don't like that, Barbara.
Oh, that's one of my favorite ones, just because.
No, I meant, it scares me.
Oh, I know.
There's just something about the I don't even know what words to use, but there's something about the way it sounds that I don't like. It's scary.
Well, we really don't mean to scare people. We are merely presenting what we have recorded.
And I think
that's not our intent to scare.
Yeah. Well, it's the effect though. And I think that what you're doing is important work. I think though that I have a very different view of it than you do. For one thing, if that's the other side, if these indeed are the voices of the dead, and I can't imagine they're anything else, Barbara, then I'm not so wild about the other side. I mean, it just is not that it doesn't sound that appealing, to be honest with you. When I think of heaven, I think of the traditional clouds and angels.
It's almost a childlike view, though, heart. I mean,
intense joy, oneness with the universe, if you want to get a little more sophisticated with it, but not what we're hearing here.
I believe that the things that you're hearing, these voices, to me, they're almost like they don't realize they're dead, or they have not finished business that needed to be done in their life before the death took place. But some of them are very kind and sweet.
Some of them, but not too many of them. I would have to guess. Now, maybe you bring the scarier ones to me, or the darker ones, because you know that I kind of like those. Or is what we've got here just typical of what you get?
These are typical of what we get.
See, that makes the other side not sound quite so appealing, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think a lot of the times it's, I've analyzed this in my head a dozen different ways. I think a lot of times, and you can just look at the people that you pass by and know in your daily life. A lot of people do not have a firm theological belief to set them firm, where they feel confident in who they are, what they stand for. And I think that has a lot to do with how a person's mental attitude is.
By the way, for the sake of the audience, I think you're in Utah, right?
We're in Utah, yes.
You're in Utah, okay.
And I think a lot of people don't have something stable in their lives to give a firm foundation to them.
All right. Once again, let's move on. We're still in the mausoleum, right?
Yes, that's correct. This one is one of my favorites. You're going to hear Brendan. He was going down the stairs to the basement in the mausoleum. He was by himself. You're going to hear him fall, and his tape recorder goes flying out of his hands. And this woman that he recorded, she is so, you can hear the concern in her voice, very, very strong, her concern. And she asked, "Are you okay?"
All right, here we go. Oh my God. Oh my God. That one is really something. So here we have Brendan clearly not just falling, but falling down some stairs in a mausoleum. You can hear him say, you can hear him say, "Damn it." And that's the least of what I would have said. And then you can so clearly hear this woman's voice asking if he's okay. One more time. Man.
I love that one. Just because.
Well, I can imagine you would, because it shows concern.
Yes. She, obviously she was close to the microphone where it landed because she was so loud. Brendan didn't hear that at the time. And, but you can really hear her concern come through her question.
What happens, folks, is they have hours of recording at any given location, and then they, I guess, take the recorders back to a location where all the members, or as many as you can get of the GIS, sit down and listen to hours of these, looking for these voices. Is that about right?
That's correct. And if you're on an investigation for 2 or 3 hours, you have at least 2 or 3 hours of audio to review. Plus, if there's any video, you have another 2 or 3 hours. It's very time consuming.
I want to tell the audience again, you doubt this? You think this isn't real? Take a recorder, go try it yourself. We've had hundreds, thousands of people do that over the years, and they get recordings more times than not. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to get one every time, or you may get many, but there's a very good chance that if you want to try, if you have the guts to go try this yourself, you're going to get something, right?
That's correct. And you know, if you don't get anything the first time you try it, don't be discouraged, because we go to locations where we have recorded ghost activity, ghost voices, and we can go back the very same night and not get a thing. And I don't know what the conditions are. We have never been able to correlate it with full moon, weather, time of day. So I don't know what the conditions are. But if you know of a location that does have recorded haunting activity, take a recorder to that location and give it a try and see what you get.
All right, one more time. I had to do that. I like that one too,
That's
Barbara.
my very favorite. We have
maybe because it's so clear.
And maybe so. I just love how you can hear her concern in her voice.
This is something that you and I have talked about over the years so many times, but we'll bring it up again. More times than not, for some reason, these appear to be the voices of children.
Yes, we record many children.
Disproportionately children. Now, do you have, what's your best theory about why that would be? Because after all, many more, I mean, by percentage, certainly more older people pass on than younger.
That's true. I'm hoping, and I cannot stress hoping enough, that it might be possibly the state of mind of that person, of that ghost. A lot of times, some of our happiest times are in childhood.
That certainly is true. All right, we have one more from the mausoleum. Then we will leave the mausoleum and go to another happy little cemetery. All right, so one more from the mausoleum. What is this one we're about to hear?
This one, we had been on this investigation in the mausoleum, and we had been in there for a couple of hours, so we decided to go outside and take a break. And we left our equipment running inside. And you're going to hear us walking out, and I, as I'm leaving, I say, we invite anyone to speak with us. We invite you to tell us your name and talk with us. I hope you'll introduce yourself. I'm Barbara. And after the door closes, you will hear a woman laughing.
A woman laughing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think she was laughing at what I said.
Here we go.
We invite you to speak with us. We invite you to tell your name and talk with us and introduce yourself.
Oh my God! You certainly can hear it. It's hard to hear. It's pretty far down in the noise. But listen very carefully, folks, and you can hear, again, to me, what sounds like perhaps a child's voice or a young voice, because it's very high pitched. Listen. Okay, that really, again, sounds like a young voice to me. It's simply because the pitch is so high, Barbara.
Yeah, it's either a woman or a young woman or a child. It sounds female to me.
Uh-huh. So, again, it's your view that as we are in this life, we are on that side, or at least what... And again, let's delineate, if we can, a little bit. Is it your view that what we're hearing are people that have not yet moved on to their ultimate destination? In other words, to what we would consider to be heaven or, I don't know, whatever, but they're still here on Earth?
Yes, I believe that. I don't believe everybody stays as a ghost, but I think the ones that are around that people experience are still in this realm. They're the ones that can make sounds appear when there's no logical explanation for footstep sounds going down a hallway, doors opening and closing by themselves, knocking a picture frame over.
Now, as you well know, they made a movie fairly recently about all of this called White Noise. What was your reaction to that movie, Barbara?
Well, it was supposed to be about EVP, and it really wasn't. And how they portrayed the entities in there, they were supposed to be ghosts. I didn't like it. I did not like that movie.
I guess I kind of had the same reaction. Of course, you know, they were trying to produce a scary movie, and they certainly did that, but you didn't, I guess you felt it wasn't fair to EVP, huh?
It was not fair to EVP. What they were using like white noise off of a television, I believe, most of the time.
Right, right.
And that is not EVP.
And that's not to say that EVP cannot appear as part of white noise, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
In fact, that was kind of the Meek's approach to it, to give the entity something to actually modulate.
Right. But I can't remember the term of it now. If Brendan was here, he could tell you, but he's more the tech guy, you know.
All right. So now we leave the mausoleum and we're going to a cemetery. Where is this cemetery?
This is a old pioneer cemetery north of our location. It's up in northern Utah. I actually had a sheriff tell me about this location, things that have been witnessed there by the townspeople, and he was the one that told me about this. In fact, there's been occasions when we've been in this cemetery where it's a very small town. We've had the whole sheriff department, fire department, forest ranger guys. I think the whole town has been in there some nights with us.
Okay. I think we've got time to squeeze the first one in from the cemetery. So here you are in the cemetery, and what are we about to hear?
Well, this was in the middle of winter, and when we go to cemeteries, we take our lawn chairs and blankets and sit there, and me and Jenny were wrapped up sitting on our lawn chairs with a wool blanket around us, trying to keep warm. And you're going to hear Jenny ask me, she says, "Did you just pull down the blanket?" And I responded, "No." And you're going to hear a child's voice say, "I did." And then Jenny said, "Did you feel like a tug?" And I said, "No, I never did feel anything with the blanket." But this was probably about 1:30 in the morning when we recorded this one.
A GIS style picnic, 1:30 in the morning, in the middle of the cemetery. Okay, here we go. Listen carefully.
Did you just put in the blanket?
No.
Did you feel like a tug?
No.
Now, it was the "I did" part that was the voice from the other side, right? And that was clearly a child's voice. All right, after break, we'll play that one again for you. Again, I'm chilled by the fact that there are so many child's voices involved in all of this. We're listening to the Ghost Investigators Society latest. By the way, you can get historical GIS recordings on their website. We'll tell you all about it. It is a very good day to you all from here in Manila. To the north of us, a storm is screaming toward Luzon. And if you go to the coasttocoastam.com website, you can see its storm track and the intensity. It's intensifying rapidly. Here in Manila, we've got kind of a strange fog, haze, something ahead of the storm. As I mentioned earlier, kind of the quiet before the storm, if you will. My guest is Barbara Macbeth from the GIS. That's the Ghost Investigators Society. They do recordings of, if you will, ghosts, something from the other side. We'll get back to it if you'll just stay right there. Very interesting. Dennis in Detroit, Michigan. Now, 99.9% of the fast blasts I'm getting are commenting on what's being said by these entities and or the GIS or whatever. But Dennis in Detroit is angry, and what he says is pure BS. Now, I'll tell you something. A lot of times when people are frightened, they get angry. And their reaction to fright, their reaction to being scared is to simply get angry. It's a defense mechanism. It happens many times when we're discussing. I've noticed that. It's an interesting psychology. When we're discussing or hearing very frightening things on the radio, some reactions are like that. They're just anger. And that is, I believe, some kind of defense mechanism. At any rate, I'm going to now play number 6 again. We didn't get an opportunity to repeat it, so here it is.
Did you just pull the blanket? No. Did you feel like a tug? No.
Clearly a child's voice saying, I did. In other words, that was a direct response to the question Jenny was asking. Now, you didn't find that until hours or days later, right?
That's correct. Yeah, and she I thought it was interesting. We were covered with the same blanket. She felt the pull on the blanket where I did not feel it at all.
So that would imply that these entities, whatever in the world they are able to do physical things like pull on a blanket.
That's right. They can defy a person's logic. They are able to do the impossible.
Okay, you're not a young lady, are you?
No. In fact, I just turned 60 this year.
Did you?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm quite excited about it. I know a lot of people in my lifetime that didn't make it to this age, so.
There you go. I'm 61. I know the feeling when you begin seeing your friends go.
Uh-huh.
Now, let's quickly move on to number 7 because we're still here in the cemetery, right?
Yes, and it's the same cemetery. This is on a different occasion, different night. We had someone that was not a member of the GIS with us. And Jenny and this person had walked off down one of the roads, and Roger, my husband, had experienced something where he felt like a hand had grabbed him. He said he could feel the long fingers on his arm. And Jenny, you'll hear her telling this girl that was with us that this over here is where Roger got grabbed. And she recorded, that sounds like a young woman's voice, say, help me find my dad.
Boy, all right, here it comes.
Over here.
Oh, boy. that's sad. That's sad. That's obviously a child, and that's a sad child. You can hear if you listen to the intonation of the voice, it's obviously.
It's very sad. Some of the recordings that we get are very depressing, really.
Well, yes, and that's why I don't understand how you can come up with the positive attitude you do about all of this. All right, here's number 7 again. Listen to the intonation of the child's voice.
Over here.
How do you stay positive in the face of things like that?
Well, it's all on my philosophy about the whole thing. These kind of voices, though, that sound so sad and sound so young, they have an effect on me.
You just sort of suppress it then, in order to keep your positive attitude.
Probably, I probably do. There's been occasions on some voices. I mean, it actually makes me tear up. I have a lot of compassion for whatever entities we are dealing with.
You have a website, right?
Yes. It's ghostpix.com.
That's GHOSTPIX?
Yes.
.com, and there people can hear many of these, many of them done on previous programs and so forth, correct?
Yes, and but I wanted to mention on these 2 that we played from the cemetery, just to talk about the difference in quality. Both of those were recorded on microcassette recorders, and you can hear the noise in it so loud. And the digital ones are so much clearer. It's just unbelievable in the quality and the difference.
Mm-hmm. There's no question about it. Now, I gave you the reaction of a guy from Detroit. He was angry. All he said was pure BS, and he spelled it out all the way. I just obviously won't repeat it here. You get a lot of email, Barbara. How many of them respond with anger?
Maybe 2%. Most are very positive. And it's all right for people to be angry. I understand people's fear about this subject. I've got relatives, they won't even listen to the show because it scares them. So I understand people's fear about it. But
it's a natural human reaction.
It's very natural, and that's okay. I'm not pushing nothing. I don't care if they believe it or not.
Well, that's true. You're not pushing anything. You don't sell anything. You haven't written. The temptation to write a book, to make some income from this, at times must be very great.
Well, that wouldn't be my purpose so much as to make an income from it. Although I wouldn't mind that aspect, but I hope to be able to write a book just about the experiences that we've encountered, and be able to let people know of other people's experiences that aren't seeking out this type of thing, that just happens spontaneously.
Although if you write a book, Barbara, there's going to be a lot of criticism. Then people will say, well, they're just doing this and they made it up to make money.
Right.
But I really do think after all the years you've been doing this, at some point down the line, you really ought to write a book. This should be chronicled.
That's the purpose, just because of the experiences that just the GIS alone have experienced. Hopefully it would be beneficial to someone further down the road when, I'm 10 toes up,
Yeah. All right, we're going to leave the cemetery and on to another cheery little location. This one said to be Deer Lodge Prison.
Yes, and the prisons are my favorite places to investigate.
Why?
Well, just because of how large they are, we can really disperse from each other, where you know that you are absolutely by yourself. And when we go to locations like that, we always have walkie-talkies with us so that we can keep in touch with each other. But just the immense location, that we can have access to and be by yourself, and it's just incredible.
All right, here we go. What have we got here?
On this one, you're going to hear Barry say, did the guards kill you, or did you kill yourself? He was down in a location that the prison called Siberia. It was solitary confinement.
Mm-hmm.
And but the response that Barry recorded is, it sounds like I almost had the key.
Let's see. Here we go.
Did the guards kill you? Or did you kill yourself? I almost had the key. I almost had the key. I almost had the key.
Oh, that's extremely clear.
Very clear.
I hear that very clearly, and it is. I almost had the key, and that would be something.
Ending this live stream at 8:59 p.m. PST without any countermeasures. A new live stream will initiate in 90 seconds or less, unless the soon-to-be convicted attempted murderers at the Everett Police Department have something else they'd like to do. And as of 2 minutes ago, they do.